call one way or the other. Hopefully it's a good way.
Hopefully it's a good way.
Yep.
It is also 30 days until week 1. 30 days until real football. NFC East, like Giants coming to town. I mean, that's a real game, whether you're ready or not. Shout out to Sports Grumpy. Made it easy for me. I didn't have to post the Troy Apke picture today because Sports Grumpy made a B. Mitch song about 30 days till Commanders football. We got to watch football last night.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Ravens. That was cash all day. What'd you think of that big Anthony Richardson hit? He dislocated his pinky on the hit.
Anthony Richardson is getting on my nerves right now. Seriously. You know, all the talk about him was how big he was, how strong he was, how far he could throw a football, and that something is always wrong with this dude. Always wrong with him.
How do you not see that edge rusher just coming free like that?
Hey, man, that's a situation where he seems to be a guy who has a lot to learn for the quarterback position. You know, some of those things you have to know it. You take care of yourself. He doesn't seem to be able to do that.
No, he really doesn't. I mean, Trey Lance, I know he looked good the other day in that Hall of Fame game, but that's another dude that just had no experience playing football. And I think because of the COVID rule changes and everything, you've seen more and more of these guys that played 4, 5, 6 years of college football, how much better off they are. I mean, I think Jaden part of that. Cam Ward is part of that. Think about it. I mean, he played – I think he played 4 years at Oregon State before going to Miami. Like, I think at the quarterback position, having more reps really helps you before you get to the pros.
Having more reps help, but then again, you can also get into a system where with Richardson, they knew how athletic he was, and they just let him be an athlete. Nobody ever taught him how to be a quarterback.
Right.
Guys leave out of high school knowing stuff that he doesn't know.
Yeah.
You know, so when we hear a guy playing 5 years in college, look, you played probably, if you're a quarterback, you played it since you were probably 6, 7, 8 years old. And then you get in college, if you played 1 or 2 years, you should be ready. But there are a lot of coaches, we know which comes like this, the coach used to be in Florida, that taught nobody anything. You went to Florida, and when you left, what was the Urban Meyer? They didn't learn anything from him. He knew they were athletes and let them be athletes. He never got them to be a better quarterback. And I think that some of those coaches, and the player himself too.
Sure.
They owe some blame too, because you got to figure this thing out. But I can tell you, there are quarterbacks that are coming from high school no more than Anthony Richardson does.
Yeah, I agree with that.
As far as playing that position.
I mean, some of it is a cerebral thing that, like, he needs to figure out, right?
Yeah,
and it doesn't seem to be there. Do we know who's starting tonight? Is Johnson starting or Hartman?
We don't know. They haven't said it.
I am
Sam may start, and then they're going – I think, if I remember correctly, I think Sam may start, but they're going to be rotating in and out. They're not going to have one guy play like the first half and the next guy play against what all the lower the guys who are low on the totem pole, because that's not a fair thing, because they're real – they say they're looking at these two good – they have a true competition for that third quarterback position.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
That is the only fair way to do it, is to let them each get work with kind of the ones and the twos. Speaking of figuring it out, I'm trying to figure out our situation. Brian and I are live at the Residence Inn in Foxborough in the woods. B wasn't sure where my hotel was. I kept telling him it was in the woods. It's in the woods.
It's in the woods. It is that.
I don't know. B's like, how'd you find this place? I was like, man, I don't know. But we found it.
Yeah.
For tonight, so we did this on the podcast. I think this is a fun exercise. You want to give me your preseason, all 3 preseason games, passing yards, rushing yards, and receiving yards leader.
The leader. Okay, I'm going to go with.
Passing yards is only 1 or 2 guys, I think.
I'm going Sam Hartman.
I went with Hartman.
Passing. Rushing, I'm going to go with Bill.
Or did you?
And receiving, I'm going to go with Lane.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. So I went.
Because most of the passes that go to him are deep.
Yeah.
If he gets 1 or 2 big ones, boom, that's it.
So I went further down the depth chart. I went with Hartman. I went with your boy Felton for my rushing yards leader.
Okay.
Because I think I mean, I almost wonder, does Lane play in that third preseason game against Baltimore? I guess we'll see what happens over these next couple weeks, right? But I'm wondering how much we see from Bill. I think we'll see a good amount, and I think, he could be like your leading rusher in the first half tonight or something, because we're not going to see B-Rob or Eckler. If we do, it's a drive or something.
No, not tonight.
Now, next week, the Bengals game I think could be a little different, but I went with Felton as my rush yards leader and Ja'Cory Brooks as my receiving yards leader.
Okay, 16.
Yeah, I think, a young undrafted guy could play a lot. I do want to see tonight Kane Medrano. I think he'll have a big opportunity.
Yeah. I want to see his.
I kind of think he starts, don't you? I mean, are Bobby and Frankie going to play tonight?
Bobby and Frankie not playing, and then McGee's not here, so Kane probably will be starting.
I think he'll get a lot of opportunity tonight.
Yeah.
I want to see what we've seen in practice with him running around. I mean, the speed is definitely real, and it looks like he can cover. So I'm pretty excited to see that. A guy like Dominique Hampton, that was a draft pick a year ago.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like guys like that will have an
Hampton looks
opportunity.
like a safety, but he's a linebacker.
So it's interesting with Hampton because he was a safety in college, and they now list him as a linebacker. I mean, he is 6'3", 220. So, maybe a little lighter.
Yeah.
Like what is Bobby listed at? 6 foot 240. Bobby's just that barrel chest type dude.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And usually linebackers have that. McGee has that. McGee has the build. I don't know the severity of that injury, but just based on last year kind of being lost for him because of the injury, I hope he can get on the field in this preseason and show why there's been so much buzz about him.
Totally.
The offensive line tonight will be interesting because I don't think – you think Connerly starts?
I think so.
What do you think that O-line looks like tonight? It's going to be
Dieter, probably at center.
Allegretti.
I don't know if Allegretti is going to play.
Really? Do you think Wiley plays?
I don't think he plays either.
So then you got to figure out a tackle. Like if you got Connerly going, maybe it's Trent Scott on the other side.
Yeah, I think Trent will be one.
So you're talking Scott at left, somebody at left guard, Dieter at center, Allegretti at right guard, Connerly at right tackle is my guess. So who's our left guard tonight? Good Jones, maybe?
Yep. Good Jones is there. You got Chris Paul as well.
Yeah, Chris Paul.
Because he was getting a lot of work the other day. I would see him. He could be a guy. He was one backing up Brandon Coleman, so I would suspect he's going to be a starter tonight. I will go Trent Scott, Chris Paul, Dieter, Bobby Hart.
You think they give Allegretti the night off?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he's a vet. You know what you got. And you don't need to see Allegretti tonight,
No, you don't.
I'm almost wondering if Connerly goes.
7'8", 63, 71, 68, 67 aren't going.
Give me those numbers again.
78, 63, 71, 68, and 67.
Okay. So 78 is Tunsil. So you didn't say 72. So Connerly's going.
Connerly's going.
That'll be good to see him. I thought he looked pretty good the other day in practice.
He did.
Dude, speaking of the practice, you see the video Von Miller posted?
No.
So one of the Patriots reporters, when Vrabel jumped in that dog pile the other day, so Travion Henderson goes down hard in blitz pickup, and one of the Patriots reporters said, "Watch this video. Travion Henderson goes down, gets hit to the ground, possibly by Von Miller. Mike Vrabel jumps in. Von Miller today posted a video." I don't even know that he was on the field, and if he was far away from the action. And he posted a video where he circled himself, not in the fight at all, and then he kind of walks over at the end, and then he puts himself on the screen with, like, the thinking face. And it was just so funny, dude. Vaughn is an interesting dude, man, and he's good at social media. You know what I mean? Like, it was funny to post that, and I think it's just fairly telling of some of the reporting coming out the other day where there was just like too much emphasis on. I mean, I've said this a few times now, like the winning and losing and who was doing what. Like, people were keeping stats.
They want to make stuff up.
Somebody tried to tell me that Jaden didn't throw for any touchdowns, and it's like they didn't move the line of scrimmage for, I'd say, 70% of the 11-on-11 drills.
Yeah.
Everybody's just so focused on those red zone drills at the end. The only that red zone thing, you noticed 17 wasn't out there, and I think that is pretty darn apparent that's an issue. Do you think this week has led to any progress there?
I don't know. You know, I can't tell you because, like, right now, I think if you look at any of the practice, you know that 17 is missed. I don't think they had to see that preseason game that practice against the Patriots to understand that. So if it didn't do it before, probably we're going to find out how far this thing goes.
Do you think this could get to a – now, you got to try to not listen to the noise surrounding it, but the noise surrounding it is that Terry is increasingly frustrated and you know, this could get to a – when I asked him the other day, like an end-of-the-road moment. I just – you know, I heard Savannah in the update say Cowboys reporters are saying nobody's called for a trade about Micah. The reason nobody's called is because they know Jerry's not going to trade him.
Yeah, he's not trading him at all.
I kind of think AP would –
That's funny.
The Von Miller post? Yeah, it's great.
It's funny as
Did you
hell.
see when his face popped up? That's good, dude. Did that ever happen to you where there was just a report that was just completely inaccurate? Now, to the reporter's defense, he did say possibly Von Miller. He didn't say it was definitively Von Miller.
Yeah, but still.
But you also wonder if you just throw Von Miller's name in there because it sells it a little bit more. You know what I mean?
I guess. But he like –
because, I mean, I guess
that's funny as hell.
Could have been another dude with a 4 on their jersey. I don't know who it was.
I guess Trevion Henderson is a running back, so they was doing pass blocking, and they assumed it was a pass rusher.
Yeah. But, I mean, just on top of my head, a couple other dudes with 4s on their jersey.
4 or 2.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been Duran, could have been Bobby.
Yeah.
Plenty of guys it could have been. And it
Armstrong, 92.
Yeah, right. I mean, and it was like a completely legal play.
Yeah.
I just thought that was funny for him to see it and kind of fire back. But what happens is, like, when that
He's
thing,
had to set the record straight on this.
right, when that thing happens, you know, you get a lot of people probably tagging Von Miller in the reply, so it probably gets to his attention.
Yeah.
You and I had a fun day yesterday. Early Nats game. I think the Nats didn't score a single run yesterday, if I have that correctly. I think they lost 6-0, which is, you know, kind of on brand with their version of baseball right now, where they just cannot
Don't score.
They can't hit, dude.
They give up hits.
6-0 to the A's.
Wow.
And now they're out west. Dude, think about it. The first weekend of real preseason football. What do you think the numbers are for tonight's Nats-Giants game at 10:15 p.m.?
Small. Small. So I would say, oh, man. I'm thinking about the game we went to the other day.
I was stunned how empty that place was.
It's going to be sub 8,000.
Well, I think San Fran, because they're in San Fran, I think, you know, the Giants.
If they were in D.C., definitely wouldn't beat them.
Yeah.
No.
The Giants are like fighting for a playoff spot. I think they're a game over 500. That ballpark's great. They have a great fan base.
Well, I mean, they're not going to be there anyway to see the Nats.
Right. Nats going on a 6-game roadie here against the Giants and the Royals. And both those teams are flirting with 500. I think the Giants are 1 over. I think the KC might be 1 under. Both are, you know, fighting for wild card spots. Of the 6-game road trip the Nats are about to go on, how many wins you got? I'll set it at 1.5.
I'll go probably 2. They'll get 2.
Yeah, 2 out of 4.
Yeah.
Sounds about
2
right.
out of 6.
2 out of 6. Yes.
Yeah.
Speaking of numbers, we had a good time yesterday. We went to the Braintree Municipal Golf Course.
Yeah.
And
The greens were on point.
it started a little rough. We had this young guy starter yelled at B. Mitch, which I thought was.
No, he didn't yell at me. He was talking to Garrett.
He kind of yelled at our group.
Now, he was talking to Garrett, and I was just happening to be walking up there, and I just looked at him like, "What's your problem, dude?"
Yeah, it was. It was a tough way to start. I'm playing rental clubs. Everything's going left. B gave me a very good hint, a tip rather. I guess Callaway's kind of naturally pull everything.
It's just the way you used to set up. Like you look, if you're accustomed to looking at a TaylorMade driver, they naturally seem a little open.
And I always play TaylorMade.
And the Callaways seem closed. So I notice people who hit, like when the people I know that hit Callaway, they kind of open the face just a little. And you hit a straighter shot. You hit dead straight when I told you that. So.
I think I'm in the process of I don't know how or why, but I think I've revamped my swing. I think it's my stance. I don't know. Things are interesting in my golf game.
It is.
But I said this to you a couple weeks ago, and you didn't believe me. Right now, my wedges are carrying me, which is very odd for me.
Keep it going.
I was good around the greens.
Keep it
and
going, brother.
But for me golf is just such an interesting game where for most of my life I hit the driver well and can't hit a wedge. And right now the driver's a little spotty and the wedges are on point.
Golf is a super weird game. I'll tell you that, bro.
Nothing ever works all together at the same time. It'd be great if it did. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? But we had a lot of fun. And, Chris Johnson, CJ's been a friend for a long time. And he does this work with Salute Military Golf Association. And I didn't really realize it, but so it was me, B, CJ, and then Garrett was CJ's buddy from up here. And over the course of a round of golf, it's 4.5 hours. Mm-hmm. You kind of talk to guys and learn stuff. And so Garrett was in the Marines. He was in Iraq and Afghanistan. So that's the real deal. You probably saw some stuff. And
yeah,
he said, he's like, I never would have thought of golf without SMGA. And he said he was at an event and somebody's like, hey, you want to hit a few balls? And that he hit a couple balls and they were terrible. And then he got one. He's like, oh, I like this.
That's all you remember, that good one.
And he said, just how important that's been in his – the mental recovery from going to Iraq and Afghanistan is a lot. You hear these terrible stories. So it made me happy to – we played no role really, right? But just to know what SMGA does and to help these guys and how important it is, totally. It was good to kind of be a part of that, right?
Yeah.
All right, we got a lot coming today. Chick Hernandez is going to be on the call with B. Mitch tonight for the game. Chick's going to join us here in room 234 at 11 a.m. AJ Francis. AJ, a Terp. Played for the Skins, played for the Patriots. AJ is going to join us at noon. I believe he's coming to D.C. He's a pro wrestler now. So AJ is going to join us at noon. Fired up to talk to him. At 1 o'clock, our boy Travis Thomas. Everybody remembers Trav. Trav now lives up here, works up here, doing New England Sports Network. I was at Davios the other night. I feel like I just only eat at Davios. I was at Davios the other night. And he was on TV. It was awesome just to see him.
Cool.
So I'm excited to talk to Travis. Everybody prepare your eardrums for when Travis joins the program. We got a packed day. It's going to be fun. It is a game day. At some point, we're going to open these phone lines up and let the fans tell us who they want to see tonight. Who do you want to see make a play? Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Brian and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
The best part with Rude is that the systems are whisper quiet. You get none of those noisy interruptions, no more clanging around in the middle of the night. It's just peace of mind, and it's because Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, which operates efficiently even in extreme conditions. You get comfort and performance perfectly balanced. And you can maybe save some money on your tax bill. You could qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Check out rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't rude,
It ain't right. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Commanders, Patriots, preseason game 1 tonight.
yeah.
Let's hope Mike Vrabel doesn't dive on anybody. I did a radio hit with ESPN last night, B, and Ian Fitzsimmons is a great dude and was asking me about Vrabel, and he told a story. You know, Ian does a lot of college football stuff. And he said this is years back. He was a linebacker coach at Ohio State, Vrabel, and one of his backers made an awesome play. And when he came to the sideline, Vrabel headbutted him. But the player had a helmet on, and Vrabel did not, and he just cut himself open. It was bleeding. I mean, you talk about like a true football guy, meathead. That is Mike Vrabel, dude.
Yeah, but Mike needs to remember he's not on the football field anymore. He doesn't have on a helmet. You know, I told you, I used to warn Harbaugh about that all the time when he'll go running down the field. I said, Coach, not everybody like you. So be careful running down there because somebody might take a shot at you.
Right.
Let's be real. When Vrabel jumped in there, you don't know who hit him. Could have been one of his own players.
Totally.
You never know. So you got to be careful with that stuff, man. And then remember, you no longer play. Stay out of it.
The B. Mitch and Finley AAA Club Alliance poll question of the day is up, and the question is simple: which player are you most looking forward to seeing tonight? We got three options: Bill Merritt, Corey Krosky Merritt, Jalen Lane, Kane Madrano, or you can hit other and just respond. We're going to hit the phones in an hour on that topic. You let us know who you want to see tonight and why. If you want to vote on the poll, go for it right now. But B, last night there were a bunch of games, right?
Yeah.
Of those games, we watched a little bit of the Ravens-Colts, and then we watched a little bit of the late game, which I think was Seahawks-Raiders. Who was the quarterback for the Seattle dude? It seemed like he threw an interception on the first play of the game. It was definitely the first drive of the game.
Wow.
But looking at those games, the best performance by a mile was Joe Burrow.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I kind of applaud Zach Taylor for this. Obviously, last year the Bengals started just way too slow. Jamar Chase said part of that was his contract holdout, and I don't want to apply that to Terry, but, I mean, Jamar Chase said it about last year, so you really hope that doesn't become an issue here. I mean, it's August 8th, so you got some time. But Joe Burrow last night was fantastic, dude.
Yes, he was.
He was 9 of 10 for 123 yards.
2 touchdowns.
Yeah, dude. I mean,
and had another one called back, right?
yeah. I'm reading from NFL.com. Looking to remedy the ills of past slow starts to the regular season, the Bengals sent Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and their big hitters out for the preseason opener. They look to be in prime form as Burrow played the opening 2 drives and hit tight end Tanner Hudson and Jamar Chase for touchdowns. Preseason or not, Burrow was brilliant in completing 9 of 10 for a $123 in just his 3rd preseason game. All told, he played 15 snaps, which equaled the amount he turned in throughout all of his previous years. Now, granted, in previous preseasons, you had COVID, which I think canceled the preseason. He had that appendix thing. He had the calf injury. He had the wrist injury. Like, the one year he was coming back from a knee injury. So Burrow has not really played in the preseason before. But B, 15 snaps, 9 of 10 with 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
On 15 snaps.
Yeah, yeah. And they were like, look, we're going to go out there. We want you to get the ball at your hands quickly. Well, he did scramble for one, bought some time. But the whole thing about it, he went in, did his job, boom. You might not see him no more.
I think we see him Monday night.
You might see him a little bit in that game, yeah. That's the 18th, right?
Yeah. It's your birthday.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that game's going to have some juice, knowing Burrow and Chase are probably going to play. But listen, this is crazy. In weeks 1 and 2 so far in his career, Joe Burrow as a starter is 1 and 9.
Damn.
That stands out.
It does.
So,
but then again, it's not all about him neither.
Of course.
That defense couldn't stop nobody either.
Of course.
Yeah.
And I just.
You saw what happened in the Ravens game, right?
What?
Remember that phone call I got the other day? And I was speaking to a few people, and he had a touchdown return.
What'd you say?
LaJohny Webster returned an 87-yard punt return.
Get your name called, LaJohny.
Hey, his name LaJohny, something like that.
I don't see it here, but I believe you.
LaJohntay. LaJohntay Webster. Webster.
I think
that's a weird name.
It is a weird name. LaJohntay Webster.
Yeah.
The biggest thing in that Colts game I thought, was Anthony Richardson obviously got rocked. Just has no awareness of much.
He was 2 for 3, and he had a sack.
Tyler Warren, though, that big tight end out of Penn State that wore 44 because his dad loved Riggo, I thought he looked really good. He had a screen catch that was brought back for a penalty, caught a pass from Richardson, and then Daniel Jones went in, targeted Warren. I like Warren, dude. That guy can play.
Tight ends are the new sexy position, bro. Just think about it. When you're a tight end that can run, you're normally running against some linebackers that probably can't run.
Right.
And then if they bring down a safety, then you're bigger than him, so you get to muscle him a little bit.
Totally.
Athletic tight ends are special.
Yeah, man. I think it's interesting. We've gone from like the Gronk, Gates, Jimmy Graham, Kelsey's been around, but there's like a ton of young tight ends now that are super physical.
Oh, yeah.
Like George Kittle. I mean, the way he blocks and runs routes and stuff. I mean, there is a. I don't know.
I like Kittle.
For sure. Somewhere along the way, it seems like the tight end position has become more glamorized, and that like I feel like a lot of guys with that size in the past might have been converted to quarterbacks, and now they're just staying as tight ends.
Yeah, some of them can't throw though.
Well, like Jordan Reed, who was an excellent tight end, unfortunately head injuries did him in. Jordan Reed went to Florida as a quarterback. Like I think the recruiting class at quarterback, and I could be off on the dates, but I think Reed went there when Cam Newton went there, and then there was whatever happened in Florida. He ends up at Auburn. I think Cam got like in trouble for stealing somebody's laptop or something. But I think Tebow might have still been there too. just crazy, man. For the Ravens, you saw the return of that kid Keaton Mitchell, who was really good as a rookie back in 2023.
Yeah.
Then he had that injury. Dude, he had 9 carries for 68 yards, including a 22-yard touchdown run.
I like it.
I mean, that's almost 8 yards a pop, dude. That's that Ravens running back position until Derrick Henry last year. Think about how many guys got hurt in those Ravens running backs, and they just kind of kept churning them out. Burrow's performance was obviously sick. If you look at what we kind of learned from
Get in, get out.
Do you know how the Raiders-Seahawks game ended? In a tie.
Well, that's preseason now.
Dude,
Yeah.
I couldn't support a rule change more. I know nobody wants to see a tie.
No, preseason you can.
Less people want to see preseason overtime.
There you go. The players damn sure don't want to see it.
Seahawks did not play many of their guys. Darnold didn't play. Kupp didn't play. Jackson Smith and Jigba didn't play. Kenneth Walker. The Raiders, I think, got Ashton Genty on the field, but not for much. He got bottled up, man. He finished with 3 carries for -1 yards.
It's not going to be like that the whole time, though.
No. And I also think
Too much talent.
I think he'll get more than 3 carries.
Yeah. Too much talent.
Another full slate of games tonight. Obviously, we'll be focused on the Washington-New England game. But for the football junkies out there, there is plenty to watch.
Oh, yeah.
And then NFL.com or NFL Network just re-airs all the games that they don't air in the first place. If Commanders fans want to watch tonight, it's on Channel 9 locally. But I don't know that you can get this one. Like, if you're – think about where people listen to us from all over the country. I don't know that you can get this one on a national feed. That Browns-Panthers is the 7 o'clock game on NFL Network, and that's the only NFL Network game tonight. Then tomorrow you get Giants-Bills at 1 o'clock. We'll be at the Dad games at 1 o'clock, B. Yeah. Texans-Vikings at 4 o'clock, and then and there's a Saturday night game, Jets-Packers, also on NFL Network. And then Sunday there's another 2 games on, man.
Yeah.
So, if you're looking to scratch that football itch, dude,
it's back.
Put it on NFL Network.
It is back.
If I can find the remote for this television, I might put NFL Network on in here and see what we see. B, with you and Logan at dinner last night. So we had dinner with all the Commanders content team, which was great. Yoakum, Caroline talked me into one martini, but then it was it was Fletcher and Logan and Chick and CJ, and we just had a good dinner. And I remember I asked Logan, maybe when we were watching the beginning of Seahawks Raiders, just like, because I was like, does any part of you feel like you could still go? And he was like, no chance. And he said something that you agreed with him. You're like, when you're in this, you have to be all the way in
you're
this.
in it completely.
Every day.
Yeah.
Off season too.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And then when you leave it, believe me, it's over. Like, that's why we always say when people start thinking about retirement, you're done. Let it go then. Because you've seen the guys who thought about retirement and they stop for a little bit, they try to come back. Once you get away from it, you get comfortable. And when you're into football, being in that shape, working out as you do, you don't know how much you're doing. Like I always say, I don't know how the hell I did it sometimes. Some days I go out there and the sun is out, and I'm like, how the hell did we do this? But when I was doing it, it was no problem. Now, yeah.
It's a mindset too, though.
Yeah. You have a little psychotic.
Well said there.
Totally.
Now, you do have to consider my source on this, but per my Bama source, Ed Mathers, Jalen Milroe looked pretty good for Seattle last night.
Of course, what's going to say? Mathers going to say that. Of course he's going to say that.
Now, generally, Mathers doesn't have a bad word to say about Crimson Tide football players. But looking at Milroe's stat line, 6 of 10 for 61 yards. Milroe's athletic skill set is banana land.
Yeah.
If he can be an NFL level passer, there could be a role for that dude.
Yeah, I can see that.
We'll see if that comes to fruition.
He
Because
also had 3 carries for 38 yards. So he did play well.
Yeah, man. Got sacked once.
Got to give it to him. He played well. I'm going to say, Mathers, you were right on that one.
So I think it was Drew Lock that threw that pick that we were all just kind of sitting around like, what is that?
It's Drew Lock, dog.
The Raiders played Geno on the first series. Then it was Aiden O'Connell played the bulk of that game, threw 2 picks, but did go over 200 yards. The Raiders are going to be really, really interesting because they got a lot of alphas out there. I mean, Geno kind of plays like an alpha. Pete Carroll is, DQ learned.
Tom Brady.
Right. They got a lot going on. I guess you think we'll actually see Brady tonight?
I don't know. I probably won't.
When do you have to be up in the booth?
I'm doing something on the field at 5, and then I'm up in the booth right around 6, and then I'll be up there.
So the statue gets unveiled at 6. So I do think, though, Brady at some point will either be out on the field or they'll put him on the Jumbotron from Kraft's box or something.
Well, I'll see that.
Right. I'm sure it'll be in the broadcast, too. Yeah. But do you think Tom Brady is in that stadium by halftime?
By halftime? You mean, will he be leaving?
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah, he's gone.
I think he's gone.
We might see a helicopter leave right after the statue's unveiled.
I think he's gone before the second quarter, easy, if not before kickoff.
Because let's be real, if you're not going to have a lot of starters in there, what is he going to be looking at?
And I wonder for Tom if he's turned the page a little bit. Like, New England was a great part of my life, but then I went to Tampa and won another one, and now I own part of the Raiders.
Yeah, but he was in the league for 20-plus years, and over 20 was here.
Yeah.
Kind of hard to just turn that page. If you turn that page, you're turning damn near all of your book.
Right.
You know
That's a great point, yeah.
So.
All right, when we return, the new Madden dropped last night. I found this out from Jeff's Instagram story. It was a very entertaining post. We got Jeff's Madden 2026 review next. B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. Scotty's Vodka Rebel Friday usually starts at 11. I can make some exceptions because it's game day. So if you've already started, good for you.
Yeah, go for it.
You can even get some Scotties in Virginia ABC stores now. They're expanding, baby.
Yes, you can.
All right. I want to go to the official B. Mitch and Finley video game insider, a.k.a. my name is Jeff.
My name is Jeff.
So, Jeff, I want to start with, I really liked your Instagram story last night when you did the countdown to the new Madden getting released. Because, Jeff, I'll be honest, when I see your Instagram story doing a countdown, I have no idea where we're headed. that could have gone anywhere. But I was very relieved when I saw Madden pop up. What's the new game like? What'd you do? How'd it go?
Okay, first off, I love it. The first thing I did when that game turned on, I immediately went to the Commanders, made some changes, and
What changes?
I started Von Miller, I started Eddie Goldman, and I went online, and it got crazy for some people. What I can say about the game, I like the gameplay, and I love the alternate jerseys on the game. They have the Commanders alternate jerseys.
The Super Bowl joints?
Yes, they look really good. And what I love,
jerseys that should just be the jerseys?
When you select the Commanders, it says, "Fight for ODC."
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's a cool game. It's a lot of fun. I want to open up the invitation to anybody that's listening to this radio show.
Jeff, you always do this, and then you get smoked by all these people that play.
Not true.
Facts.
That happened one time. Ask Jupe the last time we played, belt to bottom. DJ, yeah, you listening, DJ, belt to bottom. He was talking so much trash, he even called me a duck. And I'm like, all right, now I got to beat you.
What does that mean?
When you're ducking,
duck?
ducking the competition. Okay. You're ducking the wreck.
So how did the Commanders look on Madden? I know people were upset with like Jaden's ranking. Who do you think was how smooth and quick is Jaden in the game?
Oh, he's real smooth. One, you know how Jaden when someone's trying to tackle him and he just get that little burst of speed that the defender can't get him? Mm-hmm. That's on the game. I know this one dude was mad at me because I would fake like I'm about to scramble. And now because you can juke in the backfield now while you're scrambling. Mm. I juked this dude, stopped through the ball to Debo. Oh, man.
How was Debo's quickness?
Oh, man. Debo is a cheat code.
Is he?
Debo is a cheat code. That's why oh, man. And then with Terry. Terry.
So I was going to ask that. Yeah. Do they have Terry in the game?
Terry is starting. Terry is a dog. I'm talking about he catch the ball. If you're not tackling him right, he's stiff-arming you, and he's taking it up the field. You're not catching
I love it.
What is Terry's ranking?
I didn't even look,
rating.
Honestly. But
rating.
I think he was like he's the from the screenshot they put out, he's the 6th highest ranked receiver on the game.
Wow.
Yeah.
Damn.
Might have to pay that dude.
Yeah, Madden said pay him. Pay that man his money.
So did it drop at like midnight? Why did you do the countdown?
It dropped at noon yesterday, JP.
Is that why you didn't come into the office?
Well, I didn't come in because we only had an hour of work.
Wow.
And
I see how that is.
No. Now let's act like I didn't just show up. Me and Landini had a conversation. Relax, guys.
We could have gotten it. I mean,
what's funny is I believe me, Brian, White Brian, and Landfill had 90 minutes of work.
Yeah,
not
just
90,
not an hour. I don't know.
Hey, man, some things just played in my favor.
Okay. So the game drops at noon, and you don't like go to the store and buy a game anymore. You just download it?
So I pre-ordered mine with college football, and I pre-downloaded. That's what PlayStation can do. I don't know if them losers over there that have Xboxes can do that. But
Damn.
but I pre-downloaded it the night before, so when the countdown came, it's a lot of people had to download. Mine just loaded right up. But then I was cool for like the first hour, and then the influx of people just came on. The EA servers went down, and I had to,
really?
Yeah, I had to invite my friends over and whoop up on them.
So how many hours did you play Madden yesterday?
Not too much because I usually play online. But the EA servers were down, and Call of Duty dropped a battle pass yesterday.
I don't know what that means.
Me neither.
So the way they trick you with these video games now, JP, you don't just play the game and you win everything. You gotta buy an exclusive pass because it was like a character I wanted and a gun that I liked. So I said, okay, I'll get the pass. It was only like $5, but I played that. It's double XP, double weapon XP weekend. Yeah. It keeps me out of trouble. That's why I play the game so much.
I understood when you were talking about the Madden game. You completely lost me in
lost
Call
us
of
today.
Duty. But if you're happy, I'm happy. So Madden gets what's the official Jeff rating scale? 2 thumbs up, 4 thumbs down. How do you rate things, Jeff?
Well,
I know the source. The source used to rank albums by how many mics they got. You're a DJ and a musician.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have 2 thumbs, and everybody say my head look like a thumb, so I'm gonna take 3 thumbs up for Madden. It's smooth. I like the gameplay, the visuals. Oh, and I love the fact that these players, they actually play like they're players. So if Jaden Daniels throws a certain way, the quarterback is going to throw that way. It's a different form from his and Jalen Hurts and Dak Prescott. It's amazing. I love it, and I'm ready to whoop some butt.
It's getting a little bit more realistic. You saying?
Yeah, shoot. In a couple years, we might be putting helmets and pads on in the living room and running. Every time we get tackled, you feel it.
I think only you would do that.
That's the day you're gonna die. You're gonna be out there trying to run around. You'll be out of shape. You're gonna hurt yourself, dog. Don't do that.
So you also got college football. How's the college football game? I used to love college football. That's probably the last video game I regularly played.
Yeah, I love college football too, and what I love about it is back in the day when it was NCAA, the gameplay was different from Madden, and it feels the same now. It feels like it have that same gameplay, like how loose the running is, how well they spin and juke, all the trick plays. I love it. That's the great thing that they did. It's talks that March Madness is supposed to be coming back as well.
Oh wow! If I don't have a lot of time in my life, but if I wanted to play college football, I'd probably have to buy a new system, right? Like I don't even know that my PlayStation 2 exists anymore.
Hold on.
Does PlayStation 2 still work?
We're on PlayStation.
That's the last
5,
system
bro.
I had was PlayStation 2.
No games are getting made for PlayStation 2 right
They
now.
don't make the actual CDs anymore, the discs.
They do, but
You probably
it's
ain't gonna
very
find
rare.
All right, so I'd have to get a PlayStation 5. What would that cost me?
It
Why you
depends.
gonna buy it? You're not gonna be able to play it.
If you
Might relax me.
if you buy it new, probably about $400 or $500. If you
You're
buy
gonna
it
do it
used,
between which job you gonna take off?
Sometimes at night, Lauren goes to bed and I just sit there and I end up watching shows. I could play some college football, start recruiting.
hey, and the PlayStation not just for playing games. It has entertainment as well. You can download all your apps that you watch TV.
Jeff,
and everything on.
don't talk about the stuff you download, dog. We are on the radio, man. Chill with that. So $500 for a PlayStation. Odds of me getting that pretty slim. Gonna be honest with you. Maybe the kids will want one of it. They have a Nintendo Switch. Can I play Madden on that?
I'm not sure, JP. I don't pay attention to other game systems.
He's loyal.
It's very loyal,
Loyal
Jeff.
to one game.
Very
system.
loyal.
All right, quick break. When we return, Chick Hernandez joins the program.
Anthony Richardson suffered a dislocated pinky on his throwing hand when he was sacked with about 7 minutes left in the first quarter of the team's preseason opener. Richardson indicated after the game he felt mostly fine. He did say that there was some swelling and that his finger was tender. Now, the Colts medical staff was able to pop his finger back into place, but he's now day-to-day. It was a really disappointing end to an important night for Richardson. He completed the first 2 of his 3 passes for 21 yards before the injury occurred, cutting short an opportunity to build on his encouraging performances that he had in training camp. So in the quarterback battle between him and Daniel Jones, it's fair to say Daniel Jones has the advantage for now. Speaking of injuries, Chargers Pro Bowl left tackle Rashawn Slater will miss the 2025 season with a ruptured patellar tendon suffered in practice on Thursday. Slater will undergo surgery and is being placed on the IR. Just 11 days ago, talk about timing, Slater signed a 4-year, $113 million contract extension, including $92 million of that fully guaranteed. The deal made him the highest paid offensive lineman by average annual pay in NFL history. And Bears head coach Ben Johnson said that Caleb Williams will not take part in Sunday's preseason opener against the Dolphins. Johnson added, though, that about 9 starters on offense and defense will also be sitting out of that matchup. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
All drinks are free. Who better to celebrate another beautiful Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday than Mr. Chick? Chick Hernandez joins us now live in room 234, Club 234.
Yeah.
What up, Mr. Chick? How you doing?
So let me just say this out of the gate. I was listening to the radio show from my room because I'm in 134.
Did you bang on the ceiling
I
at
did.
one point? I thought I heard that.
I thought at one point B. Mitch had dropped you or something because I heard this loud thump. I'm like, what is going on? Then I looked at my text and said, wait, JP said room 234. He is directly ahead of ridiculous.
So I texted Chick. I was like, 11 a.m., room 234. And then I realized, and then I followed up. I was like, if that said 11 p.m., that text would seem very different.
Very true.
All right. Chick and B will be on the call tonight. You can watch the game on WUSA Channel 9. We've been talking about this. We got a poll question up about who fans want to see kind of make some plays tonight. Mm-hmm. Who are you excited to watch tonight?
I'm excited to see 23. Trey Amos. I want to see, he's looked so good in practice, and I just want to see that translate to, game action. I mean, what does Joe Witt tell us? He tells us this kid gets better every day in practice. So I want to see what he does because I'd love to see another corner and get some depth at the position and see him make some plays. I don't want to. We've seen it against the Burgundy and Gold for so long, these first 2 weeks. I want to see him going against somebody else and know what he's doing. I know he knows what he's doing, but I want to see it play out of the field. And the other thing is it's a K. Medrano for me. Just I want to see him flash a little bit.
Yeah.
I want to see him improve a little bit and say, okay, because they're going to need some depth there.
They are going to.
Yes.
Because he's going to get a lot of opportunities today.
A lot of playing time.
Because you look at the 3 guys in front of him, they're not playing.
No.
Right.
One of them's not here and 2 of them not playing.
Yeah.
So he has to get out there and do it. What are you expecting from which young guy other than, you guys, you said Kane, you said Amos, but offensively, which young guys are you looking for?
Boy, offensively. Well, I want to see Bill. A
lot of excitement about him.
Bill, it looked so crisp and clean in practice. I want to see Bill out there and really solidify. I think we all kind of, Mitch, you played the game. You when you watch him, you go, okay.
Yeah.
And people on the sidelines in practice go, oh, look at that. But it's practice.
Right.
They're not thumping, they're not thudding, all that jazz. I want to see that. And this is a kid who he should have a little chip in his shoulder after what happened in college.
He does.
Right? So let's see him run with that. Because I know another guy that played for Washington who had a chip in his shoulder.
Still does.
I'm pointing at somewhere else in the room, 234 here.
Right.
I want to see that. That's the kid I want to see prove it on the field. Just like Trey, I want to see get it done.
Sure. Well, it's interesting. As impressive as Krosky Merritt has been in practice, the only real play I saw during the joint practice was a botched handoff between him and Jaden that landed on the ground. So, like, for all of the positive we've seen in Ashburn, that's not what we got at the joint. That's one play. Obviously, you don't write a book off one play, but I definitely want to see him tonight.
You know what? And what's funny when you bring that up is when I saw that, the immediate reaction was the Bill to drop his shoulders for a second, and number 5 walked straight to him, and they had a quick conversation.
Right.
And it was over. And it was no yelling, screaming, but it was the second-year veteran quarterback going over and going. And he might have said, "That's my bad." You know, we don't know exactly what took place there because sometimes it's the QB who didn't get it there in time and put it into the elbow instead of the stomach. So, but it was a really quick conversation. A lot of teaching going on there.
But he does that all the time, man.
True.
And he's beyond his years.
Well, yeah, totally.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
Mature,
he's special, and I think
And that mesh point can look
he
different.
does it with everybody, even like a route. You know, and the coach was talking about that the other day where he said sometimes he'll go to him and he might be telling him what he wants, or he would tell him that's exactly what he needs to get,
Right.
or just trying to help him out. But he doesn't do anything in a like a negative manner.
You know, a couple weeks ago he told Chris Moore to get out of the huddle.
Yeah.
Right? Messed up.
After the
Said,
false start,
just
right.
get out, and then Moore's back in. He threw it right back to him on a perfect pass. Now Moore dropped it, but that's okay. But it was like another teaching moment. Y'all know I got almost in a fight yesterday, or was it 2 days ago? 2 days ago.
You?
A little bit. And Jason Tatum, the Boston Celtic, was there.
I've heard this, but I didn't know we were sharing it with the masses. But
I don't care. I want to see that guy again. So Jason Tatum's going off. We had just finished speaking off camera with Jaden, and Jaden's, somebody said, "Hey, what'd you say to Jason?" And he said, "I want to invite him to a basketball game." My first thought was, a Wizards game? Anyway,
He want to play him.
just come.
Oh.
He said, "I'd like to invite him to a game. I know he's got some time off because he's coming back from an injury." And so we wanted to get Jason Tatum coming off the field, who was walking right at us, microphones in hand, and his security guy. I said, "Hey." I started to ask a question. He goes, "He's not talking," and he put his hands on me. Kind of took his hand and pushed my hip away, and I was like, "Dude, you're not going to touch me?" And I heard like Denzel Washington, "Get your hands off me." I want to see that. I want to see that guy again at some point. There's video of it. There's video. I mean, I'll go down in a heart rate, but still.
He's a security guy.
I know.
He knows a little something.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, he got a license to shoot too.
We are talking with Chick Hernandez here on the in-person Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. You can hear Chicken B. You can watch Chicken B, rather, tonight on the preseason Game 1. Yeah. So I wanted to ask you this because you've called a ton of preseason games.
Mm-hmm.
Have you noticed the evolution of preseason, especially when they played 4 games and there weren't a lot of these joint practices, to now where it's 3 preseason games and the joint practices seem to be like what coaches care about more? Does that feel different over kind of that arc?
Well, I was alive when they used to have 6 preseason games. I mean,
Wow.
Okay, they had 6 there early on.
Wow.
Went to 4 and now 3. Yeah, I mean, the importance of the joint practice. And what did they say to us? We had a pre-production meeting, and it's like, we want to see the middle and bottom portion of our roster. This is our decision-making time. That's why our starters aren't going to play. And so this is a very important time. The joint practice, you get a chance to see your starters and make sure you're solidified there. Then this game, bright lights, Friday Night Lights.
Sure.
Show up, get your name called, all of that, and don't make errors of mental errors, and that's what they're looking for. So it's very important now because you got to get off to a quick start in this league now, even though you're playing 17, soon to be 18 games.
Right. I mean, you saw the Bengals do it last night with Burrow and Chase out there. They clearly, after a lot of slow starts in Cincinnati, they're trying to change that.
Yeah.
But there are coaches who's saying that exact thing about like what the Bengals doing. They want to get their guys out there. I think when you look at this team and you look at what they've done, I think Jaden's progression last year and also when he came back this year helps them out even more.
No doubt.
If he was a quarterback coming in
With questions.
I think you have to play him.
You'd see him. Look, they are the oldest team in the league,
Right.
age-wise. So you also have to protect for this long haul. So that's why the old guard, the Bobbies, the Zacks, let's keep fresh legs a little bit. They'll play game 2.
Well, to your point, B, that's probably why we'll see a little bit of Drake May tonight at least.
Yeah.
Just because he has shown real flashes, but he didn't have the season Jaden did last year. And, and they probably and you get a coaching change for New England. They probably want to see some real work.
That's a key thing. Vrabel is like, I can't just walk in here and say, I'm not going to play this guy. The other thing is, what's I found funny after the joint practice is listening to the New England media. Oh, Drake May really outshined Jaden Daniels. And all that.
I've been talking about this for 2 days.
What are you talking about?
That just the emphasis on declaring a winner from a practice was just so asinine.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I think you check that out. It's like what's the thing? You don't see bees going around trying to tell flies why honey is better than. You know what I'm saying? Let's be real.
Yeah.
Well, when they have to compare their guy to our guy.
Correct.
Because our guy did it, and he's shown you what he's at. This guy hasn't yet. So they have to try to build him up to try to put him at their level. Jaden didn't care.
No.
Nobody here cared. We saw this guy do it in real time last year.
Yeah. Drake's a nice player. I mean, he made some nice decision throws, all of that. He's just a golly gee good guy. When you talk to him, it's like, I want to see a little fire. I'm sure it's in there, but it's like,
Talking with Chick Hernandez here. You can give him a follow at Mr. Chick Sports. So, B and I did this a little earlier. It was
in this room?
Yes.
Okay.
We who is going to be, for all 3 preseason games, your preseason passing yards leader for the Washington Commanders?
Wow. Josh Johnson.
Oh, all right. B and I both said Hartman.
I'm going Hartman.
I'd like to see Sam do it.
Who do you think gets to start tonight?
I think Sam gets to start.
Okay.
And Sam's got a lot to prove,
Right.
I mean, Cliff Kingsbury told us he's been up and down in camp, and he's trying to fit some throws and windows that shouldn't be, because he's watching his teammate who can do that. Well,
And his best friend.
Right. There's only a few guys on
He
the
has to
planet.
prove that he's more than just Jaden's best friend.
I was honestly a little surprised by Cliff's answer there. And Cliff is not a guy that blows smoke, but it was not that it was critical, but it was quite honest.
Yeah.
Oh, he's very much that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very much so. Very much so. So, I mean, I want to see Sam. I mean, the surprise was when he said in his press conference, Sam's going to have the shoulder surgery and everything.
Right.
Now, I kind of knew that, but it was like, I thought it was a kind of minor thing. Apparently it wasn't so minor.
Sure. And he's like, he's just started throwing again. Everybody's like looking around.
Yeah. So he's got some stuff to prove.
They keep stuff close to the vest, though.
Oh, my gosh.
That's tremendous. They don't leak. That's why I think Terry's, to go off the beaten path. I think Terry's a Washington Commander by season's beginning. I think that's going to happen. That's because that's the way Adam works.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's hard to see a realistic path to him playing somewhere else by week 1.
It is hard to see. It can happen for sure, but it is hard to see.
The trade request kind of exists in name only. Yeah. It's just the next progression in the contract holding cycle.
That has become the thing.
Right.
When you have an organization and a beloved player, and the first thing they do is say, let's put him on the PUP list with, and I'm using air quotes, ankle injury. Okay, so that allows you not to get fined $50,000 for mispractice. Then you allow said player to be in the building, to the meetings, all that stuff. And then you allow him to come out and sign autographs. Yeah. That's an organization going, listen, we're trying to work this out, dude. We love you. Let's just figure out a way. And, I'm sure you guys have talked about it. I think Buddy Baker, his agent's overmatched in this particular case.
Yeah, the way is to figure it out financially, right?
Correct.
And I think clearly the two sides are far apart. I think the guarantees should be the driver, not an AAV thing. Mm-hmm. And I think until that realization gets to all parties, it's going to remain in kind of this neutral.
Or has it already happened? And they're just staying quiet about it because they want to see the receiving core. No?
I'd find that very hard to believe. Maybe, unless you're telling me it happened today, but, I think they'd want Terry to get the work in the joint practice.
Understand.
And I think, to me, he's missed the joint practice. He was never going to play tonight, right?
Correct.
So now, what's a goal? What's a goalpost you want to see Terry in? I think They practice Thursday, Friday, Saturday next week ahead of the Monday nighter. Those 3 practices, they're scheduling that like a real game week. The practices are going to be in the afternoon. They're going to do their lift and their meetings in the morning. I think that is a real milestone. Like, you'd like to see Terry there next Thursday, and maybe even – I doubt he would play that quick. And I think the last milestone is the joint practice against the Ravens. Like, you always say it, B, to play football, you got to play football. Like, you do want to see some work out of Terry.
No doubt.
And, dude, if this is some elaborate hoax just to check out the rest of this receiver room –
They mentioned
They
stuff
can't
like
like
that
what
a
they
lot.
see.
Both of them have said it like that. Cliff and Dan have
kind
said
of the
that
silver lining.
multiple times.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's just, it makes you think. When I hear something once, okay, but if I keep hearing it, I'm like, what's really going on here?
Well, the flip side of that
I want
is
to go like Arnold. What you talking about, Willie?
they're getting asked the question, hey, without Terry here, what do you see otherwise? It's not like they're bringing it up.
True.
You know what I mean?
True.
But, dude, if that is – let's play this hypothetical out. If that is what's going on, they're probably not thrilled.
Who?
Like, if the point is keep Terry off so we check out everybody else, you got Debo and Jalen look good.
That's it.
And Noah when he goes, but we don't see much of Noah.
Don't.
So, I don't know.
A lot of drops by Moore. I mean,
Yeah.
More drops.
If I'm watching the receivers in practice, I'm going – because every
I got
drop
to get 17 here.
every drop
Exactly.
every drop is 17 would have caught that.
Yeah.
Basically. That's what I'm seeing.
Dude, the celebration that these Pats fans are having about winning the practice was largely the red zone drills where they got bogged down, where Jaden threw 2 contested type catches and none of them came home.
Right.
17 makes those.
Didn't have 17, didn't have 86 there too.
Right,
So yeah.
right.
Yeah. I wonder. I'll throw this out there. I wonder because Jaden goes to the bubble at 6 o'clock in the morning. I wonder who he throws to during those times.
6 o'clock in the morning?
I know last year it was Luke a ton because Luke gets there really early. If you're one of these young receivers and you can go catch balls from Jaden, you better be there.
You better be there.
But, if 17 was running around, I wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah, I don't think that my ankle's worse than Terry's, and I don't have an ankle.
Right. All right. Receiving yards leader, all 3 preseason games.
Receiving yards leader, yeesh.
B and I went different on this one.
Okay.
I went Jay Lane.
Yeah, I'm going to go Gallup. I'm going Gallup.
Gallup. All right. I like that.
Gallup.
So I went Ja'Cory Brooks. Tischler went Strachan. How do we say this young man's name? Strawn. I've heard 4 versions of this.
Yeah, it's Strawn.
It looked like Strachan.
Yeah, I am too looking at that going, okay, wait a minute, that doesn't look like Strawn.
Strachan is Strawn.
Strawn.
Okay.
Yes.
Strawn.
That's what they've told us.
Yeah.
There's a couple names on the rosters, both rosters, where B. Mitch will not be speaking those names.
What was your boy's name on the Ravens last night?
His name was Wester.
No, what was the first name?
LeJonte.
LeJonte?
LeJonte Wester.
What are parents doing these days?
Drinking.
All right, so you got Hartman.
Yep.
You got you got Jackson.
I got
Johnson.
Johnson.
Rather. Johnson. There's a joke in there somewhere.
Yes, there is.
So
thank you.
Johnson, Gallup, and your rushing yards leader.
For heaven's sakes. Rushing yards leader. Let me put my glasses back on here. Rushing yards leader. I'm going with Kaz.
Ooh.
Kaz Allen.
Rushing yard?
They list him as a back.
I'm going to go with Kaz.
Okay. All right. We got very different answers.
Very different.
Very different.
B went with Bill. I went with
Bill's a smart move.
Felton.
Yeah. Dimitri. Yeah. Yes. I just looked down at my card here. I got a huge play card that I'm trying to make sense of. Yeah. 90 players on each roster is a little difficult. See, B. Mitch has the luxury of watching the action. The guy played in the league for 14 years and reacting to set play. I've got to know – I don't have to know 90 because starters aren't there, but still, we're going to talk about them. Sure. I'm going to call that in a coherent fashion.
That's why they pay you the big bucks.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. Do you guys have any stories ready for like the third and fourth quarter
always.
when this thing is probably a dog of a game?
Always.
What do we got?
Always. There's always stories.
Davios.
We have we have a long history together, having worked together for a long
Sure.
time. For one, too, and then some of the things that the coaches said in our production meetings, you know, like the text thread between DQ and Joe Witt, and the text thread
And they
between
talk
him
about
and Cliff.
everything.
They talk about everything, and they're in the off season where they start running rampant about just seeing something on TV and going, "Oh, we just do this." Those kind of stories will pop up. So
There you go.
And players that they really want to see and
Yeah.
everything.
And I can tell the story of why the head coach texted me at 1:30 in the morning a couple weeks ago.
There you go. That's a tease right there.
That's a tease.
Yeah.
Thank you, man. If I don't see you, have a great call. I'll see you there.
Did
at
he
some
invite
point.
you to room 234 like JP did?
He
11?
did not invite me to any room. No.
Club 234,
Club
baby.
234. I'm staying away from that club at 11 p.m. Let me tell you right now.
11 a.m. All good.
I've seen you guys at nighttime. It's not a pretty sight, people.
I went home last night. Shout out to Pat Malley. Found us a charger. Thank you, Chick.
Lovely. All right,
All right,
boys.
Chick.
See you at the
Cool, bro.
stadium.
Check out tonight. Chick and B. Mitch on the call. 7:30 kick, right? 7:30 kick.
7:30.
There's a 7 o'clock pregame show, by the way, on Channel 9, but that's another plug.
7
Sorry.
o'clock pregame, baby. Be there. It's the first preseason game. You want to see the Burgundy and Gold? Tonight is your night. Give him a follow at Mr. Chick Sports. We're going to open these phone lines up. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. What Commanders player are you most looking forward to watching tonight?
Update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. The statue Tom Brady is getting outside of Gillette Stadium has arrived. The Patriots plan to unveil at 6 p.m. tonight, about an hour and a half before kickoff of the preseason game between the Patriots and the Commanders. That's right, we have Washington football back on our TVs tonight. Now, head coach Dan Quinn did say Jaden Daniels and the starters won't be playing in tonight's matchup, so expect a heavy dose of those players looking to move up the depth chart or cement their name as someone who needs to make the 53-man roster. And from last night's preseason game, Ravens rookie cornerback Bilal Kone left last night's preseason game with the Colts, suffering what appeared to be a very serious leg injury. He was carted off the field. Now, he will miss the rest of the season, head coach John Harbaugh told reporters after the game. He tore his ACL and his MCL in his left knee, according to those reports. Now, if you saw the video, though, that shouldn't come as a surprise to you. It was a gnarly injury, so hoping for the best for his leg. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067, The Fan.
I blew my eardrum out right there, dog.
Fired up, B. It's game day, dog.
Dog. Keep it down a little bit, man. Won't you have a voice tonight?
Every day is game day, dog. Phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. MGM National Harbor listener lines are open because we're asking you, what player do you want to see most tonight? I'm excited to watch Hartman. I think he's going to get a lot of work. I think this battle for the third quarterback spot is real. Mm-hmm. And Johnson, you know what he is. He's been around for, literally like 15 seasons. Hartman is a complete unknown.
Yeah.
I'm curious what the folks on the phones think. We got a dude from Australia on the line.
Australia.
Josh, what's up, man?
Hey, mate. How are you?
Great, dude. How are you?
What time is it in Australia, Josh?
Yep. It's currently 1:30 in the morning.
Wow.
Like tomorrow? Are you in the future?
Yeah. It's Saturday morning for me.
Wow. Do you often
That's why I'm
listen
allowed
to
to
us?
stay.
Do you often listen to us in the middle of the night?
No, I usually work on Saturdays, so I'm usually sound asleep, but I've got tomorrow off, so I'm listening to you.
Oh, cool.
Awesome, man.
Good stuff, man.
We appreciate it. Also, so you know, you could probably listen to the podcast of the show during daylight hours in Australia.
I get it every day. Every morning. That's what I listen to at work.
I appreciate it, man. All right. Well, thanks for calling. And who do you want to see tonight?
Like to see a bit of Trey Amos. Like to see what he's doing. I'd like to see some Lane possibly on kicks, but maybe we need to keep that a bit of a secret. I don't know what Beamage sticks on that one. And then probably some Madrano.
All right.
Do you want to see Lane returning kicks tonight, B?
I want to see Lane do everything he can do.
Yo,
yeah. But do we keep that a secret though?
If he's on punt returns, you'll figure he's gonna be able to be on kick returns.
Yeah, I don't think
it was kind of a secret last year because Eckler never did it
right
until the regular season.
But they drafted a kid that returned punts in college. Mm-hmm. Like I don't think it's much of a secret that they think he's going to be.
He's talking about the kickoff return.
Yeah,
the kickoff return is what he's talking about, though. Yeah.
Josh, can I ask you a question, dude? Did you ever live?
Of course you can.
See, how did you become a fan of the burgundy and gold?
Honestly, well back in the day, I bought Madden, 03 or something like that.
Wow.
Loved the logo, had no idea about the history.
Wow.
And then Shanahan came in as coach. And then we stole a quarterback from Philadelphia, and I was like, oh, this is going to be incredible. Didn't realize I was in for 20 years of hell. But hey, I stuck there, and now I haven't given up. I've stuck by them. I've still got my Griffin jersey. I've got my McLaurin jersey. I now have my brand new 5 jersey.
There you go.
Yeah, so
That's awesome,
you
man.
know, they cost a lot to ship from the States, but
I bet, man. Yes, I bet. Don't get overnight shipping, dude. That's going to be a fortune. Listen, Josh, thanks for
mate,
listening,
overnight
man.
shipping from the States doesn't exist. All good, brother. You guys take care.
All right, thanks a
brother.
lot, man.
Take care,
Great
man.
to talk to you. That was fun, man.
That was.
All right, let's keep these phone lines going.
I
800-636.
didn't know I was in for 20 years of hell.
800-636-1067. Listener lines are open. Who's the player you want to see most tonight? Who do you want to see make a play? Let's go to Vinny in Seat Pleasant.
What
Vinny,
up,
what
Vinny?
up?
What's up, fellas? How y'all feeling today, man? Hope all is well.
We're
good,
good,
brother.
man.
Hey, I'm gonna have to go with Trey, man. I'm gonna have to go with Amos. I want to see him get up in your face when it comes down to being aggressive to the wide receiver. I like pass breakups, man. So him playing the ball, attacking the ball. I want to see how rangy he can be from sideline to sideline. I just want to see him do his thing. I want him to make his name tonight. I want him getting some tackles. I want Trey to do his thing. I want him to go off. You know what I'm saying? But one more thing, B-Mitch, I know it's not ask you anything yet, but I want to ask you a real quick question. My team raising, money for our new jerseys this fall, and I was wondering if you want to do a little brother a favor and, help me reach my goal in raising some money to give my team these new uniforms.
Send me some information.
I got you. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. I love y'all, man. Hope
All right,
Trey
bro.
go off.
Appreciate it.
Hell to the Commanders. Let's do our thing, fellas.
Thanks, buddy.
All right, brother.
Appreciate the call. Keep these phones going. My guy Henry is in Northwest. What's up, Henry?
What's up, Hen?
Hey fellas, how y'all doing? Happy Friday and everything. Hey,
Same to you, brother.
I want to know. I want to know about Luke McCaffrey. I hope he can just connect more with Jaden upcoming when the season really starts and everything in practice. And B. Mitch, I want to know. Can you tell me a little bit about Henry Elliott back in the day before he came with the Redskins when he used to be with the Rams? Thanks, fellas. Happy Friday.
He was a route running genius. That dude would run the post corner. He could run any route out there. He'd be running full speed down the field. All of a sudden, boom, going across the field. Smooth feet and great hands. Henry was a bad dude.
Dude, I remember it used to be Madden has always been like the dominant video game, but there used to be this other game called NFL Game Day, and I don't know why, but my parents always got me that. And Henry Ellard would run this little like post corner route. It was simply unstoppable.
You couldn't stop him.
And I think it was like Tony Banks throwing it. Like it wasn't the highest rated players,
He was
but
a bad
he
boy,
was
dude.
good, dude.
Yes.
Henry Ellard was good.
Yeah.
It's interesting he brought up Luke. That was a good call. Luke is a guy that in that same Kingsbury press conference where he was pretty honest about where Hartman is, Kingsbury was way higher on Luke than I feel like maybe fans are right now. Just talking about
But see, the fans hear the name, and they automatically assume he's like his brother. Kingsbury, they know that they got an unfinished product, and they have to build him to a certain point. But they know that he still has that lineage from that family. I think they're seeing the things that they want him to accomplish. That's not what fans see. You know what I mean? So just like I came in here, and Coach Gibbs had his things for me, but other people were wanted to see, well, this guy here, you drafted him, he needs to play. I was growing in his eyes, but maybe not other people's eyes, but did have some good plays early.
Right.
Luke hasn't had that signature place yet that could help him out in the fans' eyes, say it like that.
For
but
sure.
the coaches, they're seeing the things they want to see.
Let's go to our boy Rusty in Delaware. Rusty, who you want to watch tonight, man? Who needs to make a play for you?
Hey, happy Friday, fella.
You too, bud.
Hey, tonight I mean, it's kind of like a broken record. Everybody's saying the same thing. I want to see Connerly just because there was a lot of folks that seemed to be down on him at the beginning of camp. I don't know what the expectation was from some of the fans and some of the aggregators and stuff like that, but I really want to see him with live bullets. I want to see Kane Medrano. The night we were over at the MGM for the Legends dinner, we ran into Kane down in the lobby. And, I'm 6'2", and I had to look up at him. I know he's listed at 6'3", but he just seems like a tall, strong, fast kid. And I want to see how coaching with Ken Norton, again, has impacted him at the pro level. And on the PlayStation talk, number one, game day was awesome. Those Easter eggs where you can make the helmets big, that was a lot of fun for me as a teenager. But I've got
awesome.
a 10-year-old. I've got a 10-year-old that wants to put out a challenge to Mr. Jeff Walker. He got Madden for his birthday. He's ready. He was sending me all kinds of screenshots yesterday. I mean, the only negative it seems is DQ's hats on forwards and not backwards. But this kid right here is the reason why I retired from Madden, because I don't like receiving every kickoff and being hit, sticked, and fumbling before I get to the 25-yard line.
Damn.
So Jeff wants to throw it out there. I've got a 10-year-old Commander_JT4 is his gamer tag, and we'll
send
see
it to
what we
the
can do
DM.
against the.
All right, Jeff.
Yeah,
Jeff,
I'll
are
send
you
it to the
prepared?
DM.
Jeff, are you prepared to lose to a 10-year-old?
Yes. These kids. Now,
The
will
kids
I
are
lose?
good, dog.
No, but these kids are good in these games, JP. Like a little
Yes.
kid was whooping me yesterday on Call of Duty and laughing at it, saying I'm beating an old man. So
That's great.
It is so sad to play against these kids and how good they are, man. I mean, even his buddies sometimes won't play against him because he just goes ham on them. So I'll send it to the DM, Jeff, and we'll set up a grudge match.
Jeff, thank you, Rusty. Appreciate you, buddy. Jeff,
Yes.
video game question for you. I don't want to have to play people on the internet. Can you still just play the computer, or do you have to play other people?
no, you can play the computer, but it's just after a while beating the computer gets easy.
I have a feeling, one, I'm not actually going to do this, but two, if I actually get a new PlayStation and start playing, people will be coming for my neck.
Oh,
I
yeah.
feel like I will just get
Yeah,
slaughtered.
you will. You will. You talk a lot of trash, Jay. They're going to come get you.
Now, Landfill, Rusty saying that his 10-year-old son was prepared to beat Jeff in Madden got me thinking of the last child that challenged a B. Mitch and Finley member to a competition.
That kid lost.
Remember the famous dance contest at the golf tournament when B. Mitch battle danced
Hey,
the
that kid
6-year-old?
lost. She lost. I don't care.
Yeah,
Instead
B-Mitch
of looking at
defeated
me
a
dancing,
six-year-old
challenge
girl
me.
in a dance-off, and then he came over to the broadcast booth to let everybody know about it.
I was sweating, dog.
You were sweating like Patrick Ewing in Georgetown.
Man, but the little girl was there. She said, "Well, you want some?" I'm like, "Yeah, I want some." Who you think you talking to?
That is an all-time moment for this show when B. Mitch took down a dance contest on a putting green. Phone lines are lit up. Everybody stay there. We're taking your calls. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Girl, look at that body.
Gotta look at that body.
All right, in about
Look at that
15 minutes,
body.
we're going to be joined by
Work
former
out.
Terp, former Skin, former Patriot, A.J. Francis. Fired up to talk to A.J. Right now, though, we're asking a simple question. Who's the player you want to see the most from tonight? Whose name you want to get called? Who do you want to make a play? Let's go to these phones. Monty is in Akakeek. What's up, Monty?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? What's going on, JP and B?
We're chilling. Who you want to see tonight?
Hey, listen, I want to see Bill, honestly. I want to see Bill. It's a lot, but I want to focus on Bill. I was down there at practice on Monday just now, and I was sitting in the end zone, and I saw when he broke outside, I said, oh, Lord, I definitely got to see this dude in action. I want to see him under those lights.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I mean, Bill is a very good answer, man.
He got vision. Bro.
That's a popular pick, Monty.
Yes,
Let's hope you see
Yes,
a big
sir.
play tonight, man. Thanks, dude.
Yeah, he reminds me of B. Mitch.
Ooh. Interesting. All right, Monty. Appreciate you, bud.
All right, y'all.
Yeah, bro.
It's tough because we got people calling from everywhere, but it's hard to beat the dude that called from Australia.
Yeah.
Rob's in Virginia Beach. Rob, who you want to hear their name get called tonight?
This is Kerr from Virginia Beach, Rob's daughter.
Okay, great. Who would you like to see tonight?
I'd like to see Kate Madrano since he started as a wide receiver and then changed to a linebacker. I think it'd be interesting to see how he plays.
All right.
That's a great call.
That's
Thank
a good
you.
call. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
You too. And listen, during the school year, we have a rule that kids can't call in because you're supposed to be at school. But it's summertime.
Yeah.
So you want to call?
Oh, yeah.
Terrific.
Call
Thank you for
in.
the call.
Definitely.
I have a little bit of a question for Jeff. B, you see my man on line 2 here? Yep. Nick, welcome.
Welcome.
Yes, he's in Welcome, Maryland.
Welcome, Maryland.
I've never heard of Welcome, Maryland. Nick, where's
Me
Welcome,
either.
Maryland?
We're about 2 minutes over the plate of line. Waldorf, down past Waldorf.
Okay. Gotcha.
Shout
I'm
out to
telling you, I
Welcome,
love
Maryland.
kids calling up. We got people from Australia calling. It feels good to be a Redskin. I'm sorry. A Burgundy and Gold fan again. And I want to see Bill. What we're missing is a running, slashing, cutting running back. And that's what I think that is the most important thing. And I'd like to see some of our offensive linemen, some of the guys in the back row that, who's going to fill in if we get hurt, that kind of thing. And the guy in Australia, man, God bless you. And my best Australian, I got a pet kangaroo named Gippy, who jumps over peanut butter jars, right? Good night, mate.
All right, man. Thanks, Nick.
Good stuff, brother.
Hey, Jeff, they're smoking that loud pack and welcome. I'll tell you that much. Tyler is in Richmond. Tyler, who you want to see tonight, dude?
Hey, what's going on, JP? Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Hey, I'm looking forward to seeing the young receiving core as a whole because for some of them, it's going to be their opportunity to make a name for themselves, and you can never have enough depth at one position.
There you go.
Appreciate it, brother.
Appreciate
Thank
it, man. Thank you. Preseason game 1 tonight. Commanders, Patriots. The question is simple. It is actually our AAA fan poll of the day. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, you can upgrade for free at AAA.com/Commanders. So the AAA.com poll of the day is what player are you most excited to see tonight? Bill, Jalen Lane, Kane Madrano, or other? We've gotten plenty of others. What is the vote at, Landfill? If you can, update me on that. One dude said Ben Sennett. That's a good one, man.
He mentioned Sennett and Yankoff the other day, so they're in a nice little battle.
They're playing tonight?
Yeah.
Okay. Because Sennett missed a practice, I think, last week, but you'd like to see Sennett make some plays, man. That's a guy that there was a ton of excitement surrounding and has a lot of skill. Let's go. Keep these phone lines going. Corey is in Tennessee. Corey, who you want to see tonight, dude?
To be honest, first of all, I wanted to say rest in peace to my boy Sean Taylor. I love him with all my heart. I miss him. And I want to say that I love you guys. I appreciate you. You give me energy while I'm at work. I'm a contractor. I do houses.
All right.
And as far as my questions is, and the question you guys have, I would like to see the rookies from last draft as well to see how they have progressed going into the next season, and as well as the rest of the young talent they just drafted. I would like to see more of that going forward because experience is the best teaching. And I think that we got a Super Bowl team. And the Redskin name, I want to know, would you guys have a problem if Donald Trump changed it back to the Redskins? And my last thing is the Commander's name. I'll try to get in touch with some personnel about a month ago because I had an idea on an alternate color uniform. And my idea, I was trying to talk to somebody, and the only person I could really talk to was a security guy. And he said he was going to pass my number on, but haven't heard anything yet. But my
Landfill, you're cold-blooded. I don't know who you contact about the uniform stuff, man. But
I don't have a clue.
Appreciate the call, dude. Apparently, in our poll, the options, our AAA poll of the day, Bill Merritt, Jalen Lane, Kane Madrano, or other. Landfill tells me that Bill Merritt is running away with this thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think people are really excited to see him tonight.
Yeah.
What do you
I can see that.
What do you think a workload looks like for him
Tonight?
Like 8 carries, something like that.
8 or more.
You think more?
He could get more.
That'll be interesting, man.
Yeah.
Now, normally when somebody calls our program based on the East Coast from California, that's a big deal. But on the day a dude calls from Australia, California's not that big of a deal. Kevin and Cali, who you want to see tonight?
Hey, what's up, guys? Been a fan since '83. What's up, B. Mitch?
What's up, brother?
Huge fan, but I'm looking forward to seeing Amos and Lane, probably the most. A lot of exciting players, though. Looking forward to see Bill do his thing, but I'm just happy football's back. So I got tickets to the Chargers game in October. Gonna go watch and smash the Chargers. So
Hell yeah. We'll be there,
Yep.
dude. Say what's
Yep,
up.
see you there, brother.
all right, have a good day, you guys.
All right, you too.
Take care, man. Mark is in Landover Hills. Mark, who are you looking for tonight?
Yeah, hey guys, top of the day to you. I wanted to give a shout out to both of you. You really did excellent, especially you, B. Mitch. You guys did a heck of a job on that double team practice the other day, man, for giving us this facts and figures, buddy. I want to tell you, you did too, JP.
Thanks,
Appreciate it, man.
That was a lot of fun.
Thank you.
Hey man, I'm telling you, it was excellent, buddy. And who would I want? I want to see Bill, but Madrano. I want to see him, man, because he kind of reminds me of an old guy that was a linebacker a while back. B. Mitch will probably remember him. His nickname was the Stork, and he was a lanky guy like the Madrano. And I want to see Mr. Bill and Mr. Lane and all those guys. But I'm really looking forward to see somebody who might be the next Ted Hendricks.
All right.
All right, man.
Gotcha, man.
Thanks, dude. Appreciate the call.
And hey, if we're joking around, fellas, real quick, I want to see B. Mitch play this tonight because I think he can still do it.
No, you don't. I'll be moving in slow motion.
You can watch B-Mitch play golf. I think that's or hell, come to the dad games tomorrow. We'll get B-Mitch throwing stuff into a trash can basketball. Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate you. I don't know that we got Landfill and Jeff's answer for who they want to see tonight. Landini, are you a Bill Merritt guy?
Yeah, I want to see Bill.
Jeffrey?
Yeah, I'm ready to see Bill. He's been electric at camp. I want to see him in real action now. I'm calling it. He's going to break a big one tonight.
Ooh, Jeff's calling.
All right, Jeff.
You should see. All right, call it all the way then, Jeff. In regular season, they put these odds out there for a player's longest run. I don't know if they have those odds for preseason games. Let's get White Brian to get us a whole bunch of odds on tonight's game. Let's see what kind of degenerate action we can check out. When we return, though, very excited to talk to our friend AJ Francis. Nobody go anywhere.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Micah Parsons' trade request hasn't resulted in any trade offers made to the Cowboys per ESPN. Yet contract discussions between the star linebacker and the team haven't occurred since the request was made either. Now, Parsons missed Thursday's practice with back tightness, an issue that he has dealt with since minicamp in June. He's entering the fifth-year option of a rookie contract, which will pay him $24 million. But the big question is, have no teams made any trade inquiries because they genuinely believe Parsons isn't available? Or is something else happening with the Cowboys and Micah Parsons? And Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase looked like they were in regular season form already in their first preseason contest. The Bengals' defense, however, well, not so much. The Eagles' backups moved the ball really easily against Cincinnati starters, which doesn't really bode well for a team that has a Super Bowl caliber offense. Maybe, though, this prompts momentum towards getting a deal done with Trey Hendrickson, the NFL's reigning sack king, who's been holding in since July 30th while seeking a big contract extension. Do you want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia, as well as Foxborough, Massachusetts. I'm fired up to get to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV, and talk to the DMV's own Mr. AJ Francis. Yo, what's up, AJ? How are you, buddy?
That sounds like my kind of segment, the rude guy. You know, I am the bad guy. I'm the heel of heels. That makes sense.
I love it, man. So get us up to speed with everything you got. I follow you on Instagram, so I'm aware of your world. But you are a superstar in this wrestling world, and I know you guys got an event coming to Baltimore next week, right?
Yeah. So we got TNA Emergence, which is a pay-per-view on August 15th at the old UMB Event Center. Now it's called the Chesapeake Farmers Insurance Arena, which is a hell of a name for an arena. And you know, we're there for the pay-per-view on Friday, and then we have another show on Saturday, which will be two tapings of our TV shows that'll follow the pay-per-view. So it'll be a great show. You know, it's the first time TNA's ever come to Baltimore. So, you know, I'm going around doing the press loops with Moose, who also played in the NFL. So, you know, we've been going around, and you'll be able to see the Hardy Boys there and Joe Hendry and some of the biggest stars in wrestling. So it'll be a good time.
That's awesome, man. I mean, what does it mean for you as somebody that played your college football at Maryland, played for the Redskins? Like, what does it mean for you to come back in this capacity now?
It's awesome, man. Especially because it's TNA's first show in the area. It's a big moment for not just TNA, but for myself as well. I've wrestled in the area before when I was in WWE, but in WWE, I was like, the way I describe it is, in WWE, I was like a backup offensive lineman. In TNA, I'm a quarterback. You know what I'm saying? So, like, it's a completely different vibe to come back and be one of the mainstays, one of the main, you know, people on the roster, you know, the biggest heel on the show. And like last night, I kicked a guy out of my crew, and I told him he's legitimately injured, and I kicked him out of my crew, and I told him that I was happy he tore his ACL. So I'm just evil. You know, I'm evil, so it's always good to be evil.
What's the preparation for all this stuff for you, AJ?
So a lot of stuff you come up with like the day of. Like currently, I don't even know who I'm facing on Friday at the pay-per-view. I know I'm gonna have a match, but I don't even know who I'm facing. But I'll find out the day of or the night before, and then earlier during the day, around like 1 or 2 o'clock, whoever I'm facing will get together and we'll come up with a plan for what we're going to do that night. And we usually have like a producer, which I would say is like a position coach, that like we tell where we want the camera angle to be on certain spots, or to run ideas, because you wouldn't want to have a show where like every match ends the same, or there's like multiple finishers that are the same. So like the producer's job is to find out what other people are doing, so that we don't do the same things as other people. And so it's really a team game, man. It's really like it really is. There is a lot of parallel between wrestling and football. So we're all in it together.
Oh, cool.
Talking with our boy AJ Francis here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can follow AJ on Instagram at AJFrancis410. Dude, so I'm looking at your Instagram right now, and one of your pinned, I guess, videos is O'Shea Jackson Jr. Is that actually Ice Cube's son?
Yeah, it is. So he's a big wrestling fan. He
looks just like him.
He's a big wrestling fan, and I do a segment called the First Class Pit House, and it's just my own little like talk show segment. And we were doing a show in LA, and so I come out and I talk about all the great people from LA, right? And I talk about Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg and Ice-T and Ice Cube, and then my taxi partner's like, even Tupac. And then I go, well, actually, Tupac's from my hometown of Baltimore, Maryland, right? Which makes people boo, right?
Right.
And then I talk trash about LA and talk about how fake it is and how they're all losers for living there and all that. and then O'Shea Jackson Jr. comes out to like rep LA. He's like, bro, you're not gonna talk about LA in LA, not in front of me. Da, 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 da. So then we get into a little scuffle, which helped prolong a storyline I was doing with somebody else. Somebody else came out to make the save. But from that, O'Shea has literally gone on the record and been like, when they do either the Snoop Dogg or the Death Row biopic, that I need to play Suge Knight. So he went on the record and said that.
You'd be good, dude. You'd be really good.
I would, for sure.
You need to get
I was
Jeff
actually
involved
talking
with
with
stuff, AJ.
I was talking with
Jeff
Paul
involved.
Walter Hauser yesterday, about trying to get into those rooms, you know what I'm saying? So it pays to be, because he's a big wrestling fan too, so it pays to have that wrestling connection.
Talking with our friend AJ Francis. Next weekend, go check out TNA Wrestling at the UMBC Chesapeake Arena. Chesapeake Insurance, what was it? I don't know what the heck that thing's called now.
Yeah,
All right, Chesapeake
UMBC.
Insurance.
You can just say UMBC Arena.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? That's where we're at.
Kate State. So let's talk a little football while we've got you, because it was interesting when your PR folks reached out that you were available. I was like, that is perfect timing for AJ to talk about this time of year in NFL training camps and how hard guys have to work to make rosters.
Training camp is the reason why I don't play football anymore. I could have definitely still made it probably another couple years easily if I wanted to go back to training camp, and I just didn't have it in me. You know, when you lose that dog in you for something like that, you can't be halfway in training camp. That's how you get hurt. That's, you know what I'm saying? That's how you embarrass yourself. And I just knew I didn't have any more training camps left in me, dog. 40 days of the grind, barely seeing anybody but your teammates, physically the most exhausting time of the year, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. every single day. It's rough. It's tough, man. And, that's a different mindset you have to get into. Wrestling is much more fun of a job. It doesn't always pay as well, but it is definitely as fun a job.
I told him, hey, when you're in football, you in it. When you leave it, you can't just step back to it.
No, you can't. People literally come up to me all the time and be like, Commanders fans be like, yo, we could still use you on the D-line. I'm like, no, you couldn't. I would be of no service out there, bro. I could give you 30. I could probably give you 30 plays, but it would be 28 minuses. I'm telling you, I ain't got enough in me, though.
That's funny, dude. Did you watch it all last season? As
Absolutely.
Washington had their best season in 2 decades. What'd you think just watching it?
Oh, it was awesome, man. It was funny. I made money because I saw that Commanders beating the Lions coming a mile away. I saw it. I was like, Bro, the way they've been trending, I was like, if they win this first game, they're going to beat the Lions. I was like, the Eagles are going to be a harder team to beat especially the conference championship on the road.
Mm-hmm.
And they were just the best team in the league last year, and I think they're probably still the best team in the league this year. But like, I was like, man, I think they're going to beat the Lions, bro. And I am so happy for how Jaden has progressed because, in D.C., quarterbacks that play good 1 year usually get cursed, right? Like they usually get hurt or some other things go down or things outside of the building creep in the building and to see Jaden and to see how he performed, man, last year, I'm so excited. There are questions, there's a whole season worth of tape now. So, is there a sophomore slump or does he keep progressing upwards, I think, wasn't it Dan Marino's second year was the only year he went to the Super Bowl, right? So it's like, you never know what can happen. And, he's got the arm talent. He's got, the players around him. Sans Terry. I mean, hopefully that Terry situation, that doesn't ruin what they had built and, how much the offense has been progressing. But, I am very excited for this year for the Commanders.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's been so exciting here, and, like, I'm sure you have a ton of boys that grew up burgundy and gold fans, and just it seemed like the DMV remembered how much they love pro football last year.
Literally, and it was crazy. It was funny to me? I don't know why I never realized this, especially because I played on the team and I grew up in the area. I should have realized this. But until they called the uniforms the Super Bowl era uniforms, I never realized that was the jersey combination for all three Super Bowl wins. The white jersey with the burgundy bottoms. I never realized that until they said that. I was like, why are they called the Super Bowl era? Because we had those combos when I played there, right?
Right.
So I was like, why are they called the Super Bowl era? Like, what is the reason they called it that? And then I was like, oh, they literally wore that all three times.
Well, I also think they couldn't just call them like the old uniforms. You know what I mean? This is how they used to look. I think they had to come up with. I think they handled it. You know what's really been interesting, AJ, and I'm curious what you think. We're talking with our friend AJ Francis, TNA Wrestling. You can watch him at UMBC next weekend. Give him a follow at AJ Francis 410 on Instagram. Things went so sideways here, and you were probably living in L.A. or wherever you've been, but things got so bad, and I think the new ownership group is doing a tremendous job of, reintegrating the proud history of this franchise and still kind of moving forward. Like, have you seen that? Like, they're going to retire Art Monk's jersey, Darryl Green, all these things they've done.
It's so funny because I can describe to you how bad it got in D.C. using something that I did in wrestling. When I was on SmackDown, we did a show in D.C., and I was a bad guy. And I was like, what can I say that will make everyone hate me? Because obviously I have a lot of fans there, being from the area, and as well as just I have fans in wrestling in general. So I was like, what can I say that would make everyone boo me? So I sat there for a while, and then I figured it out so easily. During my promo, I literally started my promo by saying, because this was before the team was sold, I said, this morning I had breakfast with my close personal friend Dan Snyder, and the entire arena erupted in boos. Like, that's all I said. I didn't even say, he's here, or, I literally just said that I had breakfast with him. And they were like, it's not boo. So, the transition from that to then he sells the team, and now I remember growing up, you had a 20-year wait list to get season tickets to go to in DC. You know what I'm saying? So now for the entire thing to be back reinvigorated, and they're talking about building a new stadium, it feels good to be. It makes the city better. It legitimately makes the city better.
You right about
100%, dude. 100%.
It was a party when that team sold finally, man.
There was legit.
It was a legit party.
the bullpen next to Nats Park was jumping.
I was twisted.
Dude, specific to your career, and just knowing you a bit, but with the wrestling, Did you always want to be a heel? Was that always like the goal?
To be honest with you, yes. And the main reason why is because I'm so much bigger than the average human on Earth, right? So as wrestlers go, like I'm the biggest person on TNA. The only person even close to me is Moose, but Moose is my height, but Moose is 70 pounds less than me. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I am so big that in the story of a wrestling match, it's hard for me to, like, elicit sympathy. Like, if I'm beating up somebody smaller than me, they'll go like, come on, fight back, you got it, man. But if someone smaller is beating me up, they're like, all right, AJ, get up. Stop being so soft. Like,
right.
You know what I'm saying? So it just makes it easier as a heel. And also, like, it's more fun to be a heel because I don't have to toe the company line. I can say literally, I don't have to be the clean-cut guy. I can literally come out and say, I'm the best thing on this show, and everyone should know it. And even though I absolutely believe that, like, if I'm a good guy, you're not supposed to be that. You're supposed to be like, oh, we got a team effort that we're doing. And, everybody. But as the bad guy, I'm like, bro, I'm the reason all this is happening. Like, y'all didn't have this before me. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I can really say things that aren't false, but things that you shouldn't say as the nice guy. You know what I'm saying? Right? And I can be more me. And then, like, when fans try to, like, heckle me at the shows, I can say whatever I want to right back to them. You know what I'm saying? As opposed to being, like, having to ignore it because I'm the good guy. Like, nah, you're going to get these bars.
Do you ever drop, like, the Scarface, like, say goodnight to the bad guy? Give that. I mean, that's, like, the most infamous bad guy speech I could think of, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, it's so well known that I'm a villain that I don't even have to say that I am because, I'll give you an example. Last night on TNA, I kicked out a member of my crew who had been in my crew for almost a year, and I kicked him out. And it's because he got injured and he literally tore his ACL and had to get surgery to repair it. But that was what happened in real life. But I made it part of like a storyline thing, and I say in the little promo, I say, "I'm happy you tore your ACL," which is an awful thing to say to a human being, but I can say that because I'm so evil, right? Like he came out on crutches, and we kicked his crutches out from underneath him. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm evil, right? And I could do that. And, like, I woke up this morning with so many people being like, I hate you. You're the worst. And it's just hilarious to me.
I mean, that's exactly what you want. Dude, this was, a couple of weeks ago now. Maybe it was just last week. I'm curious, as somebody that has been a professional football player, played at the highest level, college football, bowl games. Now you make this transition to wrestling. You're younger than me, but, like, I imagine you grew up watching Hulk Hogan in some capacity.
Yeah,
with his passing, and
he was the first person that really gravitated me to wrestling when I was little, like 2 years old.
Right,
when you were literally little.
You weren't little for long, I'm guessing.
When I was actually little, yeah.
What was it like in the wrestling community for an iconic dude like Hogan to pass away?
For a lot of people, like that was their entire knowledge of wrestling. A lot of people who watched in that era either stopped watching or after that, or like he was just the only person that they knew in wrestling in general. Because for the longest time, when I would tell people I was a wrestler, and they'd be like, "What do you mean wrestler?" Like I'd be like Hulk Hogan, but that slowly, because he became older, that became less Hulk Hogan and more like I'd be like The Rock. They'd be like, "Oh, The Rock," and then it'd be funny because a lot of people didn't even know The Rock was a wrestler, right? So like they had no idea The Rock was a wrestler, right? So then that also starts a funny conversation. But it was just a lot of everybody that knew him had a lot to say. But me personally, I didn't really have a relationship with him, so I was just watching everyone else.
Yeah, it was. I don't know, man. It was just interesting to kind of watch that all unfold. And then the other wrestling thing I wanted to ask you about, and I grew up watching the Ultimate Warrior and stuff, and then Stone Cold was kind of like when I was in high school, college. I don't watch regularly now. I love that people love it, but I don't watch all the time. But I did watch the Vince McMahon Netflix documentary. Did you watch that?
No, because I know everything in the story.
That's what I was curious about. Like, is that part of why you want to be at TNA and just kind of allow for this?
No, because Vince doesn't really work there anymore. But
Sure.
it's really like, it's funny because like people expect me to have like some wild stance on like Vince, but like I worked at WWE for 3 years and I had literally 3 conversations with him, and 2 of them were less than 10 seconds long. So, yeah, like it's that's the same relationship I had with Dan Snyder when I was on the radio.
Right.
So like I don't really have any, like, people are like, what's your craziest Vince story? I was like, one time I worked out at his gym. Like,
right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's about it. So, but for me, I like TNA because at TNA I get to, my character in TNA is literally the same thing I was trying to do in WWE. It's just in WWE I didn't get an opportunity to do it. And, they had other plans for me and other plans for people on the roster. But at TNA, like I said, I went from being a backup lineman to a starting quarterback. And I get the ball in my hands all the time. And I get an opportunity to show how good I am when I have the ball in my hands. So that's why I love it at TNA.
That's great, man. Where are you living now? Like, where is actually home?
I actually live in Houston. I moved to Houston.
Oh,
I am.
It's hot down there, bro.
Yeah, it is. I'm the character development coach at Booker T's Reality Wrestling in Houston.
Oh, cool. That's
so
awesome.
I do a lot of work with Booker. Like, we got Booker, the show. Like, Booker's, it's anything that's not WWE, TNA, and AEW. People call independent wrestling. So, but like Booker it's an independent wrestling, but it's on TV. It's literally on the CW network in Houston. Right. So like it's independent wrestling, but it's really legitimate. Like, it's crazy how much he's grown that company, and to be a part of it has been awesome.
I got some folks that live down
there. I'm the Reality of Wrestling Glory champion, so let's talk about it.
I love to hear it, man. It's great to hear from you, man. I'm glad things are going so well. Everybody check out AJ next week in Baltimore. TNA Wrestling coming to UMBC. Thanks for the time, man.
Take care of your stuff, brother.
Appreciate you guys, man. Thanks for having me.
All right, man.
Dude, one of the most fun, the year he was on the Skins, just so fun to talk to. And then he and I were both Terps and had just Terp conversation. A one dude right there. Pro football, pro wrestling, he can do it all. That's AJ Francis. Now, nobody go anywhere. In about an hour, we are going to do Ask B. Mitch Anything.
Really? Hi, everyone. I'm calling all dads out there to tell you about a big event, and it's called the Dad Games, the Olympics for Dads. You can compete for $500 first prizes in events like trash can basketball, the Dad Joke Challenge, wiffle ball home run derby, and more. And JP and I will be there cheering you on. So Saturday, August 9th in Upper Marlboro, Maryland. That's tomorrow, y'all. To register, visit dadgames.com. Use code 1067 for 50% off registration. Bring the whole family, and we'll see you at the Dad Games, the Olympics for Dads.
Colts quarterback Anthony Richardson's injury status is considered day-to-day with a dislocated pinky finger on his throwing hand. Richardson left the team's first preseason game early after getting hurt, resulting in Daniel Jones getting more reps than originally planned. Head coach Shane Steichen said that may change his original plans to start Jones for the Colts' second preseason game if Richardson is available to play and needs more plays to prove himself in this quarterback battle. But the news was much worse for Ravens rookie cornerback Bilal Kone. Kone is set to miss the rest of the season, head coach John Harbaugh told reporters after that game. He ended up tearing both his ACL and his MCL in his left knee, according to reports. And if you saw the injury, it was brutal. His leg was facing the complete wrong direction when he landed on it. Hopefully, he will be able to come back next season even stronger, but a tough end to his rookie season just as it was starting. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. If you missed any of our interviews with Chick Hernandez or AJ Francis, get on the Odyssey app, hit rewind, or you can just get it wherever you get your content. The iHeart app, the TuneIn app, or wherever you get your podcasts, Spotify, Apple Play, wherever. We're there. Where we're not is a new signed contract from Terry McLaurin. I don't think Terry would have played tonight anyway. But he definitely isn't. He didn't make the trip. He's back in Ashburn on the PUP list.
Yep.
Going through a contract hold-in. Clearly, this thing has not progressed. You would have loved to see Terry out on the field on Wednesday for the joint practices. But he's not there. That's where we've landed. Jeremy Fowler from ESPN had some interesting comments about the McLaurin situation. I wanted to share those and let you react, B.
All right.
The age and the third contract is the issue here. I think the Commanders look at that as something that should warrant more of a reasonable price, at least in their mind, and yes, at a position like receiver where it's about explosion and it's about keeping your legs fresh, that age 30 threshold can be important, as opposed to maybe some other positions where guys won't slow down as quickly. I think of Cam Hayward, defensive tackle in Pittsburgh, wants a rework contract. He's 35 and was just an all-pro. Not that McLaurin can't do that. It's just harder to do. So it's you also have to remember where Adam Peters, the GM, comes from. He came from San Francisco, where they have been unafraid to tackle difficult contract situations and let it get ugly and play out and have guys hold out, all those things. So he seems like an unmovable force in that way. And so that's why I just don't see a clear path in something getting done just yet. I think both sides are going to have to be a little more uncomfortable for a while. But I do ultimately think it gets done somewhere. You have too much momentum going on. You already have a lot on Jaden Daniels' shoulders. To ask him to carry the offense without Terry is a big one.
The thing that gets me is this. Everyone thinks it's going to happen, but everyone says, the position is about explosion, this, that, and the other. But the person hasn't slowed down yet. Okay? And I understand the age threshold, but you can't just automatically assume things are going to go bad with certain people. And everyone ends up with, but I think it's going to happen. It's going to get done. Why the hell it hadn't gotten done yet then?
It is interesting. One thing he said there, and I want to thank our guy Rio for finding that audio and posting it online, letting us track it down. The Rambling with Rio podcast, I believe. The one thing he said there that stood out to me is, both of these sides are going to have to get uncomfortable for a while longer.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
It doesn't make sense.
Like, at what point is this just a staring contest or a different kind of contest? Like, what's the point? If
the one thing we said earlier, they don't leak stuff.
Sure.
And, you know, I've been saying a lot of people have been doing a lot of speculating. And right now it's at a point where everyone wants to say they know more than the other person. I still think nobody knows what is going on, what the exact numbers are. You know, I don't think they're talking too much to nobody. Terry said the things he said, and I can see a player of his ilk having hurt feelings. And I can tell the team also. The team is not, they don't dislike him or nothing like that, but it's negotiating. But I think all of the stuff we're hearing is different levels of some of the same things.
Same stuff, right.
And people are trying to get one word here, one word there to make themselves smarter or better than everybody else out there. And I think it's all speculation, to be totally honest with you.
What would your deadline be? You're not a former player. You're not a media guy. Like, you are running this team. Like, if you're Peters or Quinn, whoever you are, like, when would you think, all right, it's my turn to buckle here and let's just get this thing done?
I would definitely want something done for me for the last preseason game, because I want to see some action on the field. And then you got basically 2 weeks for the first game. So you can get into whatever shape you need to be in. But I would like to see something that last week of the preseason for sure.
Even if it's just so we can go into practices?
Yeah.
What do you think Terry needs for a ramp-up period to, like, go in that? Like, how much work does he need? Like,
Terry,
you can pick your date. If it's for the Monday night game against the Bengals, when does he need to be there? Or if it's for that Thursday joint practice against the Ravens?
See, the thing for me is, from what I know about Terry and I've seen Terry's ready to go at all times. Terry is a guy who came into this whole league with a chip on his shoulder. And I don't think he ever knocked that chip off his shoulder. So he's always putting himself in a position where he's ready to go. You know, and I know I say it a lot, you got to practice football to play football. But there are some guys out there that just stays ready to go at all times. And he seems to be that guy to me. I can see him getting out there and probably be ready to go quicker than the average person would be.
I agree. He's also in the meetings and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's not like he's that removed from everything. I don't know. I don't know who will take the first step towards getting this done. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, it's a
I don't care
standoff.
who takes the first step, as long as it gets done. That's what I want.
Yeah,
You
I
know?
agree. And I still every conversation I have, including with, like, people that really matter, we love Terry.
Yeah.
And eventually push will come to shove. I don't know. Like, if you're $2 million off in the grand scheme of things, get it done.
Mm-hmm.
If you're fighting about if a contract extension is 2 years or 3 years or 4 years guaranteed, like, if they're looking for a 4-year deal, that's just not going to happen.
More than likely not.
Or
And if it's a fourth year on it, it's going to be one of them throwaway years anyway.
Right. Like,
so
I suppose what I hope is that they're not arguing over inconsequential stuff like a fourth year,
Yeah.
which wouldn't have guaranteed money attached to it. And so really is pretty irrelevant. You know what I'm saying? Understandably, you're negotiating. Like, argue about stuff that matters, but make it about the guarantees.
Totally.
I don't know. It gets harder and harder to kind of wonder what it is they have going.
Mm-hmm.
Landville, if you're cool, why don't we play the Diana here also? Because I know Diana had some comments on Terry, and then I want to get into all the over-unders that White Brian found us for tonight's game. So, Landy, you let me know if we can get Rossini here and her comments. Because, honestly, I think her comments are pretty similar to Fowler's, to your earlier point of, like, we're hearing these reports, but they tend to be pretty similar to each other with just a bit of different language. Rossini talking about Terry McLaurin's situation.
Takeaway from watching them is the offense is clearly better than the defense in Washington right now, right? Which is a great thing for them, and it should be. But they miss Terry McLaurin.
Where are we at with that? Do you feel any better, any worse about something getting done?
Yeah, I still believe something's going to get done.
He's looking for $33 million, like DK, right? Like,
I don't think it's going to land that high. I think he's going to return to Washington something closer to what I think Washington sees his value at soon to be 30, which is in the high 20s. That to me is the number that makes sense from the Washington side. Obviously he wants more. He wants to be in the 30s.
If this thing gets to 28.5, like that's the number I've been saying for some time. That's the high 20s. And you guarantee 2 years of it, that's $57 million.
Yeah.
And then you convert some guarantees this year, and you've got more guaranteed money than DK.
Make it better.
Do you think it has – here's my question for you. Do you think the reports of has to be more than DK, which means $34 million a year, do you think that's legit, and do you think it gets there? Because I don't.
I don't think it gets there, and I don't think it's legit. I just think that, that you saw that was the last deal that was really done, and it kind of matches up because it came out the same type of year. I think that is the one thing people throw at, like, well, he was trying to get that type of money. They may have asked for it, and as I said before, his agent, that's his job. Ask for as much as you can. See what they may. Somebody might balk. They may jump at it. But you got to also have that number that you would take. When you go into any type of negotiation, you know the number that I will settle at. But you're going to always ask for more. And if you're going to get a car, you got a number, you'll sell it. But you're going to always try to get it for less. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that number has to be there because if you're basically under contract, you're not sitting out the whole year, you're not going to just go home. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I think the player makes that decision. You tell them, listen, I always want it. I tell mine, if you tell me you can get something, okay, well, guarantee me the one that they already telling me. And if you can guarantee that, then you can go fight all you want. But if you can't guarantee it, then let's get on this thing.
I don't think this thing gets done north of the DK AAV. And I think you got to – Dan Quinn said it famously. It's not a rebuild. It's a recalibration. They got to recalibrate what this deal looks like, in my opinion. And I think if you can recalibrate it and both sides can kind of understand, we're going to make sure your guarantees are there and we need to get you back in camp, I think that's the best path forward.
Yeah.
Like – for me, it's all about how do we get this done moving forward, not about where things are and who's making what, because the other side is going to point to the Sutton deal that just got done and say, dude, that's the age bracket we're talking about.
They can throw the age bracket all they want, but they cannot. Listen, don't compare him to Sutton.
I agree.
And I think that's the whole thing about it. Let's not just look at the age and the number, and let's look at the production. And I think you got that's when you're fair to the person. When you also understand, he might be a little, but his production is not where the other guys were.
Do you think it's possible they've pissed Terry off with this Sutton talk and the age talk? When we were at Eastern Motors, that's the one thing that seemed to kind of piss him off was the age
That
stuff.
would piss me off too. I'm not listen. Yes, it could have pissed him off, but you know what? One thing, you can be pissed off, but you also got to have a level head to get this thing done.
Right. I totally agree. All right, you're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. We're running through over-unders for tonight's game. Who's going to do what? How will they get it done? We're talking receivers, running backs, kickers. Nobody go anywhere.
Commanders fans, it's B. Mitch, and I'm ready to take the excitement global. Join me and True Fan Travel this November with the ultimate fan getaway as Washington takes over Spain, complete with game tickets, all-inclusive tailgate parties, 5 nights at the Western Madrid Cusco, and curated local events across Madrid. Spots are limited, so head to truefantravel.com and lock in your seat. Use promo code HAIL100. That's HAIL100 for $100 off. True Fan Travel, they handle everything, and you make the moments. Make the memories. truefantravel.com.
No lie, the Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday playlist bumps. Yeah, I mean, it gets you ready for the weekend. Knowing there's a football game tonight, I bet. What are the boys doing to watch the game tonight? What are you doing, Landfill? You going to watch? You going to take a nap and then watch?
I'll probably take a nap and then watch.
Okay. What, you going to order some food? Order some popcorn?
I might.
Where you ordering from, Landfill?
I mean, it's usually Regal.
That's the popcorn.
Yeah.
Will you order, like, other stuff from Regal? My go-to is Cherry Coke at the movies. Will you get a movie theater Cherry Coke?
No, because that's like $8. That's overkill. But I might get some delicious M&Ms.
So you're going to get delivery, movie theater popcorn, and M&Ms. You want that big cardboard box M&Ms?
No, you get the bag.
Ooh,
The bag. Got to get the
Are
bag.
you going to order
Lane.
like dinner also, like a sub or a pizza or something?
I already ordered pizza.
You already ordered pizza for tonight?
Yeah, that's why Jeff Walker wanted the sausage.
All right. What'd you guys get? Domino's?
No.
What'd you get?
Pizza.
That's cold-blooded, Landfill. Jeff, what are you going to do for the game tonight?
I'm going to grill some chicken, and I'm going to watch my boys play.
All right, there you go.
Oh,
now,
boy.
White Brian, does Rose let you watch TV on Fridays, or is it straight movie night?
Oh, you have to be a dad mom.
I work Friday
tonight.
nights.
A dog mom.
I'll be
tonight.
at work.
You going to be at work? When do you get off of work?
I'm working until 10 tonight. Sometimes it's midnight.
Wow.
Is it college football tonight? What are you doing tonight?
No, just preseason.
Preseason. Gotcha. All right. Everybody keep their mics on. We're going to go around some over-unders White Brian has provided. Start with Mr. Mitchell. White Brian, keep track of this if you can, and we'll tally it all up Monday. Sam Hartman, 82.5 passing yards. B. Mitch.
Over.
I will also go over that. Landfill.
Stop copying off of me, JP.
I'll go over.
Jeffrey.
After what I saw, over.
Ooh. White Brian, you going to zig?
Yeah, I'll go under.
Okay, that's a prime zigging opportunity when all of us zagged. All right, Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, a.k.a. Bill. 26.5 rush yards. Brian.
Over. Bill could get that in one run.
I think I'm going under.
Good.
I don't think Bill's going to get a ton of work, dude.
Okay. He
Landy?
might get 2 carries for 50 yards.
Sure. Might get 1.
Yeah, Bill's going to have that on one drive.
Okay. Jeffrey's a lock for over.
You already heard me say he going to break one tonight, so over.
White Brian?
I will also go over.
Ooh, I was the only zag there. Okay. Second-year tight end out of Kansas State, Ben Sinnott, 14.5 receiving yards. That's basically, does he have 2 catches?
Yeah, that is true. But I think Tajer is the one they like a lot. From Baltimore, Georgia product. I'm going under.
I think I'm going under, too. We're not going to see Ertz, so we'll see Bates, we'll see Sennett, but they are deep
I don't
there.
think you're going to see Bates either.
You don't think? Okay. So Cole Turner's going to.
Number 87, right?
Yeah. We're not seeing Bates then. So Cole Turner, Yankoff, Cager, Sennett. I'm going under.
Okay.
Landy?
I'm also going under.
Jeffrey, straight overs across the board?
Nah, I gotta go with the under on this one too.
Dub B?
I'll go over.
I'll go over.
All right. I think you're excited about this one, B. Jalen Lane, 22.5 receiving yards.
I'm going over on that.
I'll go over on that one, too. I like Lane. If his stat line tonight is 3 catches for 31 yards, that tracks in my brain.
I think it'd be like 3 catches for 62 yards because it's like every pass he catches is deep.
B, you kind of feeling an offensive explosion the way it sounds.
Yeah.
All right, Landy, what do you got on Jay Lane?
I'll go over.
Jeffrey?
Over for sure. He probably have more than that on 1 catch.
What is your stat line for Lane tonight, Jeff?
I'm
One
gonna
catch,
say
98 yards touchdown.
I'm gonna say probably about 4 catches. One of them gonna be a big play. Probably about 4 catches, 80 yards, 1 touchdown.
There you go.
I wish Jeff was around when I was playing.
White Brian?
I'm going under. He's going to be on the field a lot. Very tired.
Damn, Brian.
Not sure that made any sense.
Giants
Okay.
hater right there.
Yeah, for real. Ja'Cory Brooks, undrafted rookie with some excitement. My pick for preseason receiving yards leader. Ja'Cory Brooks, 20.5 receiving yards, B. Under. Yeah. Okay. I'll go over on Ja'Cory. Landfill?
Under.
Jeffrey?
I'm gonna go over.
I'm not surprised. White Brian?
I'm going over too.
Okay. And then we got a pair of numbers for Matt Gay, the place kicker, over under 1.5 field goals.
I go over. I think he get 2 of them.
I'm over that as well. I think he gets 2, maybe 3.
Because I think they'll try a long one tonight just in case. He might have nailed it.
And I think where this team will be very aggressive again on third down, I don't think tonight they're going to – I'm sorry, very aggressive on fourth down. I think tonight, let them kick.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you want to
Let's
see
what
the
he can do.
operation.
There you go.
Landy, 1.5 field goals.
Yeah, I'll go over.
Jeffrey?
I'm going to go over too.
White Brian?
Over. They're going to score 4 touchdowns.
Wow. Well, that would be the PATs.
Under.
Yeah, that's PATs, though. What are you talking about?
White Brian, the gummy is hit. So you got him under on field goals, over on PATs then, Brian?
Yeah.
Okay. I think they get 2 touchdowns. I'll go. What is the total in this thing tonight? 35-ish? Like the over-under for the game, I'm curious. I'll go over 1.5 extra points, though. Landy?
Yeah, I'll do that.
The over-under is 36.5.
Okay.
Under.
Ooh.
That's for both teams?
Yeah.
The over? 36.5. That's basically 20 to 16. Yeah, I'm going under.
So you guys have them scoring 1 touchdown then?
Oh.
You're going under the 36.5.
Yeah.
I'm saying over under 1.5 extra points.
Oh, I said over on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Landy, you went under though, right?
Yep.
Jeffrey, how many touchdowns tonight?
We're going to have like 4 touchdowns tonight.
Damn.
All right, and White Brian already said 4 touchdowns. Last thing, let's all pick a touchdown scorer tonight. I will start.
Okay.
Going with my man Felton. I think Felton's going to be the preseason guy.
I'm going with old Bill.
Beal Merritt. Jeffrey?
I'm not sure right now.
Well, we got to do it sometime today, Jeff.
It is. Do you need more time, sir?
Yeah, give me more time.
Jeff has an offensive explosion and can't pick one dude to score a touchdown. Landfill?
I also have Bill.
2 votes, Bill. 1 vote, Felton. Jeff's unable to vote currently. Let's see if White Brian is able to vote.
I'm going to go with Brooks.
Yeah, that's I was having a brain fart, but Brooks, yeah.
Okay. Jeff having brain farts. What do you know? I wanted to shout out that Jeremy Fowler audio we played earlier was from an appearance with Rambling with Rio podcast. I don't know if I said that correctly earlier. All right, the picks are all in. It's going to be fun to watch, man. I can't wait. And preseason is always just kind of a wild ride. You never know what's happening. Mm-hmm. Speaking of wild rides, Travis Thomas joins us next.
Per ESPN, Colts quarterback Anthony Richardson could return to practice as soon as tomorrow. That's after he sustained a dislocated right pinky finger last night in their preseason opener. Now, members of the team's medical staff acted quickly. They popped that joint right back into place, and Richardson began immediately testing his ability to grip the football in hopes that he could return to game action last night. He also resumed throwing lightly on the sideline. However, he underwent x-rays at halftime. They were negative, but the team had made the decision that he would sit out. Colts players do have a scheduled off day today, return to training camp tomorrow. If Richardson can throw the ball effectively, he'll likely be on the field tomorrow and then probably start Game 2 of their preseason schedule. Moving over to the NBA, the Boston Celtics have announced that they have signed head coach Joe Mazzulla to a multi-year contract extension. The team didn't disclose the terms of the deal, but it makes total sense. He currently owns a 182-64 regular season record and a 660 postseason win percentage. While the Celtics will be without Jason Tatum for a significant time as he continues to recover from the torn Achilles, the good news is for them, they'll have Mazzulla captaining the ship. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Make sure you check out Scotty's Vodka. DMV made, and you can now get it in select Virginia ABC stores. I'm fired up, man. Always good to talk to our boy Travis Thomas. Lives up here in New England. Travis joining us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. Trav, what's up, man? How you been?
Boys, hearing that music and then your plug for Scotty's Vodka, I got to tell you something. I've combined both of those things many a nights in my life, my friend.
I'm glad to hear it, dude.
What's going on, brother?
Yo, so we were at dinner the other night. I look up, and you were on TV. I got such a kick out of it, which is dumb because you're always on TV, but it still just made me happy.
I know. I feel the same. Anytime I see you guys doing anything, man, it's just, it's crew love, man. And seeing a lot of media members from D.C. I ran into Mitch, JP. I ran into Chick Hernandez. And all these guys just showing me love, man. And, obviously I miss home. And people ask me all the time, like, you seem like you're having a great time up there in Boston. Do you ever miss the DMV? And I'm like, yo, that's home. There's no such thing as – there's no comparison. Like, nothing ever feels like coming back home or being at home. So nothing compares to the DMV. You know what I mean? So I don't even hold Boston to that type of standard. I'm just trying to enjoy myself wherever I'm at in life, but nothing will ever equal home. That's for damn sure.
Mm-hmm. How's the family, dude? How is everything like in your life? Like the real stuff that matters.
Man, everything's hectic on the work side of things, obviously, with the Patriots. Ramping up. We know tonight is game night. I'll be at the game tonight. Red Sox are finally putting it together. Looks like they're going to have a playoff run. How deep, we'll see. Celtics re-signed Joe Mazzulla. There's a Tom Brady statue unveiled tonight. I mean, there's just a lot going on in town. So this is one of those towns, man. Like, I just said this to Chick Hernandez when I saw him. I said, bro, I talked more baseball in my first 6 months being in Boston than I did my entire career in the DMV. And that was, by the way, JP, you and I covered this together. B. Mitch, you and I were at the parade together. That's with a Nationals World Series. So it's still like crazy to me just how much of a sports town this is here. So this time of year is insane, man. The only other time that sort of rivals it is in the fall when Bruins, Celtics start back up. Patriots are in full season. And if the Red Sox are in the postseason, which it looks like they will be this year, it's like everything's going at once. That's pretty insane, but it's just mad busy. I work 7 days a week practically here.
I believe it, man. It's funny. I opened the show yesterday. I've been listening to Boston sports radio driving around up here, and these dudes were calling in. I think I was listening to the Sports Hub, And these dudes were calling in so pissed off about the Red Sox loss. Meanwhile, they had won 7 in a row and are in first place in the division. You know what I mean? And it's like they were so mad because they dropped that one game to to the Royals the other night. And I was like, damn, nobody calls about the Nats in D.C. and they're god-awful.
Right.
Different world.
Yeah, but you guys know this too. And I know we're going to talk Patriots. I'll bring it back to that. That's exactly why Belichick and Brady worked here specifically. Now, the winning obviously doesn't hurt, right? But those two, particularly Belichick, was so miserable. Wins, losses, sunny day, cloudy day, snowy day. It didn't matter. He was just miserable. And so I think that resonated with a lot of people here. Brady, just very head down, lunch pail. Hey, this Super Bowl's great. We're thinking about next year. Like, what? So I think that's, in a lot of ways, that's the dichotomy of this town. Like, they celebrate like nobody's business. I mean, I did catch a championship here. That Celtics championship run was awesome. The parade was great. They do celebrate, and it's a drunk-ass town, so they know how to party. But I tell you what, man, that's true. Now, winning or losing, they're going to be miserable too now. You can bet that.
Let me ask you a question. Are they still acting as if this is the Brady-led Patriots?
No.
They
You know
understand that they got to build because, right now they are really, really happy about Drake May, and they're starting to push him, but he hasn't proven it to anybody yet.
Yeah, that's right. You know what it reminds me of, B-Mitch? It's kind of, and our audience there will understand this. The Redskins for years and then Commanders for years were just going to rebuild. And then every now and again, you get a season or two where they're putting it together, and there would be that hope. And then it would, Snyder would mess it up, and we'd start over again, rinse and repeat. I would say what I'm feeling here, because I'm so familiar with what I just described to you, I would say I think we're entering a stage where they have been beat down since Brady has left. Because at the end of Belichick, it was not good. And they finally ripped that Band-Aid off, and they thought they were starting the real rebuild with Gerard Mayo, and that was a new era, and we saw how that worked. And so now they have the coach right, they have the quarterback right, and I think now they're sort of entering that, okay, we can love again. Like, I think there's been some healing here, but they know they're never getting that dynasty back. That may never happen again. So, for anybody. So I think that's the stage we're in, B-Mitch. Commanders fans know that feeling. They don't feel it now. You guys got it going on, but they all know what I'm describing. I think that's where Patriots fans are right now. They can love again, but they're not there yet.
Okay.
Talking with our friend Travis Thomas here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can follow Trav at Travis Thomas EXP. Of course, watch all of his work via YouTube on New England Sports Network, Nesson. Dude, so I find that interesting. Do people up here feel like Drake is the guy? Like, has he shown enough that there's that level of excitement, or is it still kind of a question mark?
Oh, no, he's a guy. And by the way, I'll stamp it myself. I've seen enough bad quarterback play. I've seen enough great quarterback play in my own career, in my own lifetime. And I'll tell you why. He's the guy because he was thrust into a situation like many rookie quarterbacks are, where you're going to a bad team. I mean, the cupboard is there, hence why you were drafted where you were drafted, okay? So all these guys, Caleb, Jaden, Drake, Bo Nix went to a great situation. Michael Penix went to a great situation. You could argue J.J. McCarthy went to a great situation, but most of these guys went to poor franchises that were struggling at the time. So Drake May got here. You have the worst offensive line I have ever seen in my damn life, and I've been covering football a long time. I've covered college and high school offensive lines that were more competent than what Drake May had last season. He had no weapons to speak of. He really still doesn't. He gets an aging Stephon Diggs, but Lord knows that's an upgrade over what he had. He had a head coach with zero experience and a defensive-minded one at that. I just think we just watched. It was hell on earth for me to watch these Patriots games last year. If I wasn't paid to watch them and I didn't have to watch them, oh my God, I would have rather watched any team in the league the last 3 seasons, but particularly last season. So, with all that being said, he still showed flashes. He still kept them in games. They don't win 4 games without Drake May. Let me tell you right now. So I think that is why you hear and you see the confidence that you do in him. Now, I think people are going a little crazy when you start comparing to Jaden Daniels, when this guy just had a historic rookie year that we may never see again. I get all that. But I think the confidence you're speaking to is because they watch this guy perform really admirably and honorably in football hell, because that's what he was in for his rookie year.
Yeah, I get that, man. I mean, that team was bad. So specifically for tonight, what do you want to what are you looking for? What are New England fans really waiting to see?
Competency. I'll give you a great example. I was at the practice yesterday, and look, man, last year the Eagles came to town for the open practice. I am here to tell you, it was varsity and JV, and not just from a talent standpoint. We all know how good the Eagles are. Okay, we get it. But the things that I was seeing with drills, guys not knowing where to go, coaching staff not having a clue, the open practice itself, it was just little bro, big bro. Like the Eagles were just doing whatever they wanted to the Patriots, throwing them around. It was disheveled. No one knew what was going on. It wasn't just a talent thing. It was an organizational thing. Wow. At the open practice that I was just at, I saw competitiveness between the Commanders and the Patriots. Players knew where to go when the horn sounded for drills. Vrabel, I watched get in a multitude of fights with players, including getting bloodied in one of them. I mean, it was just together. Everything was, it looked like what it's supposed to look like. It looked competent. And I'm not even kidding. That's how low the bar is here now, guys. Like, it is rock bottom city around here as it pertains to these Patriots. So tonight, that's what everyone's looking for. Just, are you on, or do you know your assignments? Are there offsides? Are there stupid penalties and turnovers? Do you guys look like you don't know what you're doing? That's what they're used to here. So now with Vrabel here, everyone's just looking for competency, and like you look like a grown-up professional NFL team, and I believe that's what we're going to get.
It's interesting you say that, Trav, because I don't know how much you noticed this, but it seemed like a lot of Patriots fans and even some of the media were like really trying to make a lot of assumptions based on a joint practice the other day about how good New England looked and, you know, who won the practice, this and that.
Craziness.
And part of me wonders if people aren't just so excited to have what seems like a real professional organization again, that they were making these like reach of claims, because it definitely seems like Vrabel has reinstilled, okay, we're a real organization again.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what. What you're feeling is what's happening. It has been so bad. I've been here 3 seasons now, okay? The first 2 were the end of Belichick. I literally watched the end of Belichick's era. They were miserable. Awful product. He's miserable even when you win, so imagine when you're losing. Right. It was like you know what it was, guys? It was like a dark cloud. It really, I'm just describing what it felt like. It felt like a dark cloud over the organization. And again, my many years down there of the Snyder era, I know how that feels. So that's how I recognized it. Mm-hmm. And then Mayo was a glimmer of hope. Drake May, drafting him, a glimmer of hope. So there was cautious optimism around the Patriots then. And they were a dumpster fire, okay? So now, enter Mike Vrabel, who everyone was screaming a year ago, that's who you should hire. They didn't. Okay, got it. They got him now. You bring back a Josh McDaniels as offensive coordinator. Drake May showed you, I can play. I belong. Hey, let's go back to that open practice, JP. That dude was sharp.
Yeah, he looked good.
He looked like he belonged on the same field at least as Jaden Daniels. So there's optimism again, and I think that's what you're hearing and that's what you're feeling. That's like we're coming back outside after a 3-year hurricane has just wiped everything out, and the sun is back out.
All right, now we know McDaniel. He can get a little run. He can go out there sometime, but Belichick was always able to pull him back. Will Vrabel be able to do the same thing?
We're going to find out. My gut is yes, and the reason why, B. Mitch, is I actually learned this from you. You can learn a lot of things from what people say, but you got to watch how they move and watch their actions. And I'm telling you now. I don't know if you know him or not. I feel like you and Braves would be best friends because this dude, he's got a lot of Brian Mitchell in him, just the way he carries himself. He's an alpha. And everyone in that building says, lip service, well, Vrabel's in charge, Vrabel's in charge. We in the media, JP, we roll our eyes. We hear it all the time. They said Jim Zorn was in charge, too.
Right.
So,
Sure.
But what I learned from B. Mitch is watching people and observing people and body language and okay. No. That dude, he is in charge. They do listen to him. So my gut is yes, B. Mitch, and you're right, because Josh McDaniels can get a little cute. But I'll say this, I don't think he has that luxury this year. And what I mean by that is Drake May's still so young, B. Mitch, and they don't have weapons. You almost, I think personnel-wise and reality-wise, Josh McDaniels isn't going to be able to get cute this year. I think you'll get nuts and bolts of his offense, which is good. It's a good offense, obviously. And then as they acquire weaponry, as they build an offensive line, then Vrabel will probably have to pull McDaniels back a little bit. But this year, I don't think that's the case. I think you're working with bare bones. He's not going to be able to get cute this year, I don't think.
Yeah, you did start to see, I thought Drake looked pretty good, to your point, and had some real flashes. And I think you started to see some of that McDaniels offense even the other day, especially with who's the young receiver? Is it Pop Douglas, they call him? I thought he looked pretty good.
He's from Liberty. He went to Liberty.
Really? Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's local. Yep.
I thought he looked pretty good, and kind of just the quick outs to the sideline or the in-breakers, just like little quick chunk plays, 8 yards, 9 yards. And I think, is McDaniels the right guy to develop a young quarterback?
Yeah, man. I mean, look, I'm not going to question Josh McDaniels' resume as an offensive coordinator. Now, if we want to talk head coaches, that's a short conversation, right? But, yeah, as an offensive coordinator, absolutely. I'll say this. I would rather tell you what I see in Drake May when I watch him, because it's a comp, and it's also something we're watching play out in the NFL right now. And I think the Patriots are going to take a book out of this. I know they just lost an offensive lineman, but I think what's going on in L.A. with the Chargers, what Harbaugh is doing with Justin Herbert, pay attention, because I think you'll see that in New England. This is just my hot take, but I do think Josh McDaniels is not going to ask in Drake May year 2. I don't think he's going to ask much of him. I actually think you're going to see an efficient, just like you see with Justin Herbert, since Harbaugh has arrived. You want to run the ball. They're going to figure that out, and they're going to run it by committee here, just like they do in L.A. You don't have great weapons on the outside, just like they don't in L.A. And you have this big, strong, robotic quarterback with a rocket launcher arm who can make every throw off every platform. He can throw a football over those mountains. He has all that. So I honestly, I think that's what we're going to see here. And that's a pretty good football team. Mike Vrabel's kind of Harbaugh-like, toughness, all that. I think they're going to cover a lot of spreads. They're certainly going to win more than 4 games, but I'm not putting them in the playoffs like everyone else. I think the ceiling could be 9 wins, but I'm more in that 7-10, 8-9, 9-8 range. That's realistic, and that's a much better product than last year. But I think you'll see an efficient Drake May. I don't think this is like everyone compares him to Josh Allen. That's not what I see. I see more of a Herbert, not in a bad way, but just a systemic, you got to schematically put him in positions to be successful. And if you do, he can do that. And that's sort of what I see. I see a Chargers Justin Herbert, and even in the way they play, I think we'll see that from the Patriots this year.
I like that. I don't think Josh Allen is a good comp.
No.
I think he's kind of a one of one. I think the Herbert comp makes a lot of sense. Impossible question here, but do you have like a prediction tonight? Do you think, does this matter to the Pats to get a win? You know what I mean? That kind of thing.
Well, listen, I would say this. I would say yes to that if it wasn't Tom Brady's statue night. Honestly. And I know that sounds like a joke, but I'm being dead serious. Just moving around today in this town and seeing the number 12 jerseys on every man, woman, child, I swear to God, I saw someone walking a dog with a Tom Brady jersey on it. Like, you guys don't understand. I mean, obviously, we all know Brady is the GOAT, but, like, here in this town, I don't know if GOAT is high enough. This is deity stuff. Like, this feels like, yeah, dude, this feels like worship. So I think because of that, it overshadows the importance of this game. Like, and then Jaden Daniels not playing, so now you lose a little juice with the Drake May, Jaden, because they were quick to run with it that, Drake May helped play Jaden Daniels. I was the one guy in town who said everyone needs to slow the hell down for a second.
That is not accurate.
And it didn't feel like Jaden Daniels worked that hard to me because it's so normal. It's just like, it's so ordinary. I'm just like, is Jaden Daniels even sweating today? No, he's not, because this is automatic like a layup. So, Drake May's the guy with stuff to prove. Of course he's working hard out here. So, look, I think you lose a little juice with that matchup. You take a little of the vinegar off, like we need to get off to a good start because of Brady night. So, no, I don't think there's going to be that sense of urgency. But, again, Mike Vrabel has entered the chat because he's going to be the guy saying, no, we need to go out here and kick some ass so we can get off to the right foot. So I do think the Patriots may have that urgency, but I don't think the hype around the game is anywhere near that. It just seems like it's Tom Brady night, and that's the end of it around town here.
It'll be fun to watch Brady. I still think it's weird it's a preseason game, but I get that he has a busy schedule, so you do it when you can.
I mean, that's a GOAT, man. What are you going to do? He's dictating the terms. My only hope, guys, is that it's a good-looking statue. Whoever did that Dwayne Wade statue needs to stay far away from Boston because I want no parts of that.
Well, my thought is just thank goodness it's not an installation because I can tell you those things suck.
With just a jersey and a stick figure?
Like a mannequin from Dick's. Trav, thank you for the time, man. Great to hear from you.
Be cool, brother.
Appreciate you guys, man. Anytime, man. You guys are
We
family.
miss hearing you screaming from down the hall like the old days, man.
I know. They actually make comments about that now at radio because I do radio here on WEEI and TV on Nesson of how loud I am. So I'm
Oh, you are
very
loud,
deaf,
man.
so-
Trav, you loud, dog.
Yeah, I mean,
I know.
When I can call someone loud, they're loud.
Yeah, I've always been like that too. Imagine teachers hated me growing up, bro. Hated me.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
All right, man. Take care.
See you guys.
The Travis Thomas experience, man. You talk about one of one.
That's an experience.
Give Trav a follow at Travis Thomas EXP. Here's what we're going to do. Phone lines open the rest of the show. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. It's time to ask B. Mitch anything.
The San Francisco Giants have lost 8 straight home games. The Nats hope to make it 9 tonight. That's right, we've got some West Coast baseball on deck for you guys. If you want to tune in late night, 10:15 p.m. right here on The Fan, you can listen as the Nationals and the Giants open up a 3-game series. And some very sad news, Billy Houghton, former Green Bay Packers star, someone who's regarded as one of the most productive wide receivers of the pre-Super Bowl era, as well as a founder and first president of the NFL Player Association, has passed away. He was 95 years old. Born in 1930, Houghton was believed to have been the oldest living NFL player. He was a second-round selection of the Packers in 1952 and became the first NFL rookie with a 1,000-yard receiving season. And he still holds Green Bay's single-game franchise record with 257 receiving yards in a single game. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
One more time.
B-Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Got football on tonight, folks. Commanders, Patriots, preseason game 1. I can't believe we're here, man, but here it comes. We close out every week with Ask B-Mitch Anything. It's your turn to ask an NFL legend whatever question you want. Phone number is 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Let's kick it off from La Plata. My man Larry.
What's up, Larry?
Hey, guys. How you doing? First of all, let me wish you a terrific weekend. Secondly, I can't tell you how thrilled I am that they're finally retiring Art Monk's jersey. I mean, he was clearly one of my favorites, particularly during the Super Bowl era. Brian, who should be next? Would you agree that it should be Riggins? He's a Hall of Famer. He carried the team on his back during the playoffs, during the championship game, during the Super Bowl. It's my sense, particularly since he is in the Hall of Fame, that 44 is long overdue to be retired. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I thought it was. It's not?
No.
They just don't. It's
the unofficial, yeah.
Yeah, I thought it should. It was already done, so yes, it should be.
Riggins has the most iconic play in franchise history. I mean, that Super Bowl 4th down run. I got no problem if it's Riggo next.
Yeah, no, not at all. Not at all.
Where do you think they stop, though? You do run out of numbers at a certain
You run out of numbers at a certain point, but just like when Joe allowed people to wear his, bring it out. So I think, but Joe's retired or not? His unofficial too. Wow.
Unofficial.
But I think so. I think that one, because nobody wears it anyway.
Right. Well, it also helps now that players can kind of wear any number they want, so you're not as confined numerically, which maybe helps if you start to retire some more. But, yeah, I think Riggo's a pretty easy one. The biggest injustice right now is that Ricky Sanders isn't in the Ring of Fame.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that really stands out to me. Like,
Ricky's a bad man.
I'm so happy for Tana. Honestly, I didn't even know that Ricky Sanders wasn't in until last year. And I think they do have a gang of younger guys that need to get in that Ring of Fame. Tana deserves it. I think Portis, Kerrigan, Cooley. Like, you got some guys you got to get in there. But I think they should only do one a year. And I think next year it needs to be Rick. I think you got to put 83 up there.
Yeah. Rick was good, man.
I mean, Ronald Reagan didn't ask about Gary Clark or Art Monk. Ronald Reagan asked about Ricky Sanders.
Where's Ricky Sanders?
Ben is in Burtonsville. Ben.
What up, Ben?
Ask me anything.
I got a depressing question for you.
Great.
Do you think 20 years from now the NFL will be flag football?
No. It's gonna still be some level of violence. It's never gonna be flagged though. Nobody's gonna pay no money like they're paying to see flag.
I think the league is really smart in embracing flag football.
Yeah.
Because I think it just makes more people football fans.
Yeah, true.
And
you support all types, and you're going to get more people watching it, but you're going to have some level of barbaric acts going on for people to be spending that type of money for it. All the way back from when you used to have the people in the lion cage. You know, you got to have some
Gladiator.
You got to have some level of barbaric stuff for people to really pay you astronomical amounts of money to see it.
Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. Hit us up, ask B. Mitch anything. I'm trying to figure out what's going on in the text thread here. Jeff, what the hell? I know it's ask B. Mitch anything. You know what? B, what the hell did Jeff just text us?
Something about some clock.
I don't know. That is a weird one.
One of my boys, where they work, they have to use a breathalyzer to check in.
Wow.
For real?
Yeah, to clock in and clock out.
Wow.
That's crazy.
To clock in and clock out? So
clock out.
If you come in sober, you can't be leaving. Do they sell alcohol there or something?
I think they do. I don't know what he do, but he said this can't be real
Well, I can
life
tell you,
right now.
I told you about the thing. I was on my way riding one day, and this Jeep passed by me, and I saw the Jeep just go off the road and roll over, and then it came back on the wheels, and the dude went on, just kept going towards Dulles.
Wow.
And I ended up calling 911 because I saw it right in front of me.
Yeah.
And they ended up catching a guy about to go into the gate to go to work.
Wow. Wow.
So, you know, some people need to check it before they go to work.
All right. I got one for you via social media. This is from Curtis, 1906. My Ask B. Mitch Anything question is, so many people think fielding punts is just catch the ball and run, but listening to you over the years, there's so much more. Can you take us through the steps of actually catching a punt?
All right. Well, that week you're going to find out where the guy lines up, how he lines up when he's kicking the ball
punter.
left, right, the punter.
Okay.
You want to know what his average is. So if his average punt is 45 yards, you want to line up at 45 yards. So if he hits 150, you can get back to it. If he hits 140, you can get up to it. You want to make sure you read which type of spin he puts on the ball. Is he a guy that turns the ball over all the time, where the nose turns over, or does the nose stay up, which means the tail is going to tail away from you? All that stuff. And then once you get out on the field, you got to know the wind, whether it's going to be sun in your eyes or how you got to view it, how you got to turn your body to catch it, lights, where the lights are going to be. And then once the ball is kicked, then you got to realize, are your guys getting a good block on the release guys?
A lot of moving parts, dude.
You know? And once you get back there and people are coming down, now you got to also understand, if I had a signal with my guys where if I see a lane and I look you in the eyes, don't stop. Keep blocking because I'm going to return this. And you'll notice right before the guy get to you, they slow up a little bit. The guy just comes shielding. You catch the ball, you can go. So it's a lot more stuff. And then what are you going to do when you catch it? You got a left return on, okay? They've kicked the ball short right. You run up full speed to it. Are you going to try to loop back to get to the left side, or are you going to just take the ball and get a little left and then get up the field and find what you can find? You know, so it's all kind of different little things that you got to deal with, and it's not just catching it. You know,
You're right.
Yeah, it's all the stuff prior to it, and then once you get it, the end result, you want to be able to hand the ball to the offense. If you don't hand it to the offense, you got a problem.
I think you did a much better job explaining that than Jameis Winston did.
A bunch of
ostriches.
A bunch of ostriches coming down the tackle.
Staring at the moon. Another one I got on social media. This is from our guy Titus, who's a big-time listener.
What up, T?
Says, Ask B, did you watch Rod Gardner on Amazing Race?
No.
So we've been watching Amazing Race with the girls, and so now we're going back and watching previous seasons. And I totally forgot that Rod Gardner was on there until I was watching, and I'm looking.
He's a workout warrior.
Yo,
though.
he's jacked.
Yeah.
His wife
and his wife working out all the time, dog.
She's easy on the eyes too. Would you ever? His question is: would you ever consider going on the Amazing Race? No.
No.
All right, so we don't have to know. All right, the question is: if you were to go on Amazing Race, who from the five of us would you want to be your teammate? Me, Jeff, Landfill, or White Brian?
Ooh. But need somebody that can run consistently. I go with you. Because you get all that running around they want you to do. They do a lot of running, dog.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, well, since you know all the capitals and stuff, you travel a little bit. You can talk to a few people from me. You know, Jeff gonna get caught up into something, and I'm not gonna be able to find him. And we're gonna lose it. We're gonna lose it. So, White Brian, I don't know. Well, White Brian, Landfield gonna just like hell with that. I ain't doing nothing.
I can't. Landfill, would you like to go on the Amazing Race?
Absolutely not. Are you kidding me? No.
I actually am kidding. I knew that was not something you'd be interested in. Let's get another call in here. Derek's in Oxon Hill. Derek, ask B. Mitch
What's up,
anything.
D?
All right, how you doing, B. Mitch?
Good, brother.
JP Finley, glad to talk to you guys. Hey,
buddy.
B. Mitch, this Sunday they got the military appreciation at the practice field. Will y'all be out there?
I plan to be there.
All right. Hoping I get to see you. I ran into you and JP. I ran into y'all a few times, took pictures with y'all, shook your hands. So hoping to see y'all again. And I have one more question. This was from like a couple of weeks ago. Y'all asked who do you think was the best sports movie that you've seen. So I want to know, have you ever seen Bingo Long and the Traveling All-Stars?
Now, I heard about that one. I never seen it though.
It's real good. It's a baseball movie starring James Earl Jones, Billy D. Williams, and Richard Pryor. Very good movie.
All right.
Wow, I just pulled this up.
Check
That
it
looks
out.
interesting.
That gotta be funny as hell. Richard Pryor was in it.
Yeah, man.
It is. It's funny, and it's real good.
All right.
Cool.
Thanks, dude. Good
Hey,
call.
Thank y'all for
Thank you,
taking my
man.
call. Have a great day.
All right, appreciate you.
All right, we got one more. Stu is in Fort Wayne.
What up, Stu?
What up?
What is going on, guys? How you doing?
We're
Good, buddy. How are you?
Good. Quick question. Diehards here, man, going back to the 80s, and I've always wanted to know that 91 championship, NFC championship game, or the game with the Falcons, I should say, before Detroit. They were mouthing off all week. Glanville, Jerry brought the whole crew in. I know Gibbs was always like, nobody's saying nothing. Don't give him anything and all this. And you guys always were like that. What were you saying to yourselves that week? You look like you couldn't wait to get to him.
Oh, we couldn't wait to get on the football field because we were going to find out real quick because we had already whipped them during the regular season. So we knew we had them. They didn't have enough for us, man. You know, and like they were out there with that too legit to quit with that MC Hammer on the sideline. We gave them too much, so they had to quit.
You had no other choice but to quit.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Stu. Appreciate the call, man. Thank you to everybody.
55 to 20 something earlier that year.
Didn't Ribbon have 5 touchdowns in that game or something?
It was
crazy?
it was crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy score.
All right, when we come back, we got to make some bets. Big fall football game tonight. Figure out who won the week.
It'll be a fall game tonight too, bro.
It could be. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitchell Finley. Shout out to Chris Kerwin for getting me and B some lunch. I got a
Yes.
chicken Caesar wrap. B got a burger.
Smash burger.
Landfill, you'll be shocked to know that B finished his burger before I finished half of my chicken Caesar wrap.
I don't play with my food.
Yo, you put that thing down.
Remember last night I was done quick too.
Remember the size of Bram's steak?
Oh, bro.
Yo, you give me a hard time about a small steak. I've never seen a steak that
He
size.
looked like he had a 3-ounce.
Davio's good though, man. I went from never having eaten there to eating there twice in a row.
Wow.
Back. It was good last night. I had the pasta. Landville, this will upset you. I got pasta for dinner last night. It was really good.
Didn't eat long.
I did. I barely ate half of it,
Mhm.
which you said before I ordered it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I said to the waitress, I was like, hey, I'd love to take this to go. She said, sure. She brought me a box. I carried the box to the hotel, and then I carried it to the restaurant bar we went to after the hotel, and then I left it there. That was going to be my plan, was to eat
Somebody
that
ate some
pasta.
good food this morning.
So I'm sorry about that, Landfill. I didn't mean to offend you. All right, let's make some bets. White Brian, I don't think this was my week, man. I'm just going to be honest. I don't think – I know I won last night with the Ravens.
You were the cooler.
But how'd we do this week?
Yeah, B. Mitch. No one was close. B. Mitch won.
What'd he do? 4-1 this week? 3-1?
Yeah, and no one else went above 500.
5-1.
Damn. What are your dad games tomorrow?
Yeah.
It's going to be fun.
Yeah. When you start telling them dumbass jokes, it's going to be fun.
Maybe the joke portion will be done by the time we get there.
Nah. We're going to get there in time. We're going to figure it out. It's going to be fun.
What do you got going Sunday? You going to go to practice?
Yes, my plan.
Damn, dude. So we get one off day, flying home, dad games,
Yep.
Cannon Club. Shout out to the Cannon Club. Excited to come play some
What
golf
up?
there tomorrow afternoon. I do think Sunday's practice is an afternoon practice, though, so at least there's like
No sleep time?
a little bit of chill time
All right.
Sunday morning to relax a hair.
Gotcha.
Lauren and the girls are going to the beach, so I'm going to be solo, which is always presents its own interesting dynamics.
Did they cook some food before they left for you?
I highly doubt it.
Oh.
All I'm getting texts about, apparently, is I need to get a lot of trash out of the garage. Not like, oh, I love you, I miss you, you're so good looking. Just, hey, there's a bunch of trash in the garage that you need to get out.
Yeah, like things like they can't do it themselves.
I think
I normally get that type of stuff sometimes. I get like the ring battery needs to be changed. Change it. I mean, charge it up. And then like they put the water jugs outside, but they say they gonna sit out there until I bring them back in.
What, you guys have the big gallon water jug thing?
5 gallon.
Like the big joint?
Yeah, but it's like 5, 6 of them come at a time, and if I don't bring them in, they're gonna stay there.
I could see the full ones maybe being too heavy for them to carry.
Nah. They work out. They can live. Seriously.
It is funny how that works.
Yeah,
dude.
yeah.
It's like, oh, yeah.
Walk right past them. Boom, 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 boom. Yep, get that.
Jeff, you got, I imagine you have 100 things going on this weekend. Where are you DJing? Where can people check you out? Is there a pool party?
No pool parties. Our next pool party, the last pool party of the summer, is September 1st. But
JP and I were gonna roll in, but nah, Jeff, we decided not to.
Hey,
I gotta be honest. I've seen the videos of Jeff's pool party. I don't think I could go at 43 years old, father of 2. I don't think I could go.
Yeah, Lauren would not be mad at me, bro.
There's a better chance of me coming to the bar or the club that Jeff is DJing at than the pool parties. They look wild.
Hey, look, for any single fellas that's out there, this weekend I have 2 clubs that's going to be full of women. We have Mirror tonight on 9th Street. I go on at 1 o'clock. And tomorrow we're in Chinatown. I have this girl called Diamond the Body. I
saw your video with her.
Yeah, I don't know who that is, but for some reason.
You don't know the person, but you putting it out there?
For some reason, as soon as we dropped her as the guest, all the ladies went crazy and started buying up all the tables. It's more women in the club with tables this weekend than men.
Interesting.
So,
what's the
fellas,
name
that's
of the club?
It's called 202 Lounge. If fellas that's single, hey, you might find your wife.
Have you talked to Toby about coming? We're trying to get Toby's, some time with the ladies. Maybe Toby needs to come. Landfill,
you are a fool.
What's the young lady's name that's performing?
Diamond the Body.
Do you think Toby is a Diamond the Body fan, B?
No.
I'm going to leave my joke off here.
White Brian, what do you have planned? Maybe you and Rose can go see Diamond the Body. I'm sure Jeff will get you good seats.
Yeah, as fun as that sounds, I got work.
Damn, White Brian just stays working. Landville, considering you'll have to be up tonight to watch.
Yeah, yellow hair.
Terrific. The Commanders game. What is your sleep schedule going to be this weekend?
Man, I think I'm going to need to take a nap before I leave here today. I'm pretty tired.
You going to take a nap in the studio? What, Linnell's apartment where that little couch is?
Probably.
I mean, you are going to run out of time. By the time you drive home, say that's 45 minutes. So you get home at like 4 o'clock. Kickoff's at 7:30. That might not be enough time to sleep.
He's there. He's not talking to you.
He just decided he's done. I'll decide that we're done then.
He's not talking to you.
Fun day today. Thank you to everybody that listened. Shout out to Jeff for the Madden review. Thank you to Chick Hernandez for joining us. Thank you to AJ Francis for joining us.
Travis.
Thank you to Travis Thomas for joining us. Busy day. If you're looking for me, I will be on Channel 4 all afternoon and after the game. If you're looking for Brian, watch the game. He's going to be calling it. It'll be B-Mitch and Chick. Kickoff at 7:30, pregame show at 7, correct?
You got it.
There you go. Busy night, man. Should be a lot of fun. Grant and Danny coming your way next. I'm sure those guys have a lot to discuss, what they want to see tonight from the Commanders. Thank you for listening. You made it this far. Jeff owes you tickets to Diamond the Body, whatever that means.
We have not one but two DC sports teams in action tonight. First up at 7:30 p.m., we finally have Commanders football back on our TVs. Now, head coach Dan Quinn did say Jaden Daniels and the starters won't be playing tonight, so we won't see any of them, but we will expect a heavy dose of those players who are looking to move up the depth chart or cement their name as someone who needs to make the 53-man roster. Still always a good time when Commanders football is back. And then after that, we're going to have some late-night baseball for you. After dropping a home series with the A's yesterday, the Nationals hit the road and travel to the West Coast to take on the Giants. Now, San Francisco has dropped their last 8 home games, so it's a good time to face this ball club in Oracle Park. Tune in to listen live as the Nationals look to even up their season series with the Giants. You've got Jake Irvin on the mound for Washington. Tune in right here, 106.7 The Fan, to listen live. First pitch is scheduled for 10:15 p.m. If you're looking for something to do late night tonight, might I suggest some Nationals baseball. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Yeah, Friday. What's up and welcome in. It's August 8th, 2025, and you are listening live to 106.7 The Fan. And it's not just any Friday, by the way. This is a different kind of Friday. This is a game day Friday.
Hey-o!
The wait is over. Football is back in the nation's capital. What's up, everybody? Grant Paulson. Danny is out. Vacation continues. I believe we'll be back Monday from Scotland, unless he just decides he really likes it, wants to stay there and live there. Linnell is in today, and we will take you up to 6:30 as we get you closer and closer to the kickoff of the preseason. The Commanders in New England to take on the Patriots tonight. Linnell, this is a rite of passage for me every summer. I get so excited about a preseason game one just because of how long it's been, just because of wandering through the desert. And I know the water is not going to taste that good. I know that the water is probably even going to be unfulfilling. Don't care.
Yeah.
Last night I was jacked up. I get home, I plop down on the couch. My wife's like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "Preseason games are starting right now." Like within minutes of walking in the door. And she's like, "Well, I thought the Commanders played tomorrow." I'm like, "Yeah, the Colts are playing." She's like, "Why do you care about that?" I'm like, "Anthony Richardson versus Daniel Jones." Every year I do this to myself, Linnell, where you look forward to these games. You get excited, and then we all know that the flames are not as good as the smoke here. But my God, I can't wait. 7:30, we are 5.5 hours away from a football game.
Can't wait for it. Like last night, the best way I can describe it is like a long itch finally getting scratched, right? And we had the Hall of Fame game last week, but thanks to our pal Terry McLaurin, that was mainly just a big platform for us to get spoken about, talking about the Commanders. But last night, watching Colts and Ravens here in studio as I'm doing overtime, it just felt right, GP. And I think for tonight in particular, and we've said this off the record, on the record multiple times throughout the offseason, I think this is going to be one of the more difficult football teams to make in my lifetime because I think they're pretty loaded at a couple of different spots. The position battles are always fun throughout the preseason, but I think this year in particular, with some more household names fighting for roster spots, we're going to be a lot more intrigued. The nerds out there that love this stuff, this is for you, baby.
I don't know that they are going to cut a lot of players that help other teams this year, but here's where I'm going to agree with you. It's definitely a more competitive back end of the roster that I've seen in a long time. And there are going to be more guys cut from this Commanders team that people have heard of and who have had NFL careers. Like I think that wide receiver group, that KJ Osborne, Michael Gallup group, like those guys are not all making this team.
No.
One or two of those guys get stashed on the practice squad, and that's not the caliber of receiver they were cutting over the years. Like a guy like that comes in and he's your fifth receiver or sixth receiver. I think someone like Chris Rodriguez, who doesn't make this football team, and any 53 that I put together, I like Chris Rodriguez. Here's my hot take.
Uh-oh.
I think the difference between him and Brian Robinson is negligible, right? Robinson is
Fair.
your bell cow first and second down starter. You drafted in the third round out of Alabama, albeit in a previous regime. Rodriguez will be on the P squad or somewhere else getting some work at some point this season. But, like, he's not going to make the team. And to me, that is a really big sign of growth. Last year, he didn't make the team, but it was one of those numbers things where, you could have him on the practice squad or the regular season. He's going to be active a bunch. This is sorry, buddy, we have no room for you because we drafted a 7th rounder we really like, because McNichols showed out last year, who I don't even know if he makes the roster. I think they're intrigued by Kaz Allen, who can play some receiver, some running back. You'll see him tonight. But, yeah, Linnell, overall, I would just say they have more talent, and there are more veterans with resumes that will get cut than have been the case here in a while.
Yeah, and I think that's like the point here. And I think it speaks to the job that Adam Peters and company have done in their short time here in Washington, making this a more competitive outfit, kind of weeding out the bad apples and the guys that are not Commander fans. And it feels like as we get geared up for the opener tonight, and we'll talk about it throughout the show, there are a couple of spots that I'm really keyed in on in terms of the position battles. But there are a couple of names that we'll go through here as well. I just think the opportunity that guys are going to be afforded tonight is huge. We've watched them throughout training camp to this point. It's always a guy that, and this happens every year, GP, where maybe we're not talking about him a lot in training camp, but then, boom, preseason comes, and this kid is making a whole bunch of plays and looks like he could be a guy that you can stash maybe at the back end of your roster. That's probably what intrigues me the most tonight. We do know that we're not going to see starters, and not seeing Jaden Daniels tonight is going to bring a little tear down your boy's cheek. Especially when you consider like what Cincinnati did last night, playing their guys for an entire quarter.
Well,
in
in fairness,
preseason
though,
opener.
I mean, the Bengals are just correcting a wrong. They get off to the worst starts in the league every year, and so this year they're going to zig where they've zagged. They were the team, like the Rams, who didn't play any of their guys or take these games seriously, and they feel like it's a factor in why they get off to the terrible starts. It probably is, but regardless, I think injuries to Joe Burrow, some other things are factors. They're doing everything differently. If they used to eat Cocoa Puffs, now they're eating Fruit Loops, right? If they used to practice at 8 a.m., they've changed to practicing at 2 p.m. And so one of the things that's changed is last night, to your point, we're seeing Burrow to Jamar Chase down the field in a preseason game against backups. And it's like, all right, if you got to get your work in, get your work in. No harm, no foul. I like it. I'm old school. Andy Reid still plays his starters.
Yeah.
And he announced yesterday that Patrick Mahomes will go a quarter. Now, I don't think he will. I'll take the under on that. He almost never does. Reid always says he's going to play a quarter in the first game. But don't let that mistake the larger point. Don't let that take away from the fact that here is a perennial Super Bowl caliber team with arguably the best coach in the NFL ever, and certainly right now, and Andy Reid, who's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. And he's a guy that likes the preseason and wants to play starters. We'll talk about Jaden Daniels' playtime in this preseason and what we hope it looks like in a little bit. Real quick before we get into tonight's game, though, and what we're looking forward to seeing. I saw this today. I thought this was notable, and I thought this was just a chance for Commanders fans to smell the roses a little bit. Fox put out their announcement of their broadcast teams this year. And I won't bore everyone going through them all, although the broadcast nerd in me would like to do detailed breakdowns on each of the triumvirates and who's going to have a good year and who isn't in the booth. But the reason I bring this up is that they also announced that the A-team, so that is Kevin Burkhardt, Tom Brady, Aaron Andrews, and Tom Rinaldi on the sideline, they're going to be in Landover, Maryland in week 1 for the Giants and the Commanders. Now, I don't want to tell you the Giants have no interesting storylines. Their general manager, Joe Shane, their head coach, Brian Daboll, are both fighting for their jobs. Their quarterback situation is not all that good, and they have 3 guys all vying for the same gig. Russell Wilson will be making his Giants debut. They've got a superstar player in the making in Malik Neighbors, right? So there are some stories that'll be worth monitoring nationally. Plus, it's the New York market, biggest media market in America outside of L.A. Like, you're going to get some people tuning in. But make no mistake, Linnell, this is about the Washington Commanders and Jaden Daniels. How much did we talk about all the primetime games that they got under the lights on Thursday, Sunday, Monday night? We didn't really account for the fact that when they play on Sundays, the very, very rare situations anymore where they play at 1 o'clock, they're going to be getting a lot of A-teams. They'll be nationally televised. So people's first look at Jaden Daniels in 2025 will come very early.
I'm excited about it, man. It got me thinking about, like, childhood growing up. Like, it felt like, when's the last time we've had the A-team for a season opener? Like, I got to go back to, like, the 9/11 game where Ryan Kerrigan has like the pick six against the Giants. That's honestly the last time it felt like that. I know there's been a Monday night game that we've opened up with against Pittsburgh when Kirk Cousins and Jay was here, but like it just speaks to your point, like the excitement around this team. People care for the first time in a long time about this group. And last year, right, this is the difference to me. Last year, it felt like people didn't really care until like the Cincinnati game was kind of like their coming out party. It's on Monday Night Football, but it felt like it took us to get to 5-2, 6-2 before people went, hey, that's a team we should be caring about. The difference this year, you're getting that attention from the outset of the season. Kevin Burkhardt company are in town. Brady's here. Like, let's go. Like, I'm super ready for it.
Could be a blessing, could be a curse.
Well, yeah, that's
now,
that part.
They're going to determine that, how they handle their own prosperity. Last year, they were able to, for the first time around here in a long, long time. Didn't seem like they read their press clippings. Didn't seem like those things caught up to them. But, yeah, the way I'm putting it is they matter again.
Yeah.
Nationally, this league is better when this football team in the nation's capital is relevant, and they are an important team. They are a playoff-bound team, according to the pundits and the experts. You know, we were talking on the show a few days ago, Toby and I, and we both said it feels like if they don't make the playoffs after last year's NFC Championship game run, even if you think that was pyrite, like that's fool's gold, fine, no problem. You don't need to get back to the NFC Championship game for me to feel good. But if you don't get to the playoffs, it will feel like they took a step back. Now, my personal goal is, as long as at the end of this year, Jaden Daniels is healthy again and has left any trepidation I had about his durability and frame behind him. Now you're 2 years into the league. You've been proven you can take the hits and stay healthy with your style of play. All right, I can now cross that off of my worry list. And if he can cement himself, Linnell, as the best of the rest quarterback behind the big four Mount Rushmore, or maybe even if he's really special again, make that a 5-quarterback group. Like for years, it's been Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Lamar. It's those four in a tier, and then we can kind of fight over crumbs after that for who's fifth. And if Jaden either becomes the best of the rest and going into next year, it feels like he's the number 5 quarterback in the league, everybody agrees, awesome. Or God forbid, I mean, this would just be the best. If he goes out and has an amazing season, stays healthy, plays at an MVP level again, and now it's a 5-player group, and you're trying to figure out where to put him with Lamar Jackson or a Joe Burrow. That, to me, I don't care what their record is the win this season because it means every single year you're going to be a 10-ish win team that has a chance with this guy in tow.
And that's what it's all about, and I totally agree with you. Like, everything, I know it's fun to talk about, you know, chasing the ghost of last year and trying to get back to the conference championship game. Like, this isn't me being a Debbie Downer. Like, I don't want to use the word unlikely, but, like, you caught lightning in a bottle last year is what it felt like if we're being honest about it. And that's what happens in the postseason for every team that goes on an extended run. You got to have some things bounce your way. But to your point, GP, like it's all about 5. Everything you did this offseason was centered around Jaden Daniels. So I think the regular season's got to be viewed that way as well. I'm just curious.
Which is why, by the way, tag you back in a second, it is why the McLaurin thing is so odd to me.
Right, because
you go get Laramie Tunsil. You didn't have to. It was the right thing to do. I loved it.
Yeah.
They could have easily just ran Brandon Coleman back into year 2 and felt like he'll get better and he'll be a serviceable left tackle. They didn't. They made a huge trade, gave up a bunch of picks, went and got Tunsil who they're going to have to pay next year. And you don't bring him in if you're not anticipating doing that. Then, in the first round, you could take a corner. You could take a wide receiver. There's a lot of things they could have done, and they said, no, we got to shore up our offensive line. We got to go get another tackle to protect the other side of Jaden Daniels. And it was awesome. I thought the offseason in that way was kind of the dream for me. Because once you find the quarterback, the whole goal is answering the question every single time. Does this move help our QB? Then let's do it. Does this move help our QB? Let's do it. Someone wants to change the type of coffee you have in the cafeteria. What does Jaden think? Like, that's how they should be operating, essentially. And now his number 1 wide receiver is nowhere to be found. So that adds to the curiousness of how they've handled the McLaurin thing. I don't even think they're wrong, per se. I think they're more right than Buddy Baker and Terry McLaurin are on the money that we're hearing.
Yeah.
But I don't think that being right is the most important thing here. No. I think that getting this guy to play football again as soon as possible should be the goal, not getting the perfect number so that you're not spending a few million too much.
And that's why I'm fine and really not losing sleep over it going either way. Like, if this Terry McLaurin holdout, as I kind of think it will, drags closer to week 1 and into the start of the regular season, hey, this is a perfect opportunity for Jaden Daniels to prove, hey, I am a bona fide guy. Because the one thing I'll say about the 4 horsemen, right, as you referenced, Lamar, Burrow, Josh Allen, Mahomes, they all make everyone around them better. And I think we saw Jayden do that last year, but it's, looked at through a different lens because of the schedule and things of that nature. You have a legitimate NFL outfit each and every week. The Browns and the Panthers aren't popping up on your schedule this year. So, he's going to have the opportunity week in, week out, whether it's with McLaurin or not, because I think at this point, to think that they're going to be able to start even if he signs today, GP, and is in the second preseason game next Monday night against Cincinnati, you would expect this offense to maybe, start off a little bit slow out of the gate. I think Jayden Daniels has the chance to, change that narrative in my mind in terms of, I don't need McLaurin. And I know we all think that having him around makes Jayden the best version of himself. But I do think, part of me, the center in me thinks I would be curious to see Jayden Daniels without Terry McLaurin and how much better he'd be able to make the other guys around him and how functional this offense would be. The one thing we spoke about, last time we were together, GP, and it's been a kind of a thing that I've looked at all offseason long here, he can't lead this team in rushing yards next year. He was a leading rusher on the team last year. That can't be the formula this year to me, and then they still have success and make the playoffs. You take Terry McLaurin away, it feels like you're going to be relying on Jayden Daniels' legs a lot more.
I bet on him leading this team in rushing yards. Who would?
I mean,
now, part of this for me is Brian Robinson is what Brian Robinson's been as far as I'm concerned. I think he's going to play 14 or so games. He'll be banged up occasionally because he's a big body, big target, takes on contact, physical, exactly. So that's just not a guy that's going to play 18 weeks, 17 games, very likely. But even so, you're playing him on first and second down. You're spelling out of the gun, out of the spread. Some Austin Eckler on those downs as well. He's on the field on third. I think Merritt has a good chance to cut into his carry load as the year goes on. Some of it is just that there's a lot of mouths to feed. But you don't have a 1,000-yard back on this team. I think you probably have, a leading back somewhere in the 500 to 700-yard range. Well, Jayden will unequivocally be over that. I mean, Lamar every year is 800, 900. I think that's what Jayden Daniels is. People take it as a slight to call him a running quarterback. Like, he is an exceptional passer. I think he's a better passer than Lamar in his infancy. He's only going to get better. But part of the superpower is still going to be pulling the ball down and making plays. So I would be surprised if he didn't lead them in rushing. I want to go back to the point you made, though, about those other quarterbacks as elevators of the guys around them. I think that's obviously true. And if Daniels is an MVP type who every single year, regardless of talent around him, just is the great eraser, just makes everything better. Like a Allen, who just won the award, or like Mahomes, who has a couple in his, on his mantle. I think that he will be that guy, but I think two things will be true. Yes, he'll make Luke McCaffrey and Jalen Lane and Chris Moore better, but this receiver room, sans Terry McLaurin, is still way worse than any of the other rooms any of those guys have.
Yes.
In other words, like, if you brought in Josh Allen here, Allen has a hard time dragging those guys as a passing game where he needs to. And there's just no reason to figure that out now. I get it. You're like, I'm kind of excited to see what it looks like. I'm not at all.
I hear that.
There's no reason to. Like, why? So we can put our chests out and say Jayden did it? Who cares? Surround him with talent. Have the best situation possible for the most important player in your person in your organization. And we could find out. Like, I could see, I wonder if my 12-year-old could stay home alone and not get scared. Or I could just hire a damn babysitter. Like, what is the value of knowing that exactly?
For sure. I think, like you're saying, the putting him in the best position to succeed possible is what you should do here. But I think we saw it a little bit last year when, Terry McLaurin wasn't being targeted and wasn't featured, in the offense. They were able to, make lemonade out of lemons, so to speak, with the personnel that they had. I called it a JV-like wide receiver room last year behind Terry McLaurin. I like the group a little bit more this year, but I think to prove that you are a real elite quarterback in this league, doing it with a less than supporting cast is definitely one of those boxes I feel like you have to check. I think Jayden, in terms of ball placement and accuracy, like that to me is his number one trait. So I do feel like it is a situation where, maybe you don't have to have the top of the class wide receiver in order to have a bunch of success. But to close out on this, like, to your point, they're a way worse group without McLaurin. And then the other thing is this: who's the guy in that skill room that you have to game plan for if there is no Terry McLaurin?
Well, if they're right about Debo, it could be him. But that's a big jump from where he was last year. That's reverting back to multiple seasons ago. But I think he has to be the answer if they don't have McLaurin. if their offense is going to be what we need it to be around these parts.
Debo can't be the best version of himself without McLaurin. He opens everything up underneath in terms of having that deep threat that gets defenses to play on.
Certainly helps, but Debo multiple years ago, just a couple seasons ago, like he didn't need Brandon Ayuk to be Debo. Like he takes a ball behind the line of scrimmage and he runs through a couple dudes and he picks up a first down. He was running the 15-yard digs and traditional stuff and making plays. The question is, does he still have that game? I don't know. Does he still have that club in the bag, or did he leave it at Topgolf? We're going to find out here in about a month. Probably not tonight, but there is a game tonight, and we want to get into that next. Let's talk about the guys who are actually going to be on the field. I want you to put together, Linnell, a list of the 3 players you're most excited to watch tonight. I'm going to do the same, and then we'll hit the phones on this as well. Give us the Commanders player you are most pumped up to see what they look like in their preseason debut in 2025. You can call us now. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. We're about 5 hours from kickoff. You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan.
I'm Linnell Willingham, and here's what's happening. The Commanders open up their preseason slate tonight on the road in Foxborough against the Patriots. Most key starters, including Jaden Daniels, not expected to play after those players got good work versus the Patriots in the joint practice on Wednesday. Kickoff for the preseason opener set for 7:30. Colts quarterback Anthony Richardson survived an injury scare after getting his pinky bent in an awkward way last night in their preseason opener against the Ravens. Sources say that Richardson could return to practice as soon as Saturday after officially sustaining a dislocated right pinky. And that's baseball tonight on the Fan as the fellas begin a 6-game West Coast road trip out in San Francisco against the Giants. It is a 10:15 first pitch for tonight. Jake Irvin on the bump for D.C. Pregame coverage is rolling at 9:45 with Nats on deck. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on the Fan.
Linnell's in for Danny. This is Grant and Danny on the Fan. We'll take you up to 6:30, 4 hours from now. Commanders, Patriots kicking off in 5 hours tonight, and we're excited for preseason football. So here's the deal, Linnell. We're going to go through our top 3 players we're most excited to watch make their debut under the lights in a game. And we'll see what our lists look like. We'll compare them, and then we'll hit the phones. 800-636-1067. So I'll start us off with Jalen Lane.
Yeah.
I have just been enamored with the speedster out of Virginia Tech at practice. It's funny. You know, the first couple of days of practice, I didn't really notice him. And I said, all right, where's Jalen Lane? Let's see what's going on. And then you see he's running with basically the second to third team. Not a whole lot to see, really. But then within a week, you're back at practice, and he's getting some first-team reps. By the end of his time in Ashburn, before they went to New England, it was clockwork. He would get out there with the ones, and Jaden Daniels would immediately target him. Both would happen in succession almost simultaneously every single time. He checks in, he gets a target. There was a route where I was watching him against Jonathan Jones, longtime NFL corner, going to help them this year in the secondary. He routed him up on an out route, left him basically falling over as he caught a ball and got up past the line of scrimmage, past the line to gain and out of bounds for a first down. That's not even the impressive stuff. It's the downfield stuff where he just gets open and leaks behind everybody. I know he wasn't a household name coming out of Virginia Tech, but he runs a 4.3 4.40. He's a 4th-round pick. I am really excited to see what he looks like tonight in this preseason game.
I think if we're going to talk about life without Terry McLaurin early on in the season, he could be a guy that eases the pain in that blow because he's the only other guy in that receiver room, GP, that I think puts fear in the heart of defenses in terms of taking the top off and being that explosive vertical threat, someone that can stress defenses going down the field. And when we're talking about the Deebo Samuels of the world and the Austin Ecklers and those guys that need space to operate underneath, you know, how do you get that? It's a guy like Jalen Lane showing that he can take the top off. My other thing with Lane, GP, that I worry about with young wide receivers, especially in this offense, he's a sleight of frame guy. How competitive is he going to be at the point of attack as a blocker in the run game and in the screen game? Because that'll help him get on the field faster.
Yeah, he's going to have to figure that part out. I don't think that's going to be a strength at his size, obviously. But I would say if you've been out there a bunch, and Linnell hasn't, and I know I've been out at a bunch of practices, and you're labeling the dudes who have had the best camps at receiver, it's him and Deebo Samuel.
Yeah.
You know, in the non-Terry McLaurin world, that's the list. Now, that doesn't mean he's ready for the bright lights, but we'll get an indicator tonight of what that looks like for Jalen Lane. Number 1 on my list, guys, I'm most excited to watch. Give me yours.
The number 1 guy on my list is Tyler Owens, the undrafted safety that they got last year out of Texas Tech. Played mostly a special teams role last year, got a couple of snaps on the defense. But throughout camp, GP, and you've been out there, he's running with the first team a lot of the time. We've seen a lot of 3 safety looks with him, Quan Martin, and Will Harris, the acquisition from the New Orleans Saints. I just think for Tyler Owens, there's just so many different ways that they can use him. He has that Jeremy Chin body type to where, you know, he looks good getting off the bus, as you like to say, GP. I just think last year he showed he's a war daddy on special teams. This year in camp, they've lined him up in the slot and slot corner. We've seen him in the deep half as the post safety, and he just hasn't blinked. There was a play the last time that I was out there that he's one-on-one in the slot against Deebo Samuel, and the coverage is textbook. So if he is able to do that part of the game, I think he'll be fine. But I'm curious to see with him tonight. It's different running down on special teams, Grant, and making a tackle than it is being in the flow of a defense, having to run fit and be in your gap. I want to see how he handles that, the physicality of being a box safety. But other than that, I think he's got super high upside, especially as a blitzer, too.
Yeah, he played 74% of snaps as a special teamer last year, played in 12 games, did deal with an injury, didn't get on the field defensively, and I would bet on that changing if he can make this roster this year. Because, as you said, at practice, they use him at the safety position a bunch. And there was actually one particular rep where he really stood out to me. Debo had run this like slot fade kind of that Jaden threw beautifully at LSU constantly. And he had beaten someone, I don't even remember, it might have been Amos or somebody. It was actually really, really tight, good coverage. But he had run this route to perfection. It was a perfect throw by Daniels, perfect catch. Well, they went right back to that like a series later, and it was Tyler Owens. And with his length, he was able to make a play and break it up. And the idea that he could flip his hips and run as basically a linebacker tweener type, he's got a really impressive length to him. But yeah, he is kind of a player who can play in the box or play deep. And out of Texas and Texas Tech, he's long been intriguing to them, clearly, after they brought him into the organization last year. Now, year two, more is expected of him. All right, I'm going to go to number 2 on my list. Yeah. I'm going back to the offense. I'm going with, I won't even get cute here, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, the guy they call Bill. This one's easy. This is a layup. Doesn't need to be described a whole lot, but I don't remember a player who's ever gotten more attention, more fan appeal and love and interest before he played it down as a 7th-round pick than Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. Now, this is not a knock. I am one of the guys that's sitting on the bus where we're all going to watch him play. I might be sitting in the front row, all right? I'm excited to watch him. He has stood out to me. He looks as impressive as any running back they've had in camp. But this is my 26th training camp being around this team. And I'm telling you, Linnell, I'm an old person apparently, but I'm telling you, the love that people fall and the passion with which they become addicted to certain players that may make the roster, it doesn't happen yet normally. Lake Seastrunk, nobody was claiming he was about to be the next great Redskin before the preseason started. Suton McCullough, Marcus Mason, you name your guy, Marco Mitchell, Terrence Austin, any of these dudes who went out there and became the talk of the preseason, it happened after the games. Like 2 days into training camp, the Merritt thing was already full bore. You got national fantasy people today all having a big Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt convention at this point. Matthew Berry is saying everybody needs to watch him tonight across the country. I've just never really seen this much hype for a guy, and I hope he delivers the goods and flashes a couple plays like we've been seeing in practice.
One thing that it's been like a revelation for me over the past couple of days, GP, I think we're looking at the wrong back in terms of who Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt's going to take snaps from. I think he's got the chance to take snaps from Austin Eckler. I look at Brian Robinson to still be this bruising first and second down back. I think Bill can come in and be, the way he's looked in practice, how explosive he's looked on these jump cuts and things of that nature. I think he can eat into some of Austin Eckler's snaps in terms of being a pass catcher out of the backfield. He's looked good in that role as well. The big thing for me with Bill is going to be how does he do in pass protection. But it wouldn't surprise me if by season's end, those are the two guys that have the most touches and carries at the running back spot.
It's possible. Look, Eckler last year was just more effective and more efficient than Brian Robinson, and I didn't think it was that close. So that's where I lean toward. You put the guys on the field that can pop something, that can make something happen. Eckler in the open field, especially early last year before he starts to get banged up in the concussions. Yeah, he's just shifty. It was like slicing through the secondary like a knife through butter, and he just had wiggle that we haven't really seen. Robinson doesn't really have as much of that, but I just think Merritt, there's no reason he can't be out there on first and second. My only gripe with a third down role for him is I haven't seen him in pass protection, to your point. I don't know if a linebacker's coming downhill, does he make that play? If he's got the reads there are difficult. Ask Anthony Richardson last night. Just figuring out who guys are coming from, where they're coming from, who's coming, who isn't. You basically have to be a quarterback with your hands on your knees in the backfield at running back at the snap. And maybe he'll be really good at that. I know Austin Eckler's phenomenal at it, and I'm just not letting anybody touch the field until they've mastered that chorus because number 5's jersey being clean is more important than anything they're doing as a rusher. I promise you that right now. All right, let me get to number 3 then, or you got to go number 2.
My number 2 guy, Johnny Newton. I feel like he's on a lot of our lists. I don't know how much we're going to see of him tonight. This defensive line room, I think I've been like gushing over him ever since I got to see him in training camp for the first time. Just think it's a really well-coached group with Darryl Tapp and Ryan Kerrigan and Sharif Floyd. All 3 guys that have had success in the National Football League. And I got the chance to talk to Johnny the other day. There's just a quiet confidence that he has. And when you think about what this offseason was for him, not worrying about rehab, and it's really getting stronger, I compare him, Grant, to like a fire hydrant. Like, that's how he's built, low center of gravity, thick. My thing with him is, like, he could end up being the interior guy that has the most pass rush pop and pass rush juice. And I think tonight we should be able to see that. The other thing for him is, can you be strong and drop your butt and anchor against double teams? That's an area where Washington struggled last year. 3rd most yards allowed before contact in the NFL last year. So
yeah, bottom 5 in rushing yards per attempt and rushing yards per game. Why they got big, went and got Eddie Goldman and Javon Kinlaw, because I don't think they want Newton to have to be that guy.
Right.
I think situationally, you don't exclusively use him on passing downs, but to your point as a pass rusher, go back and watch him in Illinois, people. Like, what he did was got up the field, gobbled up the assignment in front of him, and basically just disrupted. He was a pocket pusher, a pocket havoc wreaker. I'd like to see him get to that early on this season, because that was kind of the hope I had. Last year was way quieter than what I would have anticipated. Played in 16 games, started 11, only had the 2 sacks.
He came on down the stretch, though. I'll give you
He
that.
did. He played better. But 7 quarterback hits, 6 TFLs. I would have taken the over on all those numbers. I was super high on him. But I do think we forget, this time last year, he's got like 2 feet different feet issues. He had the 1 foot issue where he was on the field, and another foot problem. He got to camp late. He started preseason late. This has not been that. His whole offseason's been different. Yeah. I think he could make a pretty significant leap. I like that you point him out because we've not talked a lot about him. I'm not quite as high on him as I was. I mean, going back a year ago, like I thought.
The mistakes were off a little bit for you?
Well, it's not even like I'm down on him. It's just I thought when they drafted him that he could become, this is going to sound crazy, but like maybe an all-pro defensive tackle.
It's not crazy, GP. He was billed as like a first-round pick. Like, dudes had first-round grades on him. It was the foot injury that caused him to slide. So I totally agree.
But I just haven't seen anything that makes me think that that's the ceiling. But I still think, right now, this moment, like I would bet on him to have as many sacks as Daron Payne. Okay. I think he could have 5.5, 6.5 sacks this year. Would not surprise me and just be a really impactful D-tackle. All right, for me, number 3. So I went Jalen Lane, rookie wide receiver. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, rookie running back. I'm going to go up the draft board here and stick with another rookie. I got to type, I guess. All these kids making their debuts. Assuming he plays, and I don't know why he wouldn't, as a second rounder, making his first ever start. You want to get him on the field and get him through some of the motions here in August. Trey Amos.
Yeah.
And it's not even about finding out with Trey Amos. I know this is going to sound silly. I want people to see what we've gotten to see at practice.
Yeah.
I am so high on him. He looks like an NFL player. The length, the physicality, the ability to turn and run with guys. He is just absolutely locked down. Now, again, mostly working against receivers that aren't very good at Commanders practice right now. But occasionally, I mentioned the play with Debo earlier, best throw, best catch maybe of camp. It's Amos that's right there, step for step. You can't cover a play any better. I want to see what it looks like against NFL wide receivers, running routes you haven't seen a lot of yet. New England's playbook is not a playbook you've got in your hotel room, but I'm excited about him, and I hope people get to see 1 or 2 plays where you can tell, okay, this is why everybody is so intrigued.
He's just got a confidence about him, and I guess that's what happens when you play, high-level corner in the SEC. Like, he's never scared. He walks up to receivers impressed with this machismo about him that I absolutely love. The one thing that we haven't gotten to see from him that I know has got to be a big part of, this defense, if you're going to play corner here for Joe Witt, how do you run fit? Are you scared to, get your face mask on the football and get your face dirty? I don't think he'll be, afraid, but I want to see, how it looks in real game action because we know Mike Vrabel and company are going to try to run the football right at you. But yeah, like Trey Amos has been as advertised, man. He's honestly exceeded my expectations, and it makes me buy more what they said on draft night that he could have been their first round pick.
I believe that.
Yeah.
I mean, he's played in camp like a guy that would have belonged in the back end of the first round. So I've got Lane, Merritt, Amos, 3 guys from this draft class that I'm monitoring most closely tonight. You've gone with back-to-back second-year players in Tyler Owens and Johnny Newton. Let's round this thing out.
I'm going to stick with the theme of defense, and I'm going to go with someone from this year's draft class. Kane Madrano out of UCLA has an opportunity tonight and throughout the rest of camp, depending on the health of Jordan McGee, to solidify himself as this team's third linebacker. Think about what we heard leading up to the draft and then what we've heard to this point in camp about how they wanted Jordan McGee to be that guy last year, and they wanted to go with more of that traditional 4-3 set. Well, Jordan McGee, once again, is on the trainer's table, and it's opening up an opportunity for Kane Madrano, who, like Jalen Lane, I would say GP, didn't really stick out the first couple of practices at camp, but as he's gotten more and more opportunity, I think you've seen him flash and make plays. He's got the ability to run, and I think he covered, too. How does he tackle? That was the big weakness coming out of college. We'll get to see that tonight.
All right, we've set the table for you guys. Let's sit down and eat next.
Let's do it.
800-636-1067. Danny's out, Linnell's in. Preseason football tonight for the Commanders. On the road against the Patriots. Those are the 6 guys that we're most jacked up to watch play. Who's number 1 on your list that you can't wait to see this evening? That's next on The Fan. Sam Monson of the 33rd team will take us around the NFL coming up at 3:30 today. Had a batch of preseason games last night, 3 more tonight, and then a dose over the weekend. We'll hit the headlines with him. Doug Key to the Boston Herald helps us to scout the Patriots coming up at 5 o'clock. But right now on Grant and Danny, Linnell's in today. I'm Grant Paulson with you on The Fan. We are looking ahead to this evening's first preseason game for the Commanders as they are in New England. We just gave you the 3 players we're most excited to watch. We want to know who number 1 on your priority list is this evening. Let's go to Tony in Dumfries on G&D.
What's up, Tony?
Tony, what's good? How are you?
I'm doing great, guys. How about yourself?
Good, man.
Well,
I heard you guys talking about Austin Eckler, and I wanted to say he posted on social media of him doing 1-arm pull-ups. He's an absolute unit. But the one player that I actually want to see the most, I know Zach Ertz is the main guy, but I really want to see how Ben Sinnott has progressed and how he does, and if he gets any targets or anything like that. I just want to see how he's progressed.
well, remember, thanks for the call. The play that Ben Sinnott made against the Jets in preseason game 1 last year is the sole reason to this moment that I still have any hope that he could turn into something as a viable second-round pick, because he had 20 yards after the catch, making a guy miss, and then literally dragging multiple defenders for the last 10 yards. He looked like a more athletic Jason Witten, big target in the middle of the field on a Driscoll pass, little pop pass. And that is still the highlight.
Yeah.
He caught 5 balls last year. He did catch a pass from Tress Way on the fake punt in the NFC Championship game, which was kind of the big moment of his entire rookie season. But I actually talked to him out at camp, and he said something that was really interesting. I'm paraphrasing. But he basically said, look, the best thing I can do is my ability after the catch.
Yeah.
Like my secret sauce, when I have the ball in my hands, I'm going to make some people miss. I'm going to run some dudes over. He's got like a little Chris Cooley to him in that way. But he never catches the ball. And he was like, I haven't had the ball.
Yeah.
Now, some of that could be his fault. Some of it could just be that Ertz is really good. Some of it could be the team didn't trust him enough or what have you. But, you know, if the thing you do best, Linnell, is make breakfast food and you're cooking at a restaurant where they don't make breakfast food, we wouldn't know that you're a good cook.
Exactly.
And so they got to get him the football, and this is the time to do it. It's unlikely that it's going to happen much early in the season as long as Ertz is healthy. But tonight, we should get a chance to find out what he looks like. Does he get open? Does he get targeted? Because if you just keep playing games against backups and you're not open and you're not targeted, it tells me a lot.
That's the thing to me that also, you know, makes the Terry McLaurin saga a little bit more interesting, how they would try to manufacture offense if they were without him to start the year. More 12 and 13 personnel. Last year when you were in 12, it's Zach Ertz and John Bates. Do we see more 13 this year because there is a confidence in Ben Sinnott and what he could ultimately be? I want to give him some credit, though. I thought he competed his tail off as a blocker. Like, he is physically imposing, Jeeps. Like, you've got the chance to stand next to him. Like, he's not like he's got, like, baby fat on him. Like, the kid's pretty cut up. He's huge. He moves well, as we've seen. I just think, to your point, need to get some more opportunities from him as a pass catcher.
Let's go to Elijah in D.C. wants to hop in. Elijah, who you watching tonight?
What's up, Elijah?
What's going on, fellas? This was kind of tough for me. I wanted to say Trey Amos. I wanted to say Bill. I'm going to go with Kane Madrano. What I'm hoping to see is all of these rookies. I'm even willing to bet that Washington's rookies may be the most pro-ready. I'm not willing to say at the top, but I think when you have guys that were leaders on their squad, certain aspects of leadership, certain aspects I'm seeing, I want guys to be confident in their roles or confident in their skill set. I think we got some rookies, but they're a little bit older, and they were leaders on their squad. So what that looks like on a down-to-down basis is what I'm interested in. How are they able to what is the new responsibilities? You went with a guy like Ben Sinnott. Is he able to, because if you can't help your quarterback out, you're not going to be on the field. Is he able to get from his spot, and Jaden Daniels says, I need you to go to this part of the field, does he know what his new responsibilities are? Because that's what we need. We have a lot of moving parts on offense, and we need guys who really know what their new responsibilities are once things get moving. And this is going to be a team that is going to require you to move and
Well,
block
the tempo. Appreciate the call. I mean, the tempo makes that pertinent, right? Because they're going to run plays at a rate that very few teams are. We saw that with Cliff Kingsbury last year. 2 things real quick. One, on Ben Sinnott, it's the tight end position that we're talking about. We're not talking about quarterback. So, yes, Ertz being very good is going to hurt him being heavily involved, but he should still be able to get on the field.
Bingo.
I know John Bates is a blocker, and he's a really good blocker, but Ben Sinnott's okay at blocking, and he's better as a receiver. Like, there's ways. And by the way, if you are proving in practice that you need to be involved, then they'll run 13 personnel. Like, they're going to have a 3 tight end set for you. So he can fight his way onto the field, number one. Number two, on Medrano, just as a note from my discussion with him a few days ago at practice, he played for linebackers coach at UCLA, Ken Norton Jr., who is currently the linebackers coach for the Commanders, and a big reason why they drafted him, in my opinion. In fact, he wasn't even heavily involved in talking with Washington or meeting with them a ton before the draft, but I think they knew everything they needed to know because Norton was here. But I say that to agree with the caller. He feels like he's more ready. He has more answers than maybe a late-round pick normally would because he's kind of played in the role, played in the defense, albeit in a varying degree with Ken Norton previously. Let's go to Luke in D.C.
What's up,
on
Luke?
Grant and Danny. Luke, what's good? How are you?
Fellas, how we doing?
Doing
Good,
well.
man, good.
I'm excited for Sam Hartman. Quite literally excited. He is. You talk about intangibles a lot. He's got all the tangibles. He's got the hair. He's got the body. He's got the suntan lotion. I'm sure the sun is looking good on him after being in camp all year. I'm excited to see him, not just because he is quite possibly the most attractive man in the NFL, but also because at some point when we're up, 28 against the Giants, whether we're beating the Eagles by 30, we're going to need someone to come in and fill that garbage time duty. So I want to see if he can step up and be that guy.
Yeah, if being handsome accounted to making plays, we'd have ourselves a quarterback controversy in D.C. But I don't think it does. So I'm actually, shtick aside, I agree. He's one of the most handsome gentlemen in D.C. sports. But he's got himself a competition to win with Josh Johnson. He's Jaden's boy. I think he's going to be around one way or the other, probably on the P squad. If not, I would think you could get him there. I can't imagine that many teams would be lining up to cut a quarterback to bring him in. But after last year, you'd like to think, Linnell, he could go from the practice squad to just being on the 53 regularly as your third quarterback. Otherwise, why are you spending the time developing and grooming him?
Well, I think the hope is at some point he is able to be your backup quarterback. Like I would think, that's why he's still in the system. He's actually had a pretty good camp. He didn't get to throw a lot during the offseason program because he had shoulder surgery. But, when we're talking about plays that Jalen Lane has made and Ja'Cory Brooks have made and Michael Gallup, those are coming on the receiving end of a Sam Hartman pass. So I think, he has had a pretty decent camp. All shtick aside, to your point, I'm pretty intrigued by the young man, too.
Mike Giardi, who covers the New England Patriots in Patriots country up in Boston for the Sports Journal, is going to join us coming up in just a few. He just got back to me, so I want to touch base with him on the matchup tonight and how much the Patriots starters are going to go, if at all. We'll get some of those answers next on Grant and Danny.
We're brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. The Commanders open up their preseason slate tonight on the road in Foxborough as they take on the New England Patriots. Most key starters, including quarterback Jayden Daniels, not expected to play after those players got good work versus the Patriots in the joint practice on Wednesday. Special celebration tonight for Pats fans as the team will unveil a Tom Brady statue outside of Gillette Stadium before the game starts. Kickoff for tonight set for 7:30. Brutal injury news for the L.A. Chargers. Their star tackle, Rashawn Slater, left practice Thursday after a non-contact injury. It was confirmed late last night that he will miss the 2025 season with a ruptured patella tendon. This just 11 days after Slater signed a 4-year, $113 million extension, making him the highest-paid offensive lineman by AAV in NFL history. And that's baseball on tap tonight right here on The Fan. The fellas play game 1 of a 6-game road trip. They're out in San Francisco taking on the Giants. Jake Irvin on the bump for D.C. It is a 10:15 first pitch. Pregame coverage gets rolling right here on The Fan at 9:45. Paul Henry's Windows Installation, your clear home improvement choice. This August only. Score $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
Grant and Danny welcoming you back on The Fan. Danny is on vacation. One final show for the week, looking ahead to tonight's preseason action. The show is brought to you by the law firm Kondorian Murad. They will help you to draft a last will and testament, set up a trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with our buddies and their attorneys over at their Fairfax office, kmlawyers.com, to do that. Mention us to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. The Patriots are the assignment for the Commanders tonight. They've been working out up in New England with the Patriots over the last few days. So let's get some insight on the adversary and scout the opponent. Camp coverage and this game coverage on The Fan, presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Pleased to welcome onto the show Mike Giardi, who covers the Patriots and all things NFL on the All 32 podcast, Boston Sports Journal. Mike, thanks for hopping aboard here in D.C. How you doing?
What's up, Mike?
I appreciate you guys having me. Great day for football here in New England. Nice weather, blue skies, ready to go.
I'm fired up to hear that. We're just excited that it's back. I was joking earlier with my co-host Linnell here that this is one of those nights where by the end of the night, a lot of people complain about the quality of the game or whatever. But it's just it's like a summer rite of passage to get really excited for a game that an hour or so into it, like you gotta, it's homework. You gotta really want to watch it, but it still feels awesome that it's here.
Yeah, I mean, it just tells you how close we're getting to the thing counting for real. You know, I mean, it's I think 27 days now till the kickoff, so that's like crazy. You know, you go through this period there, especially in April and May, where you're just like, like OTA once a week or something. You're like, this is not enough. It's not, they're not real football yet. They're not in full pads, and then you get to this point, and all of a sudden, it's like full speed ahead. You're ready to dive in, and I'm kind of ready to fast forward to week 1 if we're going to be honest here.
Mike, you guys have had a pretty interesting offseason, a lot of change. Mike Vrabel being brought in, Josh McDaniels brought back into the fold, year 2 of Drake May. Throughout the first couple of weeks of camp, what's been the biggest thing that stood out about this year's iteration of the Patriots?
I mean, I think first things first is this is an actual professional operation, which I don't know that it's been the last couple of years. And I even go back to Bill's last couple, the 2023 with the Matt Patricia, Joe Judge running the offense thing, even though neither one of those guys had ever done that before, followed by the Gerard Mayo experience last year. You watch them dating back to the spring, and it's just like they know what they're doing. There's very little wasted time and movement here. It's from one thing to the next, and you can see what they're working on, and you can see some improvement. So I think that has to give everybody, and has to this point in New England, who are fans of the Patriots, a much better feeling and some excitement for the season coming. And I think just you look at
Drake's development here in year two, learning another new offense. This is his fourth offensive coordinator in 4 years, dating back to college. I thought it might take him a little bit longer, and maybe, we'll see. We'll see what that looks like in the preseason. But to this point, I think the arrow is pointing up and that he's grasping what Josh wants done. Ball's getting out of his hand quicker, better decisions. Had been taking care of the football. There was the interception in the joint practice. But by and large, he looks like a much more confident operator of the system than he did at any point last year.
Yeah, he had so little help around him last season. I wonder how you grade his rookie year, and then also just the projection for him going into year two.
So hard last year, right? To your point, it's just not much there. Couldn't pass block. I think they were the 31st or 32nd ranked offensive line, depending on which metric you go by and which site you go by. But I watched it up close and personal, legitimate. I can't imagine anybody had a worse offensive line. And then this receiver room has not been good for 6-7 years, and they've taken stabs at it. N'Keal Harry, Tyquan Thornton last year, Jalen Polk and Javon Baker in the fourth round, Polk in the second. And none of those guys, at least to this point or in the past, did anything. So, adding Diggs certainly gives them, raises the floor of that group. We'll see about the overall ceiling, but I think just having better players around them and certainly a coaching staff that has done this before versus the one that was last year, Alex Van Pelt, who I came to respect and thought he did a decent job with what he had. But there's a reason Alex didn't call plays for 20 years. They didn't just bypass him because, they wanted the young hot thing. No, he never was that, and he was fine as an OC. I think he did a fine job developing Drake, but this is different having Josh McDaniels here and with all his experience and wealth of knowledge.
Yeah, you mentioned it being, a professional NFL outfit now, and it hadn't been that over the past, several years. Mike Vrabel, let's be real here, Mike, shouldn't have been available. There was a rift between him and ownership there in Tennessee. What has been the most impressive thing about him since you've gotten to cover him through OTAs and through the offseason to this point? Because he seems like a no-nonsense guy, but everybody that you talk to around the league, love him. A big, soft teddy bear, but also has got that hard side to him as well.
Well, you said it, right? I think there's no BS.
Yeah.
I think guys know where they stand. He tells the best players, I need more from you.
Yeah.
You're one of our best players. I can't get a B- effort from you. I need A+ every single game, and then even then he's probably going to find a way to knock you down to an A- so he can keep pushing you. Right. So I think there's that, and I think there is. Mike's interesting, right? Because he played the game, he lived through the double sessions and all the different things, and was under Belichick, and but he definitely understands the player's side of it more. And there are times, he doesn't want to be compared to Bill, or he doesn't really want to hear those sort of conversations. But every once in a while, when he says something to us, it makes me think of, it's not necessarily a shot at Bill, but it's just we watch negative film. We can't just show the guys all the good stuff. You have to show them the things they did wrong, or the things, around the league that we don't want them to do, stuff as they say, the bleep that loses your football games. But that, he said, I was a player on the other side of that. You can only see so much of that and hear so much about that before you're like, all right, I'm tuning this guy out. And I think he's trying to walk that line of being the tough guy, wanting maximum effort from his guys, but also understanding hey, the league's changed. The rules are different and the players are different. The modern player is not the same kind of guy that it was in the league even, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, certainly not when Mike played.
Mike Giardi is joining us on Grant and Danny ahead of tonight's Patriots-Commanders preseason game from the Boston Sports Journal. Two organizations are in slightly different places here, right? Washington coming off of a conference title game. They're actually, it sounds like, not going to play starters mostly at all. Wonder what the plan is for New England. Are we going to see Drake May and some of their ones for any time tonight?
Well, if it was up to me, which, I don't get paid the big bucks that Mike Vrabel does, I wouldn't put any important starter out there, because when you look at this Patriots roster, even though it's gotten significantly better from what it was last year or 2 years ago, they're still paper thin. You look at the depth chart, you're like, oh, I like that guy. I like my number one at DT. I like my number one corner. I like my number. But then you're like, oh, but what's behind it? And so I would just be, and I know you can get hurt doing anything, but I'd be mortified that I lose one of my key players in a meaningless preseason game. If he's going to go down, let's make it when it happens for real. But Vrabel did say to us that his anticipation was, and this was earlier in the week, that if you're healthy, you're going to play. So I'm guessing it's going to be quick, but I'm guessing we get a series or two from the likes of Drake May and some of the starters.
Yeah, I like it. Old school mentality. I think you're starting to see some other teams in the NFL shift towards that mentality as well, so I get it. There was a lot of scrutiny surrounding Will Campbell during this pre-draft process, Mike, with the arm length and things of that nature. We've got our own first-round tackle here in D.C. that's, had some growing pains in terms of getting acclimated to the NFL level, flashed actually up there in New England, according to folks that were out there. What have you made of Will Campbell to this point, and how confident are you that he's going to be able to be that 17-week left tackle for you guys?
Well, let me just say quickly, I loved Connolly coming out.
Yeah,
and I would have had I been the Patriots, and I could have gotten something where I could have moved down and maybe acquired another first-round pick, and then been able to know that I could secure the tackle. That's what I would have done. I am a little concerned about some of the measurables with Campbell. I think go back to 1999, as far as they've gone back, I guess, where there's never been a player with the arm length / wingspan / hand size, because even his hands aren't like giant, that has never been an All-Pro. And to me, when you're picking at number 4 overall, that's what you're looking for. You're looking for, but bottom line, he's got to be at least a Pro Bowler. But we know, I'm talking a real one, not one who gets in like Mac Jones did a few years ago, where he was like the 9th guy and everybody else walked away, but like a real one. And so that's my concern, is whether or not he can be that kind of player, or if eventually he ends up moving on the inside, which sometimes when I watch him play, I go, God, I think he'd be an awesome guard right now. Whereas I think a tackle, first of all, very few guys I think step into the league and are awesome right away at tackle. I think it's a hard position. But, I have some concerns. I'll give him credit, I think, in the last week, where I think the arrow is pointing up, and I think he has been in team sessions more than one-on-ones, and I guess I don't really care about one-on-ones. I know some people do. Yeah. I care more about the team stuff. I think he's been pretty good in team. So I was sort of dubious of the pick, but to this point, I guess I would say it's been fine. It's not bad. We'll see where it continues to go, but for now, it looks like to some degree he's got great feet, that the feet are helping him sometimes at least overcome the lack of length on the edge.
Will Campbell, the first-round pick, who actually blocked for Jaden Daniels at LSU at one point in time, will be one of very likely 3 new starters at different points, maybe even 4, I guess, for the Patriots as they move forward this year. Going to the defensive side of the ball, with the money that they spent in free agency, we know well what Milton Williams means up front, dealt with him in Philadelphia. I know they also went out and got Spillane at linebacker, Landry off the edge, Davis in the secondary. Carlton Davis got $20-some million, I think, a year. How much better should they be on that side of the ball, and how is it coming together right now for them?
Well, and part of the problem for them right now is both Gonzalez and Davis are hurt. Gonzalez got hurt in the first week of camp with a hamstring. I don't know that we're going to see him before week 1. I think he might. I think you probably could if they had to. If this was a regular season type situation, maybe he would be out there sooner. But I think they're going to play the long game with him and Davis, who misses a month every season. Go look it up. I don't think he's played more than 13 games since 2019. He came in, practiced the first day, and then has been out of practice except for the walkthroughs. So no one will tell me what's going on. Vrabel was saying some sort of maintenance thing, but it doesn't. I think we're past the point of maintenance now. So it's hard to gauge on that because you haven't had your top corners out there. But to me, they should be somewhere in that 10 to 12, 10 to 14 range as a defense. And then, someone like Keon White, who's their third-year edge rusher, if he takes the step forward, which, quite frankly, if he doesn't do it this year, I wonder if it'll ever happen because, Williams and Barmore are going to get a ton of attention inside. And if those guys play the way they're capable of, that's going to be a problem for opposing defenses, which means he's getting singled up on the outside. But if they can't get that sort of push from him, then I say 10 to 14. And if they can get that kind of jump and 10-plus sacks from him, then maybe they crack the top 10.
Travion Henderson's someone that, I had circled during the pre-draft process. He's this guy that's just got juice. Everything I've read, all the press clippings out of, Foxborough throughout campus, he has been absolutely electric. You guys haven't had, a dynamic running back in that backfield for a while, it feels like. Is he the type of cat that you expect to be an every down back, or do you think, early on here they'll use him situationally?
I think because of the way Josh runs his offense, it might be a little bit more situationally, or it might be, sort of a Ramondre, Antonio Gibson, Trevion Henderson, three-headed monster. He's been to me, he's been as good as advertised. In fact, the dust-up that we had that involved Vrabel jumping into the middle of the fight was him on blitz pickup, which is one of the things that people at Ohio State and around the league were like, this dude is already a pro-level, pass protector, and that's hard to do. I think the Patriots have had some good ones over the years. Shane Vereen, Kevin Falk, Danny Woodhead did a great job with it, James White, and almost every one of those guys had to have a redshirt year to learn the nuances of it. I don't think Trevion's going to have a redshirt year. I think when they saw him in the second round, it was maybe we could use a receiver here over a running back, but this guy here is the best playmaker available, and we need playmakers, so we'll take the running back in the second round and see if they can make it work.
Mike Giardi. We'll let you out on this one. What did you make of Washington's time at practice with the Patriots, the workout they had, and just from afar, what's your take on the Commanders from what you've seen?
My take on the Commanders is I don't know what the hell you're doing with Terry McLaurin, but get it done with and get him in, because to me, I was focused largely on the defense on the joint practices on Wednesday. My boss was doing the offense, and I would tell you that I don't think the Patriots, and again, we're talking about the backup corners because the first two corners weren't out there, did a pretty good job hemming up Luke McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, etc. They couldn't cover Zach Ertz, which God bless that guy. That's unbelievable that what he did last year and what he plans to do in this year. But I think without McLaurin, my outlook on that team changes because I just don't think that there's enough high-end talent. You put him in there, and all of a sudden you slot everybody in the right place, and it's all right, here we go. But with him out there, and he's throwing to Chris Moore, and he's throwing to Luke, and they may be fine players, but they're not Terry McLaurin, and Terry McLaurin's a difference maker, so they better figure that thing out.
Mike Girardi, Boston Sports Journal. Appreciate you making some time for us, brother. We'll do it again soon, man.
A lot of fun, guys. Take care.
Be well. There's Mike Giardi. Good info going into tonight's game. I like getting that perspective, and I thoroughly enjoyed Linnell seeing a lot of the Patriots media talking about the Commanders. That's one of the valuable things, too, I feel about these joint practices, because two things happen when you're out at practice every single day covering your own team. Number one, you see guys, you come up with opinions, and then you kind of start confirming your own priors.
Yeah.
Right? So when you like a guy and you've heard good things from the team and then you watch him have some good practices, you tend to focus on the positives, not the negatives, and vice versa. If someone is probably not going to make the roster, then you're probably underlying the negative more than you are the positive. The other thing is there's groupthink, right? We're all standing on the sideline. We're all asking each other, hey, did you see this? What did you see here? And there's a lot of conversing about different players, and I think it all kind of blends in sometimes with things that you're hearing from coaches and players and sharing of information. So I just and I have always, dating back to the Richmond camp when the Texans would come in, or when I was on the beat a little bit before the actual traveling for practices, but there would be scrimmages occasionally. Just somebody else's fresh eyes on this thing. What are you seeing? But that was a prevailing thought from the Patriots media, was they were blown away by Zach Ertz, who I think's had another really good training camp, and looks like if he could stay healthy, the ageless wonder is going to have another very strong season. For whatever reason, he was getting beat up by Commanders fans early last year. I never really understood it. But as the year went on, his value became more and more obvious. He became a huge part of their offense. And all of them, to a man, kind of said what we've seen, which is, wait, this is the wide receiver group? This is the team telling Terry McLaurin, our way or the highway? I mean, when you go out there for a couple days and you watch Chris Moore running as the primary receiver when Debo's in motion,
ain't pretty.
It makes you feel a little differently about getting Terry back.
Yeah, totally. And I think, like you said, to hear it from an outsider's perspective is refreshing. And it's cool, on our behalf. We're out there every day. It's all kind of confirming our thoughts, too. They need Terry McLaurin. And, the longer this thing drags out, the less it begins to make sense here in terms of what's going on and how they're going to figure it out. The other thing, too, that we didn't see, to the team's credit, I don't believe Noah Brown was a participant in the joint practice, and I know he is, a big part of what they want to do offensively, and they look at him, as a high-quality number 2 wide receiver in this league. But the bottom line is, as we've been talking about for the past several weeks, if there's any leverage that Terry McLaurin does have in this situation, is the fact that the receiver room sans him is average to below average at best there.
Well, here's what I'm going to be monitoring over the next 10 days or so. Do they go get a veteran? I don't think they would bring in like an Amari Cooper, right? But say Gabe Davis.
Somebody
Like if they were to sign a guy, it would tell you that they are preparing for life without Terry. And by not doing that, it is an indicator to me that they're anticipating either by way of a deal getting done or just him having to show up, that at some point he's going to tuck his tail between his legs and come back through that door. But I don't think a guy like a Michael Gallup or a KJ Osborne is necessarily making the team. I think they would rather just go out and grab somebody else that's out there and bring that guy in. But that's something we'll be trying to track as we go forward. We're going to talk to Sam Monson next from the 33rd team. Want to get his thoughts on the McLaurin saga. More importantly, though, a lot of preseason action coming up this weekend. What are the storylines we should be watching as NFL fans? That's next on Grant and Danny. No Danny today on The Fan.
We're brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home team of Keller Williams Realty. Football fans, we finally get to scratch that itch tonight as the Commanders open up their preseason slate tonight on the road in Foxborough against the Patriots. Most key starters, including quarterback Jayden Daniels, not expected to play. A special celebration tonight for Patriots fans as the team will unveil a Tom Brady statue outside of Gillette Stadium before the game starts. Kickoff for the preseason opener for Washington set for 7:30. NBA news, the Celtics and their head coach Joe Mazzulla have agreed to terms on a multi-year contract extension. The length and details of the new deal not disclosed. The 37-year-old Mazzulla calling off his third season as the Celtics head coach as he guided the team to the playoffs in each of those seasons, including the franchise's 18th title back in the 2023-2024 season. During that year, he became the youngest head coach to win the finals since 1968. Nats baseball on tap tonight as well. Game 1 of a 6-game road trip. They're out in the Bay Area taking on the San Francisco Giants. Pre-game coverage is rolling at 9:45 right here on the Fan. First pitch set for 10:15. Want to know the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call needed. Just text your address to 800-763-3000 to see what your home is worth today. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on the Fan.
All of our training camp coverage today on Grant and Danny is presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Pretty significant benchmark in the preseason slate tonight for the Commanders as they play their first preseason game of this August against the Patriots. One of 3 NFL games tonight, and then a heavy dose of action tomorrow. To spin us around the league and look at some of the big storylines, we welcome onto the show Sam Monson of the 33rd team, longtime friend of the program from Check the Mic. Sam, it's Grant and Linnell who's in for Danny today. How are you? We appreciate the time.
What's up, Sam?
Yeah, I'm doing well, guys. How are you?
Good.
Football time. We are good to go. We're a few hours away from kickoff of real life, kind of, football, and we are jacked up about it, so we're ready. I wanted to start, though, with a game from last night and a storyline I'm sure you guys tracked today on your broadcast, which was the Anthony Richardson injury for the Colts. Being injured the way that he was, I mean, I still feel equally as bad for him, but, you know, guy comes free. He doesn't protect the way he's supposed to. It's kind of his guy. Like, how damaging is that, literally, figuratively, kind of across the board, that right away in their preseason opener, a quarterback competition, he gets hurt? And does this mean maybe that now he won't be their starter, or do we not have enough info on the injury timeline to be able to answer that?
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of worst-case scenario for Anthony Richardson. He's in this quarterback competition, this battle now to keep his job, and the reason for that is that, you know, he hasn't shown them since they drafted him and took him at the top of the draft and committed to him as their guy, that he can be the quarterback long-term, both in terms of his play and in terms of staying healthy. So those two things, I think, are both working against him at this point. Chris Ballard has come out and said that he hasn't proved he can play a 17-game schedule. That alone, you know, is reason for bringing in competition and, you know, somebody over his shoulder. And this is now the second time already after just the first preseason game that he's gotten hurt and opened the door a bit for Daniel Jones. It happened earlier in the offseason, and it happened basically as soon as he stepped foot onto the field. The fact that it looks like it was his guy as well, that it was his mistake in protection, and just a sort of general misread of the play by Richardson only makes it worse. You know, you kind of got yourself hurt. Getting hurt in and of itself is a massive problem, and it was your mental screw-up that caused the problem in the first place. Yeah, it couldn't have gone much worse for Anthony Richardson in that regard.
And then the crazier part about it, Sam, is Daniel Jones comes in and is 10 of 21 for 144 yards. So if you're a Colts fan out there, like, how do you feel about your quarterback room right now?
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to feel great. You know, Daniel Jones has shown the last few years that, you know, he's lost jobs because of his level of play. So he's unlikely to be the answer. I mean, he's already not been the answer for one team. I think injuries sort of changed the course of his career as well. He became a very different quarterback, became arguably the most conservative least aggressive quarterback in the NFL over the last couple of years after, being nicknamed Danny Dimes because of the big plays he had early in his career, and those just evaporated. So, unless they come back as part of his game, the ceiling with Daniel Jones, I think, is very limited.
Sam Monson on Grant and Danny as we get ready for preseason football tonight on The Fan. I try not to take a ton out of the actual performances, right? But the Bengals had a good chunk of their starting defense on the field last evening, and Tanner McKee sliced them and diced them. I just wonder what an outing like that or multiple of them would mean for any of these stare downs. Like, we're dealing with the Terry McLaurin sequence that won't end here. And if Washington goes out and when they're playing starters, their receivers look like they have in practice without McLaurin, which is struggling to beat man, does that actually change anything? Or do the teams kind of already know what they have and what they don't, and it doesn't factor into the equation?
Yeah, I mean, I think the teams both know in both those two cases, McLaurin and Trey Hendrickson. I think both teams know, what they have in those guys, and I think they're pretty aware of what happens if they don't have them. And it's why, certainly I think the chances that either guy gets traded is basically zero because you can't replace those guys now. If this had happened before the draft, you would have the draft, you would have potentially free agency to replace a player of maybe not the same caliber, but something approaching that caliber. And you could get away with it. You could convince yourself that was a net win overall. There's no argument that could be the case now. If you lose McLaurin or you lose Hendrickson, you get worse now. Maybe long term you'll be better off once you can, use that saved money or whatever. But there's just no way that this upcoming season you're not going to take a step backwards. So, they reinforce that. They underline that every outing without those guys, and you see just what it looks like without them. But I think ultimately the teams are pretty aware of that anyway, and they're just trying to dig their heels in financially and, not get raked over the coals as much as they could be if they just gave the player everything they wanted financially.
I want to look at that same game, but through a different lens. 3 Eagles really jumped off of the page last night. The quarterback, which Grant just mentioned, Tanner McKee, 20 of 25, 252 and 2 touchdowns. He looked good in the spot action that he got at the end of last year. But their 2 receivers, Johnny Wilson and Darius Cooper, also stood out. I continue to call Howie Roseman arguably the best executive, not just in the NFL, Sam, but in all of professional sports. Do the Eagles have a tradable piece here in Tanner McKee? Because if you watched him last year and then you saw him last night, I mean, the kid processes and throws with anticipation the way a 10-year veteran would.
Yeah, I mean, he looked pretty spectacular. I think that the Eagles will be comfortable or they want him as the backup. They brought in Kenny Pickett, and then they traded away Kenny Pickett, I think effectively to elevate Tanner McKee and let him be the primary backup there. Yeah, maybe he is a tradable commodity. Maybe teams would be interested in turning to him as a starting quarterback, but equally, I don't think the Eagles are going to be particularly keen on trading him away because I think they like having him there as the principal backup to Jalen Hurts, and he's looked very good when they've put him into action or when he's had to play. Yeah, I think they may have found something there.
Sam Monson, 33rd team. There are 2 other games outside of Commanders-Patriots, which we're zeroed in on here in D.C. They're going to get played tonight. Right at 7 o'clock, the Lions and the Falcons kick off. Just wanted a thought on those 2 teams from you. In Detroit's case, losing both coordinators, there's some thought maybe that they take a step back. Are you buying that? And then on Atlanta, what's your anticipation for Michael Penix, who's effectively a rookie with 3 games under his belt?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a risk anytime you lose 2 coordinators. We saw that a couple of years ago with Philadelphia. I think Detroit are maybe slightly better positioned to absorb that than the Eagles were. Dan Campbell is such a kind of tone setter within the building. I think a lot of everything they do stems from him. They've also promoted from within, from guys that were, familiar with the system. I think they're well positioned to not take that step back, but it's always a risk, and we won't really know about it until, we see them in the regular season for real. Michael Penix is one of the most fascinating stories because late in the season, we didn't get to see much of him, but what we did see was pretty spectacular. I mean, his level or his frequency of crazy, incredibly good throws late in the year was absolutely spectacular. And doesn't mean he was perfect. He missed quite a lot of routine layups, but the special end of what he brought to the table was pretty impressive, and I'm really excited to see what that offense looks like for real. I mean, we never really got to see what the Zach Robinson version of that offense was supposed to be because so quickly on they had to change it to accommodate Kirk Cousins and what he was able to do now coming off that Achilles injury, at his age. Michael Penix represents a chance to sort of unleash that offense and create the full playbook the way it was supposed to be, and I think that should be pretty exciting.
The other preseason game that's on tap tonight is Browns and Panthers, two super intriguing teams. And you think about what Cleveland chose to do at the quarterback position in the draft, and then for Bryce Young, when you think about the circumstances in which he got his job back last year, Andy Dalton had to get into a car accident for him to get back onto the field. What type of chance do you give him to solidify himself as a long-term starter this year in Carolina?
Yeah, Bryce Young looked really good when he got back in the lineup. Clearly, I think once they benched him, I felt like that was kind of his career over in Carolina. You don't bench a guy like that with a view to reclaiming him down the line. You bench him because he's given you no choice, and that's usually the end of it. But like you said, he got another opportunity, came back, and he was like a different player. We saw Bryce Young from Alabama again, not Bryce Young from his time at Carolina. And, the stats I don't think fairly reflected how well he played late in the year. There were a lot of drop passes. There were a lot of, very good plays that were broken up by defenders or the receivers didn't come down with that they should have. I thought he played really, really well late in the year. And you saw evidence that, Dave Canales was sort of meeting him in the middle in terms of helping him with the offense as well. So I'd be really excited by what he can do this year. The big sort of just a lingering thing over his shoulder is if he was able to kind of wilt and collapse that badly one time, how close is he to that happening again? If he has a couple of bad games, does he go back in the tank, or is he a different player now that he's sort of found his footing at this level?
Couple of moments left with Sam Monson. We'll let you out on this one. Give me a trend-bucking take, right? Wherever you want to go, whether it's a team or a player, but where there's this group think on something that is going to happen and you don't really get it.
I guess, a lot of people, the Texans' offensive line last year was horrendous. It was maybe the worst offensive line in the NFL. And then they took that line and they traded away the best player from it. They traded away Laramie Tunsil. So on paper, it feels like that should be a disaster this year again. I don't know that the personnel is that bad, though. And I think there's a solid or at least average offensive line in there somewhere with that starting five once they can get them all together and on the same page. I think so much of their problems a year ago were not necessarily personnel. It was, they looked like they'd never seen a stunt before. They couldn't pick up blitzes. It was a disaster from a schematic point as well as the personnel. I think that line might be better than people are expecting it to be.
Sam, I want to ask you this. Aaron Glenn was first of all, he's been awesome, I think, at the podium ever since he's gotten to New York, and I think he is the type of culture-setting guy that they need. He announced that they're going to play their starters, including Justin Fields, who got nicked up earlier in training camp. I guess my question is really centered around Fields, Sam. Like, is this his final act? And if it is, like, how do you think it plays out here in terms of him establishing himself as an NFL starter?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely his final chance to start, I think, long term. Maybe he can get another chance way down the line, but this is basically it for him as a starter. He'll remain in the NFL for years because guys that are big, strong, fast, have strong arms, were high draft picks. Those guys are pretty hard to run out of the league. But, yeah, this is his chance to prove that there's a better starting quarterback in there than we've seen so far in his career. I think there is. I think there's much more potential in there than he's been able to show so far. I think if he gets the right coaching, he can be convinced to just trust his eyes and put the ball in the air more, and that's his biggest problem. He's got the arm, he's got the accuracy, obviously he's got the athleticism. He needs to trust his reads more than anything else. So, yeah, I think there's a chance that happens, but now's the time to show it.
Sam, thank you. Great information.
Thanks, buddy.
We'll keep tracking you. We appreciate you.
Anytime. Take it easy.
You got it. Sam Monson, 33rd team, and check the mic with us on Grant and Danny. Just saw what the Bills PSLs at their new stadium that's going to open next year so in September in 12 months, what it's going to cost fans to become a season ticket holder in the personal seat license. I think that's notable for Commanders fans because you're about to pay some pretty pennies to become a season ticket holder in a new stadium. I want to get into that as soon as we return next on The Fan. Danny's vacation in Scotland looks from afar like it's been pretty fun. We'll have to ask him about it on Monday. That's when he comes back. In the meantime, we get to watch the Commanders and the Patriots tonight. We are previewing the game for you all the way up until 6:30 with Linnell Willingham. I'm Grant Paulson. You're locked into the Fan. Let's get you a quick double play driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. And it's sports related, but it's off the beaten path today. Wanted to fit this into the program. So, Linnell, the new stadium is going to be expensive. This is what happens, by the way. Stadiums cost a lot of money to build, and go to a new stadium, everything's expensive, right? That's just how it's going to be. So the complaining about it, while I understand, is just complaining, shaking your fist at the sea. It's like saying, how does my lunch cost $19 now? Have you ever eaten lunch in 2025? Yeah. But this one's going to sting a little bit for people. The idea of PSLs, while an inevitability anymore in sports, it's awful. It's the worst. Basically, if you're not familiar, you pay a huge amount of money just for the right to be a season ticket holder, essentially. That's how it works. So teams can charge, let's just say $1,000, and you pay your $1,000 for your seat. And then you buy the games that you are going to go to. So like season tickets might cost, I'm going to make up another number, for the season, $1,600, but the $1,000 you're paying is for your seat, and then you pay the $1,600 on top of that. So it's a fee to be a season ticket holder, essentially. And the Bills just put out a new stadium updated listing. One of their fans actually did it color-coded so that you could see where the PSLs are in the stadium and where the seats would be. But the PSLs range from, there are 5 sections very high above the end zone in one end zone, where you can, just for $750, which is still expensive, but not the end of the world, I guess, get your seat. Okay, so $750, and then you buy season tickets, but that's the PSL. The other small number would be in the corners, high and corner of the end zone, so like worse seats in the house, nosebleeds. You can, for $1,000, have a PSL. But if you want the sillies in the club level, $50K. If there's $40,000 PSLs, $20,000, $15,000, $10,000.
No way.
Lower bowl, I'm going to say like 20-yard line at their brand new stadium on the Bills side of the field. I guess visitors isn't any different, which is interesting. But it looks like that's $6,000 for the PSL before you then go get your tickets. If you want 50-yard line, lower level, Bills side of the field from like 40 to 40, $15,000 for the PSL. Based on the graphic I'm looking at. Now, I'm taking this as gospel. I haven't made a call to the Bills to confirm anything.
Well,
but this is what it costs, man. It's going to cost crazy money. So not everybody listening wants to be in the club level or 50-yard line on row 12 or something behind the Commander's bench. But my point is, they have made it very clear PSLs will be a part of this new stadium. It's just the cost of doing business. We're going to have a beautiful, amazing new state-of-the-art facility, but people better start putting some money away if they're going to be season ticket holders, because it's not going to be cheap.
I'm about to say, man, I've always felt like I've been to 2 NFL games in my life, so it's an experience to me that, like, I much prefer, sitting at home with listening to the broadcast and eating good food at a reasonable price than going and getting beat over the head at a stadium. But, like, when it was first announced, the PSL thing, like, and as you're explaining it, I still don't, get it. What's the allure of it? Like, what is so special about having, your own seat? Like, do you get to, when the stadium is torn down at some point, do you get to take out your seat if you're the last PSL holder that has said seat?
The big deal that I've always known about PSLs is generally you can pass them down. They can
it could be something
stay
to
within
family.
the family, essentially.
Okay.
But yeah, it's a personal seat license, context to sports party. Let's see. PSL is a one-time fee that gives the holder the right to purchase season tickets for a special seat in the stadium. It essentially provides a guaranteed right to purchase tickets for a particular seat for as long as the team plays in that venue. So that's the promise they're making. They're saying, as long as we're here, we'll have a seat for you. It's just, to me, it really what it is it's an opportunity to just get more money.
I'm about to say, let's call it
and
what
by
it
the
is.
way, it is gouging, but it's how they make their money back on building these stadiums. I mean, if everyone's paying a few $1,000s and you've got 15,000 season ticket holders, And some of these are huge, as I just went through. Again, if this graphic's correct, you got people paying 10 and 15, up to $50,000 for a PSL. Now, I don't think that's a person. It would be a very rich one, I suppose. If Jeff Bezos is getting some tickets, he won't notice that. But that's probably more companies, people like that are going to shell that out. But I've been curious about the numbers, and this is the first time I've seen any newer stadiums numbers come out. The Bills opened their new beautiful facility in Orchard Park in 13 months. Let's go to John, who wants to hop in.
What's up,
He's
John?
in Arlington on Grant and Danny. What's up, John?
Hey, Grant. Hey, Linnell. So the numbers you should be looking at, so I'll preface this. I'm a longtime season ticket holder. 2 years I've been in the Tunnel Club, and they treat you right, and that's an expense I can make because disposable income. I don't have kids. So
By the way, the Tunnel Club, for people who have not experienced that, I know it's a lot of money. You'd have to remind me, it's like $15,000 or something, but it is.
Yeah,
it is awesome. I walk by there going to and from the field. The foods, the drinks. If you're a huge fan, you want to dap players up before and after the game. They've never had anything like that, and just to build something like that, John, the way that they did. People can complain it's expensive, then don't do it. Nobody's making you do it. But it's a really cool
amazing
option, and it's an amazing experience.
Yeah, no, I won't give it up. I've been able to send close family, friends down there. Hey, I'm always down there. You go. But to my point is, the Buffalo numbers are good with the PSLs, but our PSL numbers are going to be more close to with this economy in this area, and we all know what this area is. It's going to be closer to SoFi. So lower bowl, I've talked to the season ticket holders in the lower bowl, who sit right next to me, and we're all expecting almost 20 to 30K for the lower bowl. We, I sit within 6 rows of that, and that's.
See, I don't think that most people can afford that. I mean, they know more about their season ticket holders than I do. Appreciate the call. I think it's going to be more than what I just suggested, right? But your lower bowl, I could see being 7,500, 10K, something like that. Twice that? Who has that money?
Who's paying exactly? Who's paying that type of money to go watch a football game?
Who has that? I mean, maybe I'm just showing my butt here a little bit. That your boy is, maybe needs to rework the deal a couple times over. But who has that money laying around?
For real, though.
I mean, the PSL, I get what they're about. They help finance the construction and the renovation of stadiums. I understand how we got here. People can be upset about them. It's just the reality of what it is. But, if you want to say $1,500, $2,000, $2,500, that's expensive, but people can justify that and make it work. I don't think that's what we're talking about either. I think he's right. Construction right now, the costs are massive. They're building a stadium at a time where just getting metal and wood and stuff that you need is the most expensive it's ever been. So I think people are going to be in for a pretty stunning revelation when we find out what the numbers are in D.C. compared to Buffalo, New York, and Orchard Park. He's right. L.A. might be a better comp.
I know there's a lot of you watching on X and you're on YouTube in the chat. If you're someone that's going to buy a PSL, I will drop my Venmo, my Cash App. If you can do that, help your boy out, man. That's just a ridiculous price to me. No matter what it is, to drop $10,000 damn near on a sporting event, it just doesn't. I don't know, man.
Well, you still got to buy the tickets after that,
and that's the whole other thing. I don't know if the juice is worth the squeeze at that point.
That's just
you better be.
As I always say, Linnell, this is a posting fee.
Yeah.
In baseball, so that you pay $50 million to negotiate with Shohei's team to then pay Shohei whatever you need to pay him.
Right.
This is just the right to have your seat. Now I need to pay for the game tickets. Grant and Danny without Danny on the Fan. Beltway Blitz, Commanders, Nationals, Commanders. A little football heavy, you wonder why? Well, maybe it's because it's a game night, for goodness sake, people. Let's keep it together.
Yeah.
Let's keep our emotion in check. This is the Fan.
We're brought to you by Cars for Kids. That's Cars with the K. Commanders fans get to scratch that itch tonight for the first time this preseason as the Commanders open up their preseason slate tonight on the road in Foxborough against the Patriots. Most key starters, including the quarterback, Jayden Daniels, not expected to play. A special celebration tonight for Pats fans as the team will unveil a Tom Brady statue outside of the stadium before the game starts. Kickoff for the preseason opener set for 7:30. Brutal injury news for the L.A. Chargers. Their star tackle, Rashawn Slater, left practice Thursday with an odd contact injury. It was confirmed late last night that he will miss the entirety of the 2025 season with a ruptured patella tendon. Just 11 days ago, Slater signed a 4-year, $113 million contract extension, including $92 million guaranteed. That deal made him the highest-paid offensive lineman by average annual pay in NFL history. We got Nats baseball on tap tonight here on The Fan. They're out in the Bay Area as they begin a 6-game West Coast road trip. Jake Irvin getting the start for D.C. It is a 10:15 first pitch. Pregame coverage gets rolling on The Fan at 9:45. 106.7 The Fan congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of changing lives. Over 1 million cars donated. More than 100,000 kids helped. Be a part of the legacy. Donate your car today at carsforkid.org and join over 1 million satisfied donors. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
Linnell, I'm eating my pretzel twists with 12 grams of protein from the good people over at GoPair.
Love it.
This is a delicious, healthy morsel. This is a good little snack here. Enjoy this.
You're snacking a lot healthier than I am. I'm eating the old famous Doritos from the kitchen. So there we go.
Yeah, we're on different paths with our snacks today. Yours are going to taste really good, though. I'll give you that. But no,
yours.
Basically what I'm looking for is healthy and tolerable, right?
That's the way to go.
Jackpot are these little pretzel twists. It's like 80% of normal pretzel. I can make that work.
Let's do it.
He's Linnell Willingham in for Danny Houtier. I'm Grant Paulson. You are locked into The Fan. We are going to get you a Beltway Blitz right here. The show's brought to you by the law firm Kandori and Murad. They're going to help you to draft a last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you to get a discount. kmlawyers.com. Let's go blitzing. Let's talk some football with our buddy Chris Russell. Rainey, now you may not need any paperwork just yet. My guy Rainey is going to live forever, but if you need to get anything done, I can set you up with the good people over at the law firm Kandori and Murad. I'll get you a little friends and family discount. We'll get you squared away.
You know, it's funny that you mentioned that because I was literally going to ask you, do I have to mention the Grant Paulson special in order to get the discount? I think, right?
Yeah. If you
Okay.
I mean, look, they're an affordable. They're going to help you. They're a good company. They're going to treat everybody well.
Yeah, I
But
need
if
a
you-
will, basically.
You need a will?
Yeah, so I'm going to be going to Kandori and Murad.
Then I've got the way. No shtick. I will text you their info tonight.
Please.
They're going to get you squared away, Reedy.
Please.
What are you leaving for your guy? I want to know what you're leaving for Linnell, and I want to know what you're leaving for me.
I know what you better be leaving me.
I'm gonna be I'm gonna be leaving you a stained shirt for you, Linnell, and Grant, because I've known you forever, and you're just an icon in the industry. I'm gonna leave you with a free coffee mug that I got.
What about
lovely!
Yeah.
Look at that. What about a mic cover?
Well, no, we don't have any of those.
Well,
so,
that's true.
We just have like all the snacks that everybody eats that permanently entrenched.
We know you're an
in
eater
there.
while on the air, too.
Yeah, exactly.
My bit was it didn't. No, unfortunately, the great Fiona the French Bulldog's no longer with us. But
Sad.
I had left her to my dad would always be like, "What kind of dog is this? Why does it look like this? Why can't it breathe? Like, what is happening?" And so I was, if anything happened to me, the only thing I put in my will at 35 years old was Fiona goes to my dad. Just I thought that would be funny, but alas, he doesn't have to worry about it, I suppose.
Well, rest in peace, Fiona.
That's right.
Grant, I thought you were going to do your bit about me straggling around in the Navy Yard and what
I
I'm
haven't gotten
doing
there
here.
yet, Rainey. I was just about to.
I prepared something for you. Go right ahead.
Oh, thank God. See, the reason I actually didn't do it is because every time I ask you, you've got nothing. And the whole segment comes to a stop.
I've got something today.
Rainey, old buddy, old pal, we looked out the window and we saw you standing in the alley. What in the heck were you doing in the Navy Yard?
I was on the lookout for a right-handed hitter to go against a left-handed starter for the Oakland Athletics instead of stupidly throwing 6 left-handed batters against a hard-to-see pickup throwing left-hander who happens to be pretty good. I was trying to help out Miggy and the analytics amigos.
There you go, buddy.
That's a good bit.
You were on a heater there, so that was a good, very well prepared shtick.
Thank you.
I don't know what you were saying about hard to pick up, look at, whatever that was.
Well, yeah, I mean, the left-hander yesterday, I forgot his name. He's kind of hard. He's kind of got a deceptive delivery. He's hard to pick
Mr.
up.
Lopez to
right.
you, sure.
He's hard to pick up. So I was just thinking, I don't know. I watched 40 years of baseball. Right-handers generally do better against left-handed pitchers.
Are you mad that they're going to make a little transition into analytics?
I'm mad I'm mad about this analytic. I can tell you that much because whoever gave it to him is a dumbass.
Well, I mean, they haven't really.
Well,
this is not part of the shift yet. This is not part of the quote unquote analytic yet, Rini.
Well, they should bury this one.
We should. I don't even know what you're referencing. This one, I don't know.
I mean, does anyone ever? I mean,
they started 6 left-handed bats against a left-handed starter yesterday. They had
That didn't
3
make
hits,
sense.
no walks, and no runs.
So you're saying the lineup should have been
Oh my
shifted
God,
yesterday.
it was awful.
I got a news flash for you, Rini. They don't hit or score against anybody.
I know,
no matter who's batting.
but don't give yourself a worse chance, right?
That's fair, I guess.
I'm not disagreing with you.
Anyway,
Linnell,
I'm
you want
still
to
on
ask
the
Rini
lookout.
about the Commanders?
Yes.
Yeah, we have a football game tonight.
We do.
What do you?
I hope they use analytics and go for some fourth downs.
I'm about to say, what do you? What do you make of the fact that Jayden Daniels is not going to play tonight?
I would love for him to play. I can't be mad that he's not going to play, but I would love for him to play. I mean, Mahomes is playing tomorrow night. Burrow played last night. Tom Brady played all the time, the greatest quarterback alive on planet Earth, right, Grant? And I believe in playing football to get better at playing football. It's as simple as that. I understand the injury risk. I got it. Guys can get injured all the time in practice. Rashawn Slater, C.J. Gardner-Johnson yesterday. I understand there's more of a risk in games. I got it. You got to play football to get better at football. Right now, this wide receiver group, certainly plenty of question. You still have some question with the offensive line. I would be playing guys tonight, at least a series or two.
Rini, don't take the obvious ones because we went through our top 3 each.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a couple off the beaten path players for people to watch tonight.
Yeah, so this is what we did as well when I was not wandering around in the Navy Yard looking for right-handed hitters.
You should do a radio show, bud.
Perhaps.
Oh my gosh.
Maybe I could do one on ESPN The Ocho. Perhaps.
That would be a good place. You know, we have an HD2 station. I might put in a good word
There
for
you
you.
go. Thanks. I appreciate that. You once did, and you got me back here, so I appreciate you forever. There's a lot of inside
There's a lot
backstories
to
here.
unpack there.
So let me give you one that's I'm sure not on your list. Number 89, the tight end Lawrence Cager. I think he's had a pretty good camp. I think a pretty natural receiver. I've talked to Logan Paulson about him. I've talked, apparently J.P. Finley said the coaches are high on him. I haven't seen him drop anything. Maybe I missed a couple of days when I was out in Vegas last week. Lawrence Cager's got some NFL experience. He's bounced around. Again, big body type, but not really a blocker. This team might need a receiver because they already have the blocker in John Bates. And what if Zach Ertz can't play 20 games again this year?
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. Randy, we appreciate you, pal.
That's it? Just one guy?
Just one
Good
guy.
catching up. That's the list. I mean, we spent so much time talking about the alley and
too
the
much
Nats.
stick.
Yeah,
Too much
Navy
stick.
You're mad about their lineup.
Yeah, sorry. Thank
No,
you.
I
guys.
felt good about it. I think that's better. We got the football covered.
Thank you.
We're good.
It's at the baseball sounder, Darius. Our guy Andrew Golden from the Washington Post joins us. Andrew, you had one of the most unique stories that I've read in a long time. You getting to warm up, so to speak, with the new Nats interim skipper, Miguel Cairo. Can you give us the biggest takeaway from your stair jogging session with the skipper here in D.C.?
I think my biggest takeaway is I need to start working out in the off season more. I think that's probably my biggest takeaway. It was honestly really cool. Honestly, it was pretty fun getting to know him. Like as I mentioned, kind of in my story, he's a pretty a pretty intense guy, on the field, but getting to know him off the field, like he's very grateful for the opportunity and very thankful for his journey. So it was really cool getting to kind of know him and seeing a different side of him that maybe his players get to see a little bit more than I do. And so I really enjoyed talking to him. It was a fun one.
Yeah, it was an outstanding story. You guys should go check it out. Miguel Cairo, can't worry about the past or tomorrow. It's about the next step. I was in the Washington Post going back a few days ago. When they made the decision to hire him, I got to be honest, I was a little bit frustrated, didn't love it. I thought they should have gone outside the building to like one of their minor league skippers, whether that's Lee Croy or DeShields or somebody else. And my fear was, you're going away from Davey. You might as well not have anyone like Davey. And then Cairo in his press conferences used Davey-isms right away, and it just feels like more of the same. What's been your take on, has he actually put any new fingerprints on this thing?
I think I've seen them, doing more pregame work on the field and more fundamental work, maybe a little bit more than I've seen before the All-Star break. But how much of an impact that has, or how much of the Davey impact is still there? I still think a lot. Obviously, he was there for 6 years. It is his bench coach who was his mentor. And Miguel did tell me I want to do things my way. I do believe that's happening to an extent, but you also just wonder how many effects are still lingering from Davey, just because it was so that culture was so ingrained for such a long time. And I do think you kind of need a new voice or a new person in there.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. We'll see, how they're able to finish here down the stretch. Cade Cavalli made his debut the other night, touched 100 a few times. In terms of what you're expecting to see from him on the remainder of his starts throughout the rest of the season, what are you looking for here, and how impressed were you with the other night, considering how long of a layoff it's been?
Yeah, I was really impressed with his debut. Came out pumping 100 in that first inning, and it was very clear that he was kind of amped up, ready to go. And so I think when you look at Cade, what you just want to see from the rest of the year is just how he's able to sustain his stuff. Obviously, as the game went on, his velocity dropped, but I kind of want to see how he continued to manage the workload, how the Nationals managed innings down the stretch, and how many innings they're going to pitch towards the end of the year. Because I think their goal was just to have him pitch in the majors the rest of the season. So I think just like how does he stay healthy? How does he manage his workload? Because when you look at his stuff, I mean, outside of Mackenzie Gore, I think he has some of the best stuff in the rotation. His stuff might be just as good as Mackenzie's, you could argue, and obviously that was why he was a first-round pick. And so it'll be interesting to see how he can kind of sustain that. His secondary pitches look really good too. That was kind of the question mark when he debuted in 2022 was like, how does his secondary pitches come along? But they look really good. They look really sharp. And so I was impressed by those as well.
Andrew, two-city road trip here, San Francisco, Kansas City. Give us a little primer, if you would.
Yeah, I think that they're two manageable teams. I know the Royals have underperformed, and the Giants got off to a hot start, and now they've kind of tailed off in the second half. So I think these are games that the Nationals should find themselves in. They should be able to win those games. I'm interested to see kind of how Jake Irvin kicks things off today. I believe this is his first start in San Francisco since his first full season in 2023. I think it was his second start, and so I'm interested to see how he performs. And it's an opportunity. I think these are winnable games. Like, I mean, you could argue that the Brewers are a juggernaut and they should have beaten the A's, but I think these are all winnable games too, and so I'm interested to see how they kind of perform.
Andrew, we appreciate you as always, my friend. We'll do it again soon.
Yep, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
That is Andrew Golden of the Washington Post. Darius, hit that Commander sounder. 1/4 of the Sports Junkies, our guy Johnny Cakes Allville joins us. Cakes, preseason opener tonight. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, a guy that a lot of folks have been geeked up about. When you think about what opportunity he has tonight, do you think he can do anything tonight to, leave a lasting impression on this fan base and then the coaching staff?
Yeah, Linnell, I think it's a great showcase for him and a lot of the other younger players because, look, we know that most, if not all, of the starters are not going to get any sort of action tonight. So this is a real statement type of game for Bill Krosky-Merritt. I mean, he's a seventh-round pick, but his pedigree is a little bit better than that. We know that because of his college odyssey and the suspension of his last year. We only played one game at Arizona, kind of limited him as far as how he looked in front of the scouts, and then he balled out at the East-West Shrine game, was the MVP there. So, yeah, I think he's going to get a healthy dose of carries tonight. I would think, I don't know, he should probably see 8 to 10 carries at least, maybe a little bit more. And I'm looking for him to pop tonight because he's been doing that throughout camp, as you guys have obviously seen with you guys being out there at Ashburn.
Did you say Odyssey as in audacious, but yet a journey that we're on like an Odyssey? As in Odyssey, like a audio journey that's audacious?
I don't know. I might have, Brigade. I might have just subconsciously slipped in our company name there by accident. Who knows?
Company guy.
Team guy. By the way, speaking of our company and us being on the same team, what a bit you guys did with the smelling salts.
Oh, my God, I loved it.
I loved that.
Hey, you know what? I'm sure Linnell, because he had a storied career at Magruder High School, you always got to give them a pop when you can, Linnell, the fighting colonels. I'm sure Linnell had experience with smelling salts.
Yeah, sure
Grant, I don't know if you and I had ever had any experience with smelling salts. I know I hadn't before the show yesterday, and let me tell you, anybody that does that with any sort of regularity is a full-blown psychopathic person, because that jolt that it gives to your system is crazy. I can't believe that Kittle does one of those before every drive. And I heard Levante David on, I think it was with Kay Adams yesterday or the day before, where he's like, before every possession, defensive possession, he's hitting the smelling salts. I didn't realize that it was such a huge thing in the NFL before this last week, but apparently it is. But it's not for me. Let me just say that.
I don't know anything. It just doesn't seem like that is great for you to do that much, based on the reactions that you guys all had.
Here's what I equated it to. Imagine somebody sticking a fire extinguisher directly into your nostril and activating it, and for like a second and a half burst, and it literally blows your mind. I mean, I don't know any other way to describe it. I can't believe that Ovi is just passing those things around.
I was going to say the Caps do it like it's candy.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're used to it and you do it all the time, you become desensitized to it. You know, if the biggest athletic pursuit you have, like me, is pickleball and tennis, then it's the smelling salts. They throw you for the loop.
Johnny Cakes Allville of Junkies fame. Do you have any growing concern about how the McLaurin standoff ends?
I mean, I'll be honest. I don't know where you guys stand on this, but I really thought that this thing would have been tied up before training camp.
You and me both, pal.
The fact that it's dragging into double-digit days of the August calendar is a little bit concerning. But, look, I look at the timeline when Brandon Ayuk signed, when Peters was out there in San Francisco. That was August 29th. So maybe this is just a long, drawn-out, protracted thing. And I think Terry's going to be there week one, whether or not he signs any sort of extension. Because let's be honest, are you really going to start punting away game checks if you're Terry McLaurin? I mean, it's not like you're getting paid way under market value. The guy still is getting paid north of $20 million this year, and I'm not positing that he doesn't deserve some sort of extension. I think he does, but I don't realistically think he's just going to sit out games on principle. I just don't think that's the kind of guy he is. I don't see that happening.
Okay, so let me ask you this then. Jeremy Fowler of ESPN joined a local fan podcast yesterday and said that he feels the relationship is fractured to a degree at this point. Does that change your mind on this at all? Because I think that's like the first public national reporting that we're hearing that the relationship is fractured.
Yeah, maybe it is a little bit. Look, I'm sure feelings have been hurt. Anytime that a negotiation drags out and the sides are as far apart, obviously, as these two sides are, there's going to be hurt feelings on both sides. And look, I can understand Terry's frustration. He's given blood, sweat, and tears to an organization. Let's be honest, they were a dumpster fire before Jaden Daniels got here. So he's been toiling with bad quarterbacks, bad organization, horrible ownership. Now it's all finally coalescing into something good with Jaden Daniels being here, with Josh Harris and the ownership group taking over. Like, it would be a shame if the damage were really to the point where Terry just doesn't want to play for the franchise any longer. I don't think it's to that point, but the fact that Fowler said that it's fractured, it does give you some pause.
The first ever Commanders football game since Johnny Cakes Allville was officially baptized into Commanders fandom at the 106.7 The Fan event, and he renounced his Raiders ways. Cakesy, enjoy the night. We appreciate you.
Thanks, brother.
You fellas do the same as well. Good talking to you.
Absolutely. That is your Beltway Blitz. So it sounds like not only no Jaden Daniels tonight, but maybe next to no Jaden Daniels this preseason. That is certainly the rumblings out of Ashburn, is that we may see him for a series or two tops over these 3 games. Can you get down with that? Is that something you would endorse? What is the right amount of Jaden Daniels preseason playing time? That's next on The Fan.
We're brought to you by Prince George's Community College. The Commanders open up their preseason schedule tonight on the road in Foxborough, taking on Drake May and the Patriots. Most key starters, including quarterback Jayden Daniels, not expected to play. Special celebration tonight for Pats fans as the team will unveil a Tom Brady statue outside of Gillette Stadium before kickoff. Kickoff for tonight's preseason opener set for 7:30. The Colts quarterback Anthony Richardson survived an injury scare after getting his pinky bent in an awkward way last night in their preseason opener against Baltimore. Sources say Richardson could return to the practice field as soon as Saturday after officially sustaining a dislocated right pinky. NBA news, the Celtics and their head coach Joe Mazzulla have agreed to terms on a multi-year contract extension. The Nats in action tonight as they begin a two-city road trip. They start in San Francisco taking on the Giants. It is a 10:15 first pitch. Pregame coverage gets rolling right here on The Fan with Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler bringing you Nats on deck beginning at 9:15. At Prince George's Community College, your military or federal work experience can count for college credit through our Prior Learning Assessment Network. Save time, save money, finish your mission, because at PGCC, your future is our mission. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
To Linnell for the update. He is in for Danny today on G&D. We are back live on The Fan. Our camp coverage, taking you up to preseason football tonight, covering camp, presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Linnell, I think you'll like this. So,
lay it on me.
Today, my son, I came downstairs first thing in the morning, and he's playing with these little mini football helmets I got him. He's got all 32.
Okay.
He's actually got 33 helmets because he's also got a Washington Redskins one. We're throwing it back to the old days. He's got the Commanders and the Redskins, but he's got 32 NFL helmets. I got like these little mini helmets at Dick's. But I told him, I said, we got 3 games tonight. Commanders play the Patriots. So he like ran over and got the 2 helmets. He set them up on this little stand right under the TV.
Okay.
Then we have 2 other games tonight. So I tell him, he's like, who's playing? I was like, Lions, Falcons. He calls them the Valkins for some reason with a V. So he's like, is Freddie Valkin going to be there? I'm like, Freddie Valkin will be there, man. He was their little mascot. So then he sets up those helmets, and then he goes, what else? I'm like, Browns, Panthers. Sets up the Browns and the Panthers. Can't really figure out why the Browns helmet's orange, but neither can I, so everybody gets it. But he sets them up. I just love it. I got this little table underneath the TV right now upstairs with 6 helmets clashing head to head.
Let's do it.
And he's like, so they're all playing against each other at the same time? I'm like, no, it's 3 different games. So then he had to separate them just so.
Okay.
But he's locked in. We're ready for football in 2025. This is going to be our new bid, I think.
I dig it.
He's got to get the helmets out for every single game. And then, he like rams them into each other to see who's going to win or whatever. So he'll break them very soon. But I just thought that was pretty cool.
You know what I thought was pretty cool? You posted a photo last night on your Instagram story that got me cutting onions a little bit where I was at. I said, look at GP and the new baby watching football together for the first time. Attaboy, man. That was awesome, brother.
Yeah, that was his first football game ever. I don't know how I feel about the first quarterback he ever saw take a snap being Anthony Richardson.
And the way that went. Good luck.
He's like, this is what it looks like, Dad?
Right.
I'm like, no. That's not what it's supposed to look like, son. But, yeah, football season is here. The Paulsons are ready to go. All right, let's talk Jayden Daniels. Let's talk about a quality quarterback. So, he's not going to play tonight. I get it. I would play him a series, but I would do a lot of things old school probably. I'm going away for training camp to Carlisle and eating ice cream at the end of the practice in that little, ice cream stand outside the field. I would play my starters more than the average NFL coach does. Call me Andy Reid. But here's my fear. It sounds like we're going to get like a drive or 2 from Jayden Daniels in the preseason. Is that going to make it harder for him to have a great week 1? Maybe not in a way that's tangible or provable. But I would say yes. I think there's a reason the Bengals are going back to a way that they did it pre-Zach Taylor. They've gotten off to these miserable starts. They're trying to get their timing down. I would also point out, just specific to Jayden Daniels, Linnell, that without Terry McLaurin, there's some work to do in terms of timing and getting some things together offensively with a receiving core that's very different, right? Luke McCaffrey is in year 2, carryover from a season ago, caught sub-20 balls, but he's one of the mainstays. Debo, new. Jalen Lane, new. Chris Moore was in the room. He was on the team at the end of last season, but in his role currently, pretty new. You've got a new left tackle. You're potentially going to have a new starting right tackle as well. You've got a guy who's kicked over at a different position at both guards. I just don't like the idea that they can't benefit from a couple of drives, and I get that you don't want to risk injury. It's football. You got to go out and play.
Yeah.
I mean, you could get hurt in week 1, in 2 weeks into the season, and be done too. I don't like this idea that we're already going to put bubble wrap over Daniels and say, it sounds like, nothing definitive, but it sounds like he's basically going to play a series maybe this August. I don't love that.
I don't love it. I'll take it a step further. Kind of bothers me, especially when you consider the lens in which we're looking at this season through. Let's just assume Terry McLaurin waltzes through the door right before week 1. This is supposed to be a team that's trying to replicate last year's success. You made it to the NFC title game. Your schedule is a lot more difficult. And when you think about who they open up with, Giants, Packers on a short week, up-and-coming Raiders team that people are respecting, Atlanta with an up-and-coming quarterback in Penix, and you got the Chargers. You got to start fast because, look, GP, I just listed off a couple of pretty decent teams. That's the easy portion of your schedule. So you want to come out of that first 5 games, 4-1, 3-2, feeling good about yourself before you get into the meat and potatoes of this thing. And I think not playing Jaden Daniels early, leaves them more susceptible, more vulnerable for a slow start. I'll even take it a step further. It's not just about...
Let me ask you this first about the start of the schedule. So you just went through it. I actually think that's one of the softest portions of the season. Do you disagree with that?
No, that's the softest portion.
Right. So you're saying you need to take advantage. You're basically saying you can't play down.
Correct.
I thought you were saying essentially you get tested right away. The way I see it, the Giants is a game you should win. Now, I do think New York's going to be better than people think, and I think defensively they're going to be excellent.
Yeah.
That could be a difficult week 1 home game as a favorite. Then short week on the road, never easy against a very good Packers team. That's going to be a game where you're an underdog. But Raiders, Falcons, maybe even Chargers after that with all their injuries already. You're catching them early in the year, which I think is going to be better than catching them in December. We don't know if the Bears are going to be good or not yet, but they're throwing a lot at Caleb Williams right now in a new offense. I think until really you play that rivalry game against Dallas, when things ramp up against Kansas City and Detroit, the schedule early on, you can harvest some nuts here if you play okay to start the season. I guess that's what you were getting at then.
Yeah, you got to take advantage of that. And I think if your offense is humming and getting off to a good start, that makes things a lot easier for you. Looking at it through the lens of the defense, GP, you're going to find out right away if that running defense is improved. It's Josh Jacobs. It's Ashton Genty. It's Bijan Robinson. It's Amarion Hampton. So my point is maybe the defense gets off to a slower start because you're going up against some, pretty formidable groups offensively to start. That's the case. You need your offense to come out like gangbusters right off the rip. We can't have what happened last year to where you look anemic against Tampa Bay, and then until that second half against New York, you look lifeless at times.
Well, you know what a coach would say to us listening to this right now, right? Their counterpoint is Jaden just played in the joint practice against the Patriots. And so he got better work, a better sweat in that workout than he would have gotten in a game because I could dictate as a coach what I'm putting him through. I want him to work on the red zone. We're doing red zone, period. I want him to get snaps on the goal line. We're doing goal line, period. The problem I have with that logic, number one is there's so little time on the grass anymore anyway that if you get the opportunity, I'm not suggesting he goes out and plays 4 quarters or a half even or a quarter. It doesn't have to be like that. I'm saying in all 3 of these preseason games, there's no reason he can't put the pads on, go out there, and every starter can't go out for a drive, basically. And, it's at the end of this thing, a drive in this game, maybe against the Bengals, you go 2 or 3 drives like a quarter, and then in the final, if you don't want to play because you're closer to the season and a little tweak could linger into week 1, okay, I could get down with that. Or what I would do is, again, 1 drive. So you're talking about drive, 1 quarter, drive over 3 games is how I would conduct it. But in a practice, this. I'm wearing a different color jersey. Nobody can get near me. There's no real pass rush to contend with necessarily. I just want him to see some bullets before that feared Giants front is coming at him in September for the first time in 8 months.
Yeah, I totally agree with that premise. And you know, this, I look at the counterpoint as this, like, okay, in the joint practice, I get to, you know, create the conditions in which he's playing under. That's not real football. You don't get to go out and dictate, you know, what you get to work on in a regular or in a real NFL game. You get to just.
Did you watch Hard Knocks episode 1 with the Bills?
I have not gotten a chance to peep that, but.
Oh, please do. Well, there's this great scene, though, where they're talking about Josh Allen and the D coordinator. Like, they're watching tape from a practice, and I don't remember who it was. One of the guys just destroyed an offensive lineman. And he, instead of like praising him, his D coordinator's like, "We stay away from 17." Yeah. He's like, "This is our season. This is our franchise. He gives us a chance every week. Say it back to me." And they're like, "Stay away from 17." He's like, "Stay away." And it just
that's how it should be.
And I'm assuming the Commanders feel that way about 10 for the Patriots, and the Patriots felt that way hopefully about 5 for Washington. Like, these guys are not allowed to be in harm's way in a practice.
And I think that goes all the way back to, like, low-level college football, Grant. Like, in my terrible school, Bethany College, you bet your bottom dollar the quarterback had the red jersey on and the kid stunk. You still would get tossed off of the practice field if you got anywhere near him.
You better not,
Because it's just the value of the position. But to your point, I don't think it hurts Jayden Daniels at all to get a little bit of a lather, go through the motions, and have him get a couple completions. The quiet part that's I'm going to say out loud here real quick is kind of what you alluded to. Can we just get him some reps with these receivers in game action? Like, that matters to me.
Well, does it hinder him? Because let's say we agree, it does not hurt him to play a little bit more, unless he were to actually get hurt. And you and I are probably in the minority on this, but it sounds like we're in lockstep that you play football to get ready for football, and if an injury happens preseason, regular season, an injury happens. Yeah. And by the way, I'm not running him. I'm not running a design. No. Like, and I'm even telling him, we're not scrambling. We're not leaving the pocket. We can move the pocket to get him out of the pocket if you want to. Like, we can do everything in our power to avoid as much contact as possible. But let's agree then that it can't, you know, that it would only help in that sense. Yeah. Will it hinder him to not do it? Because I think even though I'm pro playing Jayden Daniels in year 2 with Cliff Kingsbury in this preseason, I think I could hear the argument that he's not any worse off for not playing in the preseason.
Yeah, I can hear that too. I mean, my thing is this, though. It's just about starting fast for me. And I go back to, like, this is now a second-place schedule you're playing. You're not going to get to finish off the season against Jake Haener and Will Levis and Cooper Rush and Trey Lance and company. Like, you got real big boys on the schedule to start. So I think having the most important piece to this football team as sharp as possible right out of the get-go, it should be what the thought process should be here for this football team.
I wonder if part of their thinking is, well, Terry McLaurin will be back anyway for week 1. So, like, you and I are going, get on the same page with McCaffrey and Moore and these guys you haven't repped a ton with necessarily. And they're going, that doesn't even help that much anyway, because those guys are going to be slotted down the depth chart. I mean, that would just be we don't know, but that would be a tell as to how they're viewing it possibly, if that's part of the calculation. But I want to open up the phones on this. This is actually our poll of the day on the 106.7 The Fan Twitter account via Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Our poll of the day is, how much would you play Jayden Daniels in the preseason? How much do you hope he plays in these 3 exhibition games here in August? No need to play at all. Play him a very little bit. Play him a lot. Or just a cameo in each game, which I think is kind of the same as a little bit. But it's a good question, right? Like,
for sure,
you've got options here. I would say a lot is crazy. There's 2% of people that have voted that would play him a lot. I don't know what the value in that is. So I would just take that one out of the equation. And now like you're doing a multiple choice where you cross one off. So now I'm down to no need to play him at all. I would cross that off because I would never do that. I know I'm in the minority. Sean McVay is a big proponent of this, but that's just not how I would roll. So for me, it's either a little bit or a cameo, and I guess a little bit is like 1 series for the whole preseason, cameo in each game. That's where I'm at, which is 12% of people voting. Just in case you're curious, 60% of people are saying, play him basically a series or 2 this August. 25% are saying don't play him at all. So about 85% of people want him to play next to 0 reps this preseason.
Yeah, that's tough for me. To answer your question, though, I don't know how much it hurts him. I think he's a special cat. I think he's accurate. I think he's got good ball placement. I think he's got timing, and he reps it a ton in practice. But I still want to see him. That's just my thing.
All right, let's hit the phones on this next. 800-636-1067. If you were running the show, would Jayden Daniels be playing tonight, And would we see him this August at all? Grant and Danny on the Fan. Commanders Patriots 7:30 tonight. We are under 3 hours away from kickoff of preseason game 1. Doug Key to the Boston Herald helps us get ready for the game and scout New England. That is in 15 minutes right here on the Fan. Also, we will preview the other 2 games in the NFL tonight and give you our predictions for who's going to end up playing the role of preseason heroes when this thing's all said and done. 3 contests from now as Washington whittles down its 53-man roster. Linnell's in for Danny. I'm Grant. Phone lines are open at 800-636-1067. Question at hand, how much would you play Jaden Daniels in the preseason? All of the tea leaves are reading as if Washington is going to just about redshirt him this August. Might get a drive or 2 max, it sounds like. So, Linnell, before we get to the phones, let's give our succinct thoughts. You're the head coach. You got 3 games. How much is Daniels playing?
So if I was the head man of the Washington Commanders tonight, I'm playing him about 2 drives, get his feet wet. If it's a long touchdown drive on the first one, he may not come out for the second drive. In next week's game, Monday Night Football against the Cincinnati Bengals, they're expected to play their guys about a half. I would probably match that if I was being honest, just to give the best look possible to our fellas. And now if that was the case, I'd play them a half next week against Cincy, and then I play nobody in the finale against Baltimore. And you'll also get the benefit of having a joint practice with Baltimore before that game. So probably don't play them at all in the finale, but I would play them pretty heavy next week as kind of that dress rehearsal.
So if the Ravens played their starters, which I don't think they will, there's no benefit really for me to play my starters against 2s. But assuming Baltimore played their starters in that 3rd game, I'd probably give them a drive.
Okay.
So what I would do is, and again, this bucks now what is the convention in the NFL, especially in that final week of the preseason. You start by basically nobody playing, you end with nobody playing. But I would go 1 series tonight, even if it's, unless it was 3 and out, but even then, I think probably this is a break a sweat situation.
Yeah.
So I would probably, honestly, if it's 3 and out, it might still be the end of the road. But I would go, 10 or fewer plays, assuming it's not a long drive tonight. Next week would be a quarter and a half. I'm thinking like 2 or 3 up downs. And then the 3rd week, if they played starters, then I would have them play a drive. So nothing crazy. We're talking about drive, quarter, drive, something along those lines. But I'm just a believer in playing football to get ready to play football. Let's go to Tyler in Pennsylvania listening on the Odyssey app. It's free and available wherever you are. What's up, Tyler? How are you, buddy?
What's up, Tyler?
No, this is Tyler in Richmond, Virginia.
Well,
Richmond. Gotcha.
I was looking for Tyler in Pennsylvania. Is that not you?
No.
All right, hold on.
That is me, but
that is you.
That is me, but he had my city wrong. That's me.
Wait, but you're in Richmond.
I'm in Richmond, VA, but
okay, hold on. Hang on. I'm going to put you on hold real quick. So that's Tyler in Richmond. I was looking for Tyler in Pennsylvania. That was not him, right, Linnell?
I was not the Thai guy in PA. No.
Okay. Well, if your name's Tyler and you live in Pennsylvania, hello. All right, let's go to Tyler, who's in Richmond, Virginia. Let's see who's waiting. Tyler in Richmond, Virginia, are you there?
What's up, Tyler?
Hey, what's going on, Linnell? How you doing, buddy?
I'm good, man.
Hey, just wanted to say one thing real quick. I'm okay with not playing him because the last thing you want to do is injure your franchise in a meaningless preseason game, especially when you have high expectations coming into the season.
What do you make of the Chiefs all these years in with Mahomes still playing him a quarter this week?
Well, different franchises do it different way.
Well, yeah, no kidding. But I guess that's my point, right? Is like there are teams. Like your point is you got a franchise quarterback and Super Bowl aspirations. Don't play him. A lot of teams don't do it that way. A lot of teams play their guys in this game.
That's true too. But I'm saying I'm fine with the organization either way.
Cool. Yeah, I think a lot of people are like you. Appreciate the call.
Appreciate you, man.
I actually think the majority opinion, and we've got this poll of the day, Metropolitan moving in storage. We can look at the results right now, but go vote on the 1067 The Fan Twitter account. Metropolitan moving in storage. Do your heavy lifting for you. Take it to the house. More at DCMetropolitanMoving.com. I think that I would say at an 85-90% clip, people would at this point tell you with a MVP caliber quarterback, less is more in the preseason. And I don't disagree. There's a big difference between playing a very little bit and not really playing at all. And that's just not for me.
Yeah.
How many teams get off to fast starts that do that? I love that every year we have the same debate. Danny's a big fan of generally like not playing in preseason games. And we talk about this all the time, but then after week 1, we talk about the product suffering or how bad was the football or how about this team that's off to a slow start. Like, you can't have both. Or you just got to deal. Because when you practice way less than anybody ever has now in this league, there's less time on the grass than there's ever been. Now you're taking away preseason time in terms of games. I get that the practices can help replace that, but not everyone's doing joint practices, and you don't get them before every single game.
Exactly.
You get them ideally at least once or twice. But the amount of actual in rhythm, like game level prep that is being done before week 1 is the lowest that it's ever been. It stands to reason then the product's going to be the worst in week 1. And when it is, like, you can't complain about that if you're the same person saying don't play people.
Exactly. And this is the thing that, like, is kind of driven me up a wall here. GP, let me know if you agree. We got to stop comparing joint practices to preseason games. They're so totally different. To act as if you're getting the same work in a joint practice that you get in a preseason game, like, I call poppycock on that. You're not taking guys to the ground. You're not tackling full blown. There's no real pass rush. You can't touch the quarterback. I get it. It's something that's allowed us as fans to, like, ease our nerves about guys not playing. But, like, miss me with the idea that a joint practice and a preseason game are the same. They're not.
They're definitely different. I mean, there are coaches that think that the practices are more valuable. And actually, I would probably agree with that. But I still think your point's true. They're not the same as a game. Like, they're more valuable maybe in filling out your roster or maybe injury avoidance while getting good work in.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and just the idea that you can dictate that I always talk about. That I can make sure we have a field goal period. That I can make sure we're on the goal line, the red zone, the 4th and long, or whatever I want to do, the onside kick. We can do that. And in a game, the situation probably doesn't come up or may not come up.
Right.
So that's why coaches like it, and I totally get it. But, yeah, it is not the same thing. I mean, that's just – I think that goes without saying. All right, we'll talk to Doug Keed next of the Boston Herald, scout the Patriots, a little bit later on in the 5 o'clock hour. What are our goals for tonight? What do we want to see from the Commanders? Preseason football is coming up in 2.5 hours. You're listening to The Fan.
We're brought to you by Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K. The Commanders open up their preseason slate tonight on the road in Foxborough, taking on Drake May and the Patriots. Most key starters for Washington, including quarterback Jayden Daniels, not expected to play. A special celebration tonight for Pats fans as the team will unveil a Tom Brady statue outside of Gillette Stadium before the game begins. Kickoff for the preseason opener for the Burgundy and Gold set for 7:30 tonight. Brutal injury news for the LA Chargers. Their star tackle Rashawn Slater left practice Thursday after a non-contact injury caused him to get carted off the field. It was confirmed late last night that Slater's going to miss the entirety of the 2025 season with a ruptured patella tendon just 11 days after signing a 4-year, $113 million extension, a deal that made him the highest paid offensive lineman by AAV in National Football League history. So just a gut punch for the LA Chargers. NBA news, the Boston Celtics and their head coach Joe Mazzulla agreed to terms on a multi-year contract extension. We got Nats baseball tonight on the Fan as the fellas play game 1 of a 6-game road trip. They're out in San Francisco taking on the Giants. It is a 10:15 first pitch pregame coverage. He's rolling right here on the Fan at 9:45. 106.7 The Fan congratulates Cars for Kids on 30 years of changing lives. Over 1 million cars donated, more than 100,000 kids helped. Be a part of the legacy. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org and join over 1 million satisfied donors. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on the Fan.
Our Commanders coverage during camp in the preseason is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Danny should be back from his vacay in Scotland on Monday. Linnell's in. I'm Grant. We will take you up to 6:30. Kickoff tonight is 1 hour after that, 7:30, ball in the air on another season of football in the nation's capital. Let's get you set for the game and find out a little bit more about the Patriots. Doug Keed covers the Patriots beat for the Boston Herald. He joins us now on our guest line. Doug, thank you for a few moments. We appreciate it. How are you?
I'm doing well. It's exciting to have a preseason game. It's exciting that football's back here.
About that time. Cannot wait. This is going to be a blast. Let's just start with going into this game tonight from the New England perspective. What are you guys tracking and monitoring? What are some of the big storylines?
Yeah, I think it's a lot of the roster battles that you want to see, but at the same time, Mike Vrabel said that everyone healthy is expected to play in this game. So obviously Drake May is going to be the big storyline all summer. See how he's progressed. He's been mostly good this summer. Had some down moments. Last Friday they had a scrimmage, threw 2 interceptions in that scrimmage. That was the first real game situation that he was in. So definitely interested to see how he fares against the Commanders' defense in a real game situation tonight.
One of the big free agent acquisitions for you guys was Milton Williams, a guy that was kind of a rotational piece for the Philadelphia Eagles, but the Patriots, paid him a pretty penny to come be, a more integral part of their defense. What have you seen from him this camp? And do you think he has the chops to be a difference maker on first, second, and third down?
Yeah, he's been moving around the defensive line. He's definitely a smaller guy compared to a lot of the defensive linemen that we were used to seeing in New England when Bill Belichick and even Gerard Mayo were head coach. Had guys like Vince Wilfork and Ted Washington around. Milton Williams is about 280, so plays inside, can kick out to the edge a little bit. He's had some decent moments in one-on-ones. He actually did in Wednesday's joint practice against Commanders. He had some good moments in that. So it kind of remains to be seen. I think that we know what he is as a pass rusher. We know what he'll be on third down, but with his new contract being paid $26 million a year, he has to play more on early downs, has to be better against the run. So that's a real question, and that's something else I'm interested to see, just how much to use him on early downs and how effective he is against the run.
I loved him in Philly. I wanted Washington to look at him. Just hearing you say $26 million a year is wild. What a contract.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, they had money to hand out, and boy, did they, to a couple of guys like Milton Williams.
They needed to land someone, and maybe you overpay a little bit, but he was the big young talent available in free agency. So they definitely had to overpay a little bit.
Doug Keat is with us, covers the Patriots. To drill down a little further on the actual plan for them in terms of playing time, how much do you think we actually do see their starters? And is it going to be affected by the fact that Washington's really not going to play many of theirs?
I wouldn't expect to see too much of it. I'm not sure yet. Mike Vrabel's kind of kept that close to the vest this week, but since they had the joint practice against the Commanders, I don't think you need to play them like a whole half or anything like that. Plus, they've got 2 joint practices next week against the Vikings, so the starters will get plenty of time to play in those sessions as well. So I probably would not expect to see a whole lot of them, but like I said, Vrabel did say that everyone healthy is expected to be out there and play, so expect to see a little bit of them at least.
Doug, you guys drafted one of my draft crushes throughout this process in the 4th round, Craig Woodson out of Cal, man. They had a couple of guys in that Cal secondary that really stood out and had, really high draftable grades. What have you seen from Woodson to this point? Do you think he's going to be a part of the starting defense at some point throughout the season?
Definitely wouldn't be surprised if it was at some point. And, I reached out to a team source about a week or two into camp and said, like, who have been the guys who have stood out a little bit? And Craig Woodson was one of those guys. And even last week, he was starting to creep into that first-team unit a little bit more. You saw Kyle Duggar play a little bit more on the second unit. So it's interesting. In the last couple of years, they've had Kyle Duggar and Jabril Peppers, who are 2 bigger, strong safeties in their starting defense. And I'm curious to see if Terrell Williams and Mike Vrabel want to continue to go with that approach of having 2 traditional strong safeties rather than a guy like Craig Woodson, who can definitely play a little bit more free safety, a little bit more of a rangy guy. But he's had his hand on the ball during practice, and overall, I've been impressed with him. So I don't know if he's going to start right away, but I think you'll at least see a rotational piece in there.
Doug Keats, the insider on the Patriots for the Boston Herald, joining us here on Grant and Danny. So much of nights like tonight's about the rookie class. Give us some thoughts on the rest of that class. Linnell singled out Woodson, who was the 4th-round pick, but what kind of camp is Travion Henderson, the 2nd-round running back, had? There was a lot of smoke on Washington and him before the draft. And then also, are both Will Campbell, the obvious starter at left tackle, and their 3rd-round pick, Jared Wilson, going to be starters from the jump for them, or what does that look like up front?
That's certainly the way it looks like right now. Will Campbell has been the only guy in that first-team offense at left tackle. He's had some mixed results, I'd say, in camp so far, which I guess you would expect from a rookie left tackle. Losing some of the one-on-one drills, looking a little bit better in 11-on-11s, doing pretty well in run blocking, but having a few issues in pass protection. Jared Wilson, as you mentioned, the 3rd-round pick, he's actually been a little bit more consistent. He's been playing left guard, which might not be what people expected. He was a center last year at Georgia, but it seems like they trust him a little bit more there on that left side. So as of right now, it looks like they're going to have rookies protecting the blind side for Drake May in week 1 with Campbell at left tackle and Wilson at left guard. Travion Henderson definitely provides a huge spark out of the backfield. He's the fastest player on the team. He's had some drops in the passing game. I think he had a fumble a few weeks ago as well. So it hasn't been perfect for him, but he's also been one of their best offensive players in camp. And the drop that he had, it was on an over-the-shoulder ball in the corner of the end zone, kind of a tough catch to make. And just the fact that he's getting open on those plays in general is definitely a good sign. The other big rookie that they've got is Kyle Williams. He's a wide receiver. Probably not going to be a starter, but certainly could be a rotational guy on offense, and another guy who brings a lot of speed to the position.
Speaking of speed, following the Patriots beat reporters' tweets throughout these joint practices, I kept hearing a lot about Liberty Flame Pop Douglas, man, and a guy that's made quite the impression there in Foxborough. Came onto the scene last year, but really has been a strong piece this offseason. Do you expect him to be like one of the leading target guys for Drake May this year?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's their slot receiver, and you've got Josh McDaniels back as offensive coordinator. He saw the success that slot receivers had throughout Josh McDaniels' offenses with Julian Edelman, Danny Amendola, Wes Welker, Troy Brown. So I would not be surprised to see a ton of targets for Pop Douglas. Drake May likes Pop Douglas a lot. Says that, he can get open in a phone booth, which I'm impressed enough that Drake May knows what a phone booth even is at his young age. But yeah, Demario Douglas is extremely quick. He's a guy who wins those one-on-ones because he's so quick off the line. He can shake guys, 5 yards down the field. So he's had a really good camp. Another guy, he had a drop on Wednesday in joint practices, but he's been a pretty consistent performer overall for the Patriots this summer. Another one of those guys that you would say has had one of the best camps for offensive players so far.
He's flashed to me in the regular season too. I mean, looks like he can play. Why are we doing Pop Douglas though? Can you help me with that?
So yeah, I think he told the story recently. I think he said he was born on the same day that his grandfather died, and they called his grandfather Papa. So when he was born, everyone just started calling him Papa, and then that got shortened to Pop. Which, I mean, it works because he provides a lot of pop on offense as well. So maybe they had a premonition when he was young.
Home run hitter, I suppose. All right, specific to this last few days, just your eyes and ears out at practice, what did you make of what you saw of the Commanders? I know you're doing a different thing and zeroing in on the Patriots, but during 11s,
for sure.
What were some of your takeaways?
Yeah, I was primarily focused on the Patriots offense in these practices, just the way that we divided things up. And, there's a lot to watch. So we kind of divided and conquered a little bit. I thought the Patriots offense moved the ball pretty well on the Commanders defense, which that was something I was really watching for because the Patriots defense has given a pretty big test throughout the summer. I'd say they've probably gotten the better of the Patriots offense overall. So the fact that the Patriots offense was able to move the ball as well as they did on the Commanders defense actually had me thinking better about the Patriots defense overall. I think there were some leaks in that Commanders defense I saw. At the same time on offense, from what I saw, Jaden Daniels and the offense were moving the ball pretty well on the Patriots defense as well. So maybe just a good day for both offenses overall. But yeah, I was a little bit surprised coming out of that. The Patriots offense really felt like they won the day against Commanders defense, given all the pieces that Commanders added on defense this offseason and just how much success they had last year.
Doug, there's a guy I've been itching to ask you about here. Matt Collins, the new wide receiver there in New England. I actually got the chance to know Mac pretty well when he was in high school. We had the same barber. He's actually a guy that's from the DMV area. What have you made of him, man? He is a different cat. But I will say this, if you're if you're a young guy on that Patriots team looking like, well, how do I stick in the National Football League? Matt Collins has continued to reinvent himself as a football player here throughout his career. What type of role is he going to have this year?
He could wind up being their starting X receiver this year. It's really down between him and Kayshon Boutte right now. But what you said at the end there is my big impression of Matt Collins. I don't know if you could ask for a better locker room guy. Yeah. He's arriving early. He's helping out the younger guys. One of the things that he said recently is that he's helping himself to learn the offense by pulling aside younger wide receivers and talking them through it. He's like, I'll be the quarterback in this situation. I'll talk you through the script. I'll talk you through the playbook. I'll go through this. He's spending nights with Efton Chisholm, who's one of the Patriots' undrafted wide receivers, helping him learn the offense, going through film. So he really seems like he's like the perfect teammate out there. Obviously, he's got some kind of idiosyncrasies. He doesn't wear shoes, doesn't use food utensils. Yes. So I don't know how much of that is going to rub off on guys. But the work and the work ethic that he brings seems like it's really going to help that wide receiver room, because there were some pretty serious maturity issues with the Patriots wide receiver room last year. So bringing in a veteran like that who's doing all the right things it's going to be pretty massive for the younger guys in that room.
Couple of moments left ahead of Patriots Commanders with insider Doug Keed from the Boston Herald. I read somewhere that the Patriots are favored in 10 games, like on look-ahead lines. They are a sneaky team that people are buying low on with a new head coach and a new professional regime here. And Drake May looked okay last season with not a lot around him. What would you deem as successful this year for them, and what do you think kind of the ceiling and the floor looks like?
Yeah, it's funny because the bar is pretty low after the last couple of years when they only won 4 games. But I do think that expectations are high enough that even 5 or 6 wins might not be deemed as successful, especially given how easy the schedule looks on paper right now. So I'd say 8 or 9 wins would probably be a successful season for the Patriots. And that's a big jump from last year, but it's also, as I mentioned, an extremely easy schedule. I think that's why they're currently favored in 10 games. But you still have to win those games. And the Patriots on paper, roster-wise, I still think are in the bottom half of the league. But I do think they'll be able to come away with, close to, if not a winning record. just based on the improvements they've made, a leap from Jake May, a head coach who knows what he's doing, an offense coordinator who's got a ton of experience. I think, and based on the schedule, I think you'll probably see 8 or 9 wins for them this year. But some Patriots fans have their hopes really high because of that schedule. I don't want them to get too excited about this season.
For sure. Well, look, I'm telling everybody that I know, Doug, to sprinkle a little cash on the Patriots, potentially sneak it into the AFC playoffs because I like what they have, and I just think Mike Vrabel's a winner. So it'll be interesting to see, man. Doug, we appreciate you making some time for us, brother. We'll do it again soon.
Absolutely. Sounds good. Always good talking to you guys.
Be good. There's Doug Keed, the insider on the Patriots in Boston, joining us on Grant and Danny. I've got them as my number 2 team in the AFC East behind Buffalo. I'm down on, I guess, a little bit, Miami. I think that they'll be similar to the Patriots, but New England's ceiling for me might be 10 wins. I don't think they get there. I think that would be pretty bullish. But I think they go 8-9. I think this is that would be a massive improvement from 4 wins, doubling your win total, making a leap. I'm with you on Vrabel. He's long been one of the better strategic coaches in the NFL. I also think just addition by subtraction. I thought the Mayo regime last year was unserious.
Yeah.
Really from the jump. I mean, the idea that he was a coach in waiting but went basically from the linebacking core and not calling defenses to running the whole building. And it was pretty obvious by the end of training camp, like people out of there were going, this is not going to work.
Yeah.
So the massive upgrade on the sideline being the biggest reason, I really liked what I saw from Drake May, who I was high on coming out last year. He's only got more talent around him now. Right. There's no reason to me they shouldn't win a minimum of 7 games. And if they can get to 8 or 9, I think they could be right there with Miami at number 2 in the division.
Their big question to me is going to be pass rush. I know they brought in Harold Landry from Tennessee, a guy that Mike Vrabel's got a ton of familiarity with. Milton Williams coming in from the Philadelphia
$26
Eagles.
million a year for Milton
Dude,
Williams.
like that's crazy.
Wild.
The D tackle market is like exploded, and I wonder how execs and owners around the league feel about that. But like to your point, like they're serviceable at pretty much every spot. Their offensive line, like reading like Patriots tea leaves and scuttlebutt online about them, there's some question marks about whether or not Garrett Bradbury is like a quality starter at that spot. I know a lot of folks thought that Jarrett Wilson, who played center primarily at Georgia, was going to slot in there, but he's obviously looks like he's got the leg up on the guard spot. To me, though, like I said a moment ago, it's about pass rush. If they can impact the quarterback, I think they'll have a chance because I really like their secondary.
Landry, the last 3 years, 12, 10.5, and 9 sacks. He's the one guy you would think off the edge that should be able to get home and get quarterbacks on the ground. He will be trying to do that tonight, taking on Washington's quarterback room led by Sam Hartman, who's going to play a ton.
Swinging Sammy.
You'd have to imagine it would seem this evening. Speaking of the Commanders and the Patriots tonight, what are our goals for this game? We'll get into that as we continue on The Fan.
We're brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. Preseason action gets underway tonight for the Washington Commanders as they open up their preseason slate on the road in Foxborough against Drake May and the Patriots. Most key starters for Washington, including quarterback Jayden Daniels, not expected to play. A special celebration tonight for Patriots fans as the team will unveil a Tom Brady statue outside of Gillette Stadium before the game kicks off. Kickoff for tonight. Set for 7:30. The Colts and their quarterback, Anthony Richardson, survived a major injury scare after getting his pinky bent back in an awkward way last night in their preseason opener against the Baltimore Ravens. Sources say Anthony Richardson could return to practice as soon as Saturday after sustaining what the team is calling a dislocated right pinky. We got Nats baseball on tap tonight here on the Fan as well, playing game one of a 6-game road trip. They're out in San Francisco taking on the Giants. It is a 10:15 first pitch pregame coverage. Gets rolling right here on the Fan at 9:45. There's nothing more refreshing than a nice cold Surfside tea and vodka or a Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. Look for the can with the sunset stripes. Must be 21 to indulge. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on the Fan.
Commanders, Patriots in 2 hours, 7:30 kick tonight. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. It is a game day, finally, here on 106.7 The Fan. The first of 3 exhibition tilts for the Commanders as we get closer and closer now, under 1 month away from the start of the regular season. Before we get back into tonight's game in Foxborough, Linnell, I wanted to go around the NFL with you here.
Yeah.
I thought we could play a little buy low, sell high. Let's go teams. We could also go quarterbacks. We'll start on the club side of things, though. Teams that you are higher and lower on than everybody else, seemingly, and I've got some as well. So let's go buy low first. Give me an NFL team that you think is being undervalued going into the season.
Commander fans out there, I promise I'm not an industry plan. I promise I was not hired from another market to come here and give you this information. It's been my thing all off season long. I am so bullish on Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys this year. I look at the draft that they had, bringing in Siobhan Revel, adding to that pass rush with Donovan Ezeraku. The main thing, though, that I love about what Dallas did this offseason is getting someone opposite CeeDee Lamb that can actually threaten defenses. George Pickens, I think, comes in and is the perfect Robin to CeeDee Lamb's Batman. The one question mark I guess I have for the Dallas Cowboys is the health of their offensive line. Tyler Guyton got carted off the practice field last week and is going to miss 4 to 6 weeks, so we'll see how ready he is for the opener. But when you look over the course of the past 3 to 5 years, when Dak Prescott starts 17 games for that football team, they're normally pretty darn good. I think the supporting cast around him is better than what it's been in a little while. The other question mark that I think they addressed in a proper way was the running back spot. I think Javonte Williams is going to have a career renaissance there in Big D this year.
So the argument for that you lay out is right. I mean, Dak Prescott plays, you normally win 10-ish games, right? And if that happens, then you're in the mix for the number 2 spot in the division behind Philly and a wild card spot. So I get it. You didn't mention Brian Schottenheimer. I can't believe he's a head coach of an NFL team in 2025. I think that's going to be something that holds them back eventually. And this was not a particularly good coordinator. Now, we talk all the time about guys that are great coordinators that might not make great head coaches. There's not many examples the other way around, but I'd be curious. Like, is it possible that he's actually not that good as a coordinator, but as a player's coach that players like, maybe he's a good head coach? I don't know. I guess that's possible. I just, philosophically, from a paradigm standpoint, the way he operates has never really been overly impressive to me. If he wasn't with the Cowboys, I would be pulling for him because his father, Marty, was great to me as a kid and is one of the really good menches and awesome longtime coaches in this league. No longer with us, obviously, but that is a major sticking point for me when I say what is Dallas. Also, Micah Parsons, their best football player maybe, not there, going full Terry McLaurin and then some. And you mentioned Pickens. I think you view that, it sounds like, a lot more as a positive than I do. I like Pickens. Pickens might be the biggest head case in the NFL in terms of players you have to deal with. I think that will eventually, it'll be fine for much of the season, but there will be moments, maybe there's one big blow up, maybe it's a couple, where that also becomes a negative. So I like Dallas probably more than, a lot of people thinking they could be a 7-8 win team, but I don't know if I'm going to go all the way to buying low, but I like that answer off the grid a little bit. I'll give you one.
Uh-huh.
This team is expected to be pretty good, I think. I think they have a chance to make playoff noise. I'm going to say the Minnesota Vikings.
Okay.
Last year after Cousins left, they elevate offensively the quarterback position. Get worse with talent at Sam Darnold, and the numbers only fall off a tiny bit. Their offense was awesome. They ran the ball better. They protected Darnold better. They kind of, without spending the money on Cousins, got better in a lot of areas. They still had Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison. I know he's suspended for 3 games. But they drafted Ty Felton out of Maryland, who I think is really good. I think Naylor, their third wide receiver, Jalen Naylor, is actually underrated as well. It might be the best receiver room in the National Football League. They're loaded up at running back. It's the most talented offensive line that they've had. The big question is going to be J.J. McCarthy, because I think they'll be a top 10 defense. Brian Flores might be the best D coordinator, D play caller right now in football. I think they're going to win a lot of games on that side of the ball. Can they get to a point where McCarthy's just got to Michigan this thing, where it's a lot of game management, short and intermediate throws, handing the ball off, play action pop passes? I think that's what it's going to look like. In the same way I'm not a Brian Schottenheimer guy, I believe implicitly in Kevin O'Connell and the talent around the quarterback. We've seen it work for Darnold, who I don't love. I think they're going to be able to sustain some of what they've done the last few years, and I think the regression a lot of people are banking on may not come.
Yeah, the J.J. McCarthy is kind of the big question mark with this group. You mentioned their revamped offensive line. They revamped the defensive line as well, bringing in Jonathan Allen and Javon Hargrave. They're just a lot more beefier up front on both sides of the football. They drafted Donovan Jackson out of Ohio State at guard. I think he comes in and was one of the safer picks there in the first round. You feel the same way that I feel, though, bro. Like, Kevin O'Connell just gets guys to play well at the position. But I'll say this when making the apples-to-apples comparison of, well, he got it out of Sam Darnold. Can he get it out of J.J. McCarthy? We always knew that Sam Darnold had that in him, I think, because he was the much more highly touted, prospect coming out of college. This is a former top 5 pick talking about Sam Darnold. So if anyone was going to be able to get it out of him, I thought KOC would be the guy. I love the way you put it. Can they get to a point offensively where they've got enough balance, where Jordan Mason and Aaron Jones are carrying enough of the workload to where he can Michigan it, as you kind of put it? I love the way that you put that. I'll say this. I can see it going one of two ways. I can see them having, a plenty of success, and I can also see them having to call Kirk Cousins midseason.
Yeah, well, especially they went and got Sam Howell to be a backup, and now it sounds like maybe not going to make the roster. Yeah. So I don't know if that's true or if that's just training camp fodder, but regardless, that's not a guy you want to hand the keys to the Ferrari over to if something happens with J.J. McCarthy or he's not quite ready. It's a big leap. I mean, it's a leap of faith to a guy. It's a true rookie now in year 2 that's never played. All right, let's go one more buy low. So you start off there. I go Vikings. You went Cowboys. Give me one more team you would buy in on right now for good value.
So we were talking about this pre-show. This team I'm about to list off is the division favorite. They've actually won their division the past 5 years. When I say I'm buying low as a potential Super Bowl contender, and that is Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Bucks. I just love their skill group on the offensive side of the football. Bucky Irving and Rashad White, one of the best 1-2 punches in the NFL at the running back spot. What they've got at receiver, though, is super impressive. We know Mike Evans is good for 1,100 yards and 12 touchdowns every year. But having Emeka Egbuka going up against third and fourth corners for the majority of the season as Chris Godwin continues to get healthy, and then Jalen McMillan here in year 2, I love that. The question mark that I do have is this offensive line. Tristan Wirfs is going to miss some time to start the season, so how they replace him is going to be a key question mark for me. But they did draft one of my favorite guys in this draft class, and that's Benjamin Morrison, the cornerback out of Notre Dame. I think if it wasn't for the injury stuff with him, he would have been a surefire first-round pick. The other thing I love is this. Maybe I just love headaches, Grant Paulson. You just can't tell me that you don't believe Hassan Reddick is ready to be serious about football, and having him on that defense playing off of Vita Vea and Kalijah Kancey and company, Yaya Diaby. I just think their defense is legit, and offensively, I don't know how you're going to stop them.
Well, it's also a division, to your point, where it's not like you got a big bad team waiting for you. Maybe Atlanta with Penix.
Yeah.
takes a step forward. I think Carolina and Canales is another season with Bryce Young. I could see them being better. But there's not a 12-win team in that division, right? I mean, they should win the South if they are what you think they are. And then now you're talking about, not getting knocked off at home in the playoffs by a team like Washington last year. And that's going to be the key for them is when they get there, can they prove to be a little bit more legit? I'll go with the Jaguars.
Okay.
This, to me, is not what you're talking about, like Super Bowl contender stuff. This is everybody thinks they'll be bad, and I could see them in the hunt for the wild card with a few weeks left. Trevor Lawrence is going to be the key to the equation. But I love – we just talked about Dave Canales and Bryce Young for a second there. I love pairing the offensive-minded, really sharp play caller with a quarterback that needs some help. And that's Lawrence with an ascending star in Liam Cohen, who's one of the better designers and play callers in football the last couple of years. With Tampa last year, Baker Mayfield went for well over 4,040 touchdowns. I like Lawrence and him as a tandem. I like what they did in the receiver room. Travis Hunter drafted in the top 5. They trade up to get him. Brian Thomas Jr. is one of the most underrated players in the entire NFL. I think he's a superstar. They went and got De'Ami Brown. We saw him break out in the playoffs. Now, I don't know that he's ever going to be a stalwart, but I think as a third receiver there, fourth receiver, he could have a really good season. They brought in Trenton Irwin from Cincinnati to play in the slot as well. So they've got more weapons. They've got 3 new starters on the offensive line, which will help Trevor Lawrence as well. I think they just quietly had a good offseason. And remember, the Cohen thing was a fiasco where, he's not going to interview. He's going to interview. I'm sure the Bucs are still mad at him. But the fact that they eventually landed the plane on one of the most sought-after coaches to go pair up with Trevor Lawrence, that's all that matters now. And I think that's a team that could end up surprising people. Let's go to sell high. Of the teams that we think are going to be good, give me one that you're not sold on.
There's really only one strong one that I've got unwavering conviction about that they're just not going to be what everyone says they are. I think Vegas has San Francisco at 9.5 wins or 10.5 wins. I just don't see that. There was a mass exodus this offseason to try and make room financially for Brock Purdy's massive extension. No more Deebo Samuel. No more Javon Hargrave. Dre Greenlaw out the door. Talanoa Hufanga out the door. Charvarius Ward out of the door. Aaron Banks out of the door. So they've just got a lot of new faces there in San Francisco, and I wonder how they're able to put it all together. Now, to their credit, they do have Christian McCaffrey coming back healthy. Trent Williams is healthy. They went out and was able to get some decent pieces up front along the offensive line here in free agency. I just wonder, when it comes to that group, can Brock Purdy be that quarterback that elevates everyone around him? Felt like last year when the toys were stripped of him, they just looked like a different football team. He looked like a different quarterback. Now, the reviews coming out of San Fran right now is he's been lights out throughout training camp. We'll see what it looks like during the regular season. I just think they lost too many pieces to win a division that I think is much improved and should be one of the better ones in the National Football League.
So mine is probably unfair to the talent that's been assembled, but they've already started to suffer some big injuries. Some of them are going to linger all year. I'm going to go with the Chargers as a sell-high candidate. Off of the playoffs last year with Jim Harbaugh and Justin Herbert, I liked them a lot as of about a month ago again, but Rashawn Slater, their left tackle, was just lost for the season, so they've got to kick Joe Alt, top 10 pick a year ago, over to the left side, which means now you're elevating a non-starter at right tackle before the season even begins. That's a good way to have some problems when they are a run first, run second, pass third kind of team, and I don't know if they're built to withstand that type of loss. Very few teams are. So you just went from a strong offensive line to closer to average for a team that is, basically going to pride itself on pounding the football. I love the receiving core that they put together with Ladd McConkey leading the way, Trey Harris in the second round, who's still a bit of an unknown. Saw he had a bad drop on a deep ball today. They bring in Keenan Allen after working him out, so he's back with the Chargers. The draft of Amarian Hampton to go with Najee Harris, they signed in free agency. Yeah. Those two guys are going to be bell cows together, run the ball a ton. We saw Herbert last year protect the football. There's plenty that I like, but the injuries mounting again, and here's the big key, that division. The Chiefs are going to go 11-6, 12-5. I think the Broncos might be a top 4 team in the AFC. That is a top 5 defense. I like Sean Payton and Bo Nix together in that tandem. So for me, it's like that's a third place team probably, and everyone's acting like the Chargers could knock off the Chiefs this year. And I guess for me, I see them more as like a 9 or 10 win team right now I'm not suggesting they're going to be bad, but if you told me as we sit here today, Linnell, that they're going to miss the playoffs, that would not shock me.
Yeah, probably wouldn't shock me either. I just think it speaks to, the competitiveness of the conference, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, that division is the anti-AFC South in a sense. Three teams made the playoffs last year. You look at the AFC West right now, and like the one team we never talk about it still has plenty of work to do. But Kansas City, Denver, LA, all playoff caliber, and I think the Chargers with Pete Carroll, veteran quarterback in Geno Smith, drafting the best player in college football last year in Ashton Genty, in terms of big plays, explosiveness out of the backfield. It's not like they're going to be fun to play. You still got one of the best defensive players in the league hunting you down from the edge in Max Crosby. It's just a loaded division. All right, next, let's get you a spotlight for tonight's action. Commanders and Patriots. We'll also tell you what our goals are for the Commanders in this first preseason game. He's Linnell. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. We'll take you up to 6:30 tonight on the Fan. Commanders Patriots at 7:30. Preseason football closing in on week 1. This is the benchmark we've been waiting for. This is not play-by-play of practice. This is not finding out that somebody made a nice catch across the middle working against twos. This is the real stuff tonight. Start to figure out who's going to make this roster, who's not going to. Frankly, the most important evening for many of these players in their professional lives. And I just find these games, while there's a cynicism to it and everyone kind of can do their eye-rolling thing as they watch the preseason, I'll never forget like Robert Henson trying to make the roster in the final preseason game, running around like a madman on one of the Redskins teams I covered and feeling like, okay, he made the roster. And then he suffered a serious injury. And what these nights mean to players in their lives and the work that they put in and the bleeding and the sweating over weeks and weeks and going really back months now this offseason, hoping they have a chance to make a roster. You're 2 or 3 big plays away over the next 3 weeks from – it might not be the 53-man that you guys think about and care about. It might be the practice squad. But that's a 6-figure salary, and that's being able to take care of your family and keeping your dream alive. So I get excited. I get emotional about these nights, second half of these games, when you see the energy with which and the passion with which these guys operate. But, Linnell, give me a goal of yours that you want to see this team, something to execute tonight, something that you hope comes out of this game against the Patriots.
I hope we come out of this week 1 preseason opener saying, okay, I feel better about the biggins that they brought in up front along this defensive line. Your Javon Kinlaws, your Johnny Newtons, your Eddie Goldman, Sheldon Day, Jalen Holmes, just to rattle off a few. Grant, what do you think? They keep 8 or 9 at that spot? I would think 9 or 10 at that spot.
On the D-line?
On the D-line going into the
regular season? It's got to be
season.
at least 9. I could see 10.
Yeah, so, as focused as we're going to be on the starters, I think for that group there are essentially 8 starters because all 4 guys are going to play to start the game, and then their immediate backup's going to get some tick as well. That's what I want to see. This is a Mike Vrabel team that we know is going to be physical. They're going to want to run the football at you. How do guys handle double teams? And then, most importantly, behind those defensive linemen is these linebackers. I mentioned Kane Medrano earlier. Are they able to keep him clean and allow him to run and show off the athleticism so that he can make plays? That's probably my number one thing, though. Can they not get moved off of the football?
So here's a super nerdy one. Mm-hmm. I kind of hope they have to kick a few field goals tonight.
Just
to get a look at Matt Gay. I mean, he looked so good at camp.
He does.
Now, there's no rush for the most part. I mean, even when there's a rush, as we talked about with quarterbacks, there's no rush because nobody's running into you. You don't have to worry about the plant foot. But he has been nearly automatic. Yeah. I think one of the most important, lesser talked about developments of this offseason is that they have a grown-up at kicker. They went through 7 of them from day 1 of camp to the final day of last season, and it ended up not really rearing its head and ruining their year, but it almost did a couple times, didn't it? I mean, between a game early where you miss a couple of kicks to the doinking in against Tampa Bay, if that thing hits an upright because it's 3 inches further, God knows what happens.
Totally different offseason.
Then the Lions game that we all were amazed by doesn't happen. The NFC Championship berth doesn't happen. Yeah, it's a whole different dialogue about the team probably, in all seriousness, if you go one and done there. So I think Gay's a legitimate kicker. He had some problems 50-plus last year. He's actually been really good at camp. He's only missed 1 from 50 and beyond that I've seen. He's been essentially automatic, 45 and in. I think he's missed 2 kicks in all the days that he's kicked total at training camp. But it would be cool tonight for me to just see a couple of kicks, the operation, 50-plus yarder, see him drill something, split the uprights, and I think it would just be a nice little breath of fresh air for this fan base to feel like, all right, we got our guy.
One other thing that was kind of like not talked about enough to me last year was just how good the Commanders were on kickoff and kickoff return in terms of setting the tone. They had a couple of defensive starters on that kickoff unit, setting the tone, running down, hair on fire, trying to make a tackle and set the tone. And then their kickoff return unit, we saw so many different guys back there, Austin Eckler, Luke McCaffrey. But whoever was back there, Jeremy McNichols, they had success. So seeing how that operation evolves and, what type of, schemed up things they're able to do to kind of separate themselves from the rest of the National Football League and keep that advantage that they have in that phase of the game.
I like that. Another thing I'll be curious to see, I don't think they're going to show a lot, obviously. That there's no reason to. You don't get points for that. You might on the scoreboard tonight, but that doesn't help you in a few weeks. But I'd be curious to see what we've seen in practice. There's not been a lot of like Debo in the backfield, Debo in motion, and all that stuff. It's not going to be him. It won't be the first team. But I do wonder if we see any kind of orbit stuff. Like jet action is now just ubiquitous in the NFL.
Yeah,
but
everybody does it.
do we see anybody like motioning and lining up in the backfield where maybe it's Jalen Lane tonight, but that's Debo in week 1? I'm starting to think they're going to use Debo Samuel just way more as a traditional wide receiver than people think.
Out of necessity,
Well, they
too,
might
right?
have to, yeah. But when Terry comes back, maybe this changes. But, like, I don't know. How much of that have you seen? The actual San Francisco, he's all over the place. He's a wide back. I was listening to an interview he did recently, and he was asked, are you still a wide back? And he's like, no, I'm pretty much a wide receiver now. Like, that's how it actually looks at practice.
It's interesting.
I'm assuming they're doing more running back Debo stuff, or will eventually. Maybe the install hasn't happened, or we just haven't seen it. But like that would be interesting to me if we saw somebody else get a rep like that.
Saw a fair amount of that with him and Jalen Lane during the mandatory minicamp in the voluntary OTA. Haven't seen it, I don't think, once here in training camp, but it was something that we saw them run during the OTAs and minicamp. So maybe it's a thing where they're doing it in the walkthrough where we're not there. But I would assume, GP, like they're going to use Debo in every way possible. Traditional wide receiver.
But isn't it interesting at practice in 11s that we don't see almost any of it? I wonder if that's a McLaurin thing. I wonder if he's out there. Now Debo has the luxury of moving around, whereas otherwise, like if it's not Debo, who is it? It's Chris Moore? I mean,
with Jalen Lane, I keep, to be serious, I think Jalen Lane maybe could do some of that stuff too, but he's not.
But I don't mean the bubble stuff. Like I don't mean the Debo role. I mean if Debo's in the Terry role.
Oh well, yeah.
Then why are we don't need to work on it right now? Let's figure the rest of the stuff out.
I agree.
I'm wondering. I'm guessing out loud. All right, we got our spotlight coming up. We'll talk through some of the players who can help themselves tonight. I also want to preview a couple of the other games in the NFL this evening. Not specific to the actual action because it doesn't matter what happens tonight, but the teams that are on the field are pretty interesting going into the season. We'll talk about that next. It is a football night in the National Football League. You're listening to Grant and Danny.
I'm Linnell Willingham, and here's what's happening. The Commanders open up their preseason slate tonight on the road in Foxborough against the Patriots. Most key starters for D.C., including the quarterback Jayden Daniels, not expected to play after those players got good work versus the Patriots in the joint practice on Wednesday. Special moment tonight, pregame for Patriots fans, as the team is going to unveil a Tom Brady statue outside of Gillette Stadium right before kickoff. Kickoff for the preseason opener for your Washington Commanders is set for 7:30. Brutal injury news for the L.A. Chargers. Their star right tackle, Rashawn Slater, left practice Thursday with a non-contact injury. It was confirmed late last night that he's going to miss the entirety of the 2025 season with a ruptured patella tendon. This just 11 days after Slater signed a deal that made him the highest-paid offensive lineman by average annual pay in NFL history. NBA news, the Celtics and their head coach Joe Mazzulla have agreed to a multi-year contract extension. The length and details of the new deal not released. The 37-year-old Mazzulla coming off his third season as the head coach in Beantown, and he has guided the team to the postseason in each of those 3 seasons, including the franchise's 18th NBA title to cap the 2023-2024 season. That's baseball. Comes your way later tonight here on The Fan. The fellas out west playing game 1 of a 6-game road trip. It is a 10:15 first pitch. Pregame coverage gets rolling right here on The Fan at 9:45. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Linnell Willingham on The Fan.
You know what this song means? It's a Friday, and we are headed for the exits in just a few minutes. Tonight, more than most nights, we're excited to do so because we'll be watching some football. The Commanders and the Patriots in 90 minutes, an hour and a half from right now at 7:30 in Foxborough. We just found out who will not be playing. The Commanders put out a list of 30 players.
Oh.
30 players that will not be participating tonight. So I'm going to go through that entire list for you in just a couple of minutes, I promise. But this is very notable. This is off of the wire. I want to get this to people as soon as I can. Linnell, we just found out. We already know the Commanders are playing on Christmas Day. The NBA slate in 2025 on ABC and ESPN for Christmas Day. And I am very curious who the Wizards are going to be playing on Christmas Day. So, without further ado, the first matchup on Christmas Day. Cavaliers at the Knicks. Okay, so no Wizards yet. That's fine. There are 4 more games. The Wizards should be coming up any moment. The second game on Christmas Day in the NBA, 2025. The Spurs and the Thunder. Okay, so no Wizards yet. That's fine. That's not a problem. Don't worry about it. Third game of 5 coming up on Christmas Day. Here it is. Got to be it. Show me the Wizards. Rockets at Lakers. Okay, no problem. No Wizards yet. Surely, if there's going to be 5 games and 10 teams playing in the showcase day for the NBA, the Wizards have to be one of them. So let's go to game number 4. Show me Trey Johnson. Show me Bub Carrington. Mavericks, Warriors, still no Wizards. I would not have thought they would have played the last game of the night. Obviously, they're going to be out west. I wonder what Western Conference team they're playing. All right, 5th game. Who are the Wizards playing out west? Well, I'll be damned. The Wizards are not playing on Christmas Day. The Timberwolves are playing the Nuggets.
Rats.
No Wizards, but that's okay. We got the Commanders. Thank you, Steve Buckhantz.
Love it.
Speaking of the Commanders, are you ready for the 30 players that will not participate tonight?
Yeah, please lay that on me. That's a massive list, by the way, GP.
All right, so let's run through this rapid fire here. Mikey Sanders, still not really a surprise, will not go. Debo Samuel at wide receiver. I didn't think he was going to play. He's pretty critical, and they're clearly viewing this as no starters, right? Yeah. Marshawn Lattimore, no go. Will Harris at safety, not going to play. Linebacker Frankie Louvu, won't dress. Quarterback Jayden Daniels, we knew this, is not playing. Brian Robinson Jr., your starting tailback, is out. Terry McLaurin won't play tonight.
They
that
put him
one's
on the
interesting.
list. Why'd they even put him on the list?
I mean, Sam Cosmi's on this list. Yeah.
It's a given they're not playing.
They're just listing the 30 guys that aren't playing. They're not really just providing distinctions. Marcus Mariota, who's injured, not going to play. Quan Martin, safety, out. Not surprising. He's a starter. Von Miller will not go. Austin Eckler, another veteran who will not play. You will have to wait on the debut of pilot and cornerback Jonathan Jones. He is not playing tonight. D-tackle Javon Kinlaw is the largest player on the team. Will be the largest man on the sideline. He is also out tonight. The ageless wonder Bobby Wagner, obviously not playing. Jordan McGee's been getting treatment here lately. He won't go. That's a guy that actually probably would have played, I would think, if he was healthy.
For sure.
Because he needs those reps. Tyler Biadasz starting center, Nick Allegretti starting guard, both not playing. Tim McKay, the college free agent, who they're high on, is still working his way back to health, not playing. Andrew Wiley, starting at right tackle perhaps, will not go. Brandon Coleman, your starting left guard, is not playing. Sam Cosmi is also listed as one of the 30 that won't play. He's on the PUP list. Laramie Tunsil, starting left tackle, is a no-go. Noah Brown's been hurt. He will not play. Zach Ertz at tight end is not participating tonight, nor will John Bates at tight end. Javonte Jean-Baptiste, 7th-round pick out of Notre Dame last year, defensive end, won't play, nor will Dietrich Wise or Dorrance Armstrong, your starters at defensive end for this team. Deron Payne, D-tackle, also not going to play. So, for me, what's interesting here is not the names on this list, because if you have their jersey, they're probably not playing. But it's names that aren't on this list. Like the path has been cleared at tight end for Ben Sinnott.
Yeah.
Do something.
Yes.
There's nobody playing in front of you. Both of the tight ends that take your reps are not on the field. You're starting. You're going to play a bunch early. Figure it out, man. Make a play or two. Like you got to get involved tonight if you're Ben Sinnott. It would be a bad look if he's not targeted and catching passes.
Yeah, I definitely think it's a huge opportunity for him. Another guy that's not on this list that I actually had in my my spotlight is Johnny Newton. Like, this is the opportunity for you to go make a game-wrecking play in your limited action. I don't know how little he's going to play or how much he's going to play.
I'm actually a little bit surprised that he's playing.
Well, he needs to get the reps, and I love the opportunity for him. Look, if he goes out and has a TFL on the first drive, I doubt we see him again. But seeing him get that opportunity, I think, is huge. One guy in camp at the edge rusher spot, two guys really that have caught my eye, one because of his inside-outside pass rush versatility, and then the other told me he put on 20 pounds and his looks thicker and always had burst. Jacob Martin, the guy that put on 20 pounds this offseason, I think he's someone.
Former Chicago Bear.
Former Bronco, a guy that I think has a real legit shot to make this team and be a situational rusher. And then Jalen Holmes, who they picked up last year midway through the season. This is his first training camp here in D.C. The coaching staff loves him because he has the ability to play at the 3-tech and at the defensive end spot. So with Javonte Jean-Baptiste not being healthy, man, like that could end up costing him here down the line.
There's something teams like about Jacob Martin a lot.
Yes.
Honestly. I mean, he's always finds a home. He always makes teams as kind of a bubble player. He's 29 years old, doesn't make a lot of money, was a 6th-round pick, but he's just latched on, and clearly he's a guy that's good in the room. He played his college ball at Temple, played 11 games last year with the Bears, but Seahawks, Texans, Jets, Broncos, Colts, Bears, it's like a different team every year. But he plays in a dozen games, and he goes out and gets 2 or 3 sacks. I don't have high hopes or expectations that he's an impact player, but I can certainly see him cracking the roster. Jalen Holmes, to me, is one of those guys who just you want getting off the bus first. Like, he's one of the best-looking players. And you go, if this guy can connect some dots, he looks like he could be a helpful player in this league. Another guy we have not talked about much today at all.
Yeah.
Josh Connerly Jr.
Yeah.
The left tackle. Well, I guess technically right tackle for this team. I would imagine he'd start at left tackle tonight without Laramie Tunsil, although it's possible.
Foster
What's
Sorrell.
that?
I think it's going to be Foster Sorrell.
Could very well be Foster Sorrell, who plays at left tackle. I mean, he's the next guy up on the depth chart. But here's my question or thought on this.
Yeah.
I guess if Connerly is eventually going to be your starting right tackle, maybe you don't jerk him around. You just put him on the right side. But he is a more natural left tackle anyway. Getting his feet wet, I think he'd look better on the left side. The inconsistencies and some of the problems he's had at practice, it has been explained to me, might be based on just playing on a side that he hasn't really had to play on.
Yeah.
And so I bet you he'd look a lot better every day at practice at left tackle than right. You happen to have Laramie Tunsil. But it's a situation where, like, in season, if Laramie Tunsil went down or wasn't available, well, you would just kick him over to left tackle and play Wiley on the right side. But I guess they're going to want to get him the reps at right tackle so that he can supplant Wiley as soon as possible. I'm not convinced, by the way, he starts in week 1. I don't know what your thought is on that, but
I'm not
if I had to name a starter today, I would probably start Wiley.
Yeah, I'll probably be the same way. It may be a platoon situation, similarly to what we saw last year with Corn Lucas and Brandon Coleman, although that was probably out of injury reasons. That's the reason why that happened. But playing him on the right side exclusively this year would be my plan, Grant. Like, I don't want him bouncing back and forth. If he's going to be a right tackle this year, let's put him there for
Okay, what if
preseason game
Tunsil goes
#1.
down? You would move someone over, or you would play your swing tackle? This guy was just a really good left tackle at Oregon. I mean, he was a first-round pick.
Yeah, he just hasn't done it to this point here in
Well,
camp,
I understand,
so.
but I mean, you know,
that's so. Right now, who is your swing tackle? Would you go Brandon Coleman at left tackle and put in someone else at guard? Like, I think that would probably be more of the plan.
well, yeah, that would actually make fine sense. I mean, Foster Sorrell probably.
If he makes the team, he's an intriguing guy because he's just so damn big, Grant. Like, he's a guy that swallows people on the edge, and
6'6", 320.
if the feet can move, and they've moved well at times during camp, I think he's got a real shot to be.
You know who it
tackle
probably
for
is,
this team.
honestly? Trent Scott still.
And he's a
Just
guy,
because
versatile
he's
chess
been in the
piece.
program.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, maybe he would be their swing tackle. But tonight's going to determine that
Yeah.
in some way. Couple things about tonight's game we'll get back into the Commanders in a second. They're unveiling this Tom Brady statue. I've been hearing you mention that in your updates. Here's my idea for this statue. Tell me what you think.
Okay.
I think they should do like an installation, not really a statue. And so what they should do is, like, it should look kind of like a mannequin at Dick's Sporting Goods. And they should have like cleats and some like ill-fitting pads
that he didn't
and,
wear,
like, a jersey, but just do a Dick's Sporting Goods. Don't make it a statue. Make it an installation.
like a mannequin.
And then kind of like a mannequin. And then when they unveil it, they like take the sheet off. Make sure that like people are all around audibly gasping, going, "What in the hell am I looking at?" What if they did that for the Tom Brady statue?
That's a good bit. Yeah, I think it would go over a lot better in Foxborough than it did here.
Right.
I'll just say that.
My guess is they probably did the statue thing pretty well for Tom Brady.
I would assume so.
How badass would that be to get to a point? They're not putting your jersey in the rafters.
No.
They've already done that. You know, they're not naming you to their Ring of Fame. No disrespect to my guy Tana Bug Santana Moss.
Right.
Like, he deserves that honor. They're building a damn statue.
Means you're that guy, pal. That's what that means.
You're not that guy, buddy. You're not that buddy guy. I mean, yes, like a statue.
Yeah, dude. Like, that's
Forever. You don't move statues.
You know what it got me thinking, and this is more so probably a question for you than me, as you're a little bit older than I am and can speak to this. If we're doing an old Commander statue outside of the brand new RFK 2.0
Joe Gibbs
dome, who is it? Joe Jackson Gibbs?
Not even close, yeah. And by the way, there should be. I want a monument park with like several statues.
Ooh, look! I like that idea. Have you brought that up on air before?
I have not.
I love that idea.
I think it'd be cool.
So you're talking like Mount Rushmore style, like 4 different dudes?
Well, yeah, so it's more of a baseball thing, honestly, but like
Okay.
Yankee Stadium has this. You know, outside of center field gate at Camden Yards in Baltimore, they have the numbers rather than true statues.
Okay.
But yeah, a lot of these stadiums now have statues outside. But like a monument park would be cool, where Joe Gibbs is the answer for me.
Yeah.
That's the only one that is a no-brainer. The better question is, after that, who gets the next statue? And I would say probably 28 Darryl Green. But there's other historical, significant organizational figures, you know, breaking color barrier, or, you know, just guys, John Riggins having the run he did in the Super Bowl, that you could fight for. But I think as a player, non-Joe Gibbs division, next statue probably has to be Darryl Green. To me, he's the closest thing there is to like a Mr. Redskin. 20 years with the team.
Yeah.
Hall of Famer.
I think that's fair. I feel like that'd be a lot of people's answer.
Who's yours?
That's. Oof. I'm going to say someone that's going to rub people so the wrong way. He has to be retired by then, but we were doing the Ring of Fame question when Santana got inducted. If this guy is retired by the time the new stadium opens, I'd definitely like to see him outside and get inducted into the Ring of Fame. You all sleep on Trent Williams and the importance he had here in D.C. Like, for a 27-year-old, like, Trent Williams was like the first time in my life that we had a guy that was talked about as like the best at his position in the sport.
And it's crazy because he never even got All-Pro here.
No, he didn't. It kind of feels like, you know, when he went on to San Francisco, he was viewed in a more favorable light because they're a more successful franchise.
Right.
But
Weird when you're on a better offense.
I know,
and
right?
A less hated organization, how all of a sudden people give you your flowers.
Yeah. But that would be my guy, man. I would go with old Trent.
So I got no problem with that if we're talking about his era.
Yeah.
There's just a line he's got to stand in.
Yeah, of course.
Right? Like Green, Monk, Riggins. I mean, you're talking about the OGs, the best ever in this organization's history. Theismann, Doug Williams, I think. He's one of he is
Dougie Fresh for sure.
You want to talk about just strictly beloved, not necessarily resume, back of the football card. Certainly not numbers with Doug Williams, I promise you that. But like just straight up respect and reverence. I mean, there are very few players in this team's history that seem to have more of a special connection from the fan base and just overall appreciation from the fan base than Doug Williams. And not to mention, he's been around forever. Now he's been 15 different jobs, everything from the assistant to the general manager to now, I don't know what his title is. Like he says hello to people and walks around, but in a way that I'm sure when they have questions, he can answer them. But he's basically like a liaison to, a past that meant something, and people love him. He's just a special kind of figure for them.
I just like that they've continued to do right by him, keeping him around. I think Jaden Daniels having him to be able to lean on is probably invaluable in terms of, what he's been able to overcome and what he's gone throughout his career. But in terms of like the statue and what 4 guys we would have there, is there any love at all for Bobby Beathard or Charlie Casserly? Or they have to fall in line too here?
I mean, Beathard before Casserly, certainly. But I don't think if you're doing a couple of statues, you're saying 4. You can't go Gibbs and an executive.
Yeah, you don't get both. Okay.
At some point, a football player probably needs a statue too.
For sure.
I mean, what are we doing next? The PR director from the 90s?
Put Charlie in there.
Yeah, exactly. Next, we'll do the Richie Pettibone. I mean, like at some point, we need a football player to probably get a statue.
For sure.
But I like it. Tom Brady, installation, Dick's Sporting Goods mannequin.
Super cool.
Going to be unveiled. Is that before the game tonight? Like
Before
right
the
now-ish?
Game.
Okay.
Yeah, so I wonder if this
By the
being
way,
streamed anywhere.
why are they? Oh, maybe I guess because I'll answer my own question before I ask it. Because he's a play-by-play guy and he's busy. I was gonna say, why in the hell would you do that before a preseason game? Please do that in the regular season.
That makes sense. And I honestly, that was going to be the question I was going to ask too. Was like,
there's not a night game though. There's not a primetime game when he's not on Fox where they can't do this.
But do the Patriots have any primetime games this year? That's got to be the question. Let me look at the schedule.
Lock. They have the number 2 overall pick
They
and
have
quarterback
to,
from
right?
last year, and Mike Vrabel on the sideline. There's zero chance they don't play a primetime game.
You would have to think.
You got to have some nubby Thursday night game against the Jets or something.
They don't have any. It's about having a home primetime game though. GP.
That's a good point.
That's the other part. And
that would be pretty funny if they're at the Jets
November
and everyone's
13th.
standing at the statue.
November 13th. I think that's a Thursday night tilt against the Jets at home.
By the way, did I call that or did I call that?
Yeah, you 100%. You 100% hit that.
I
one
mean,
on
that
the
screams
nose.
Thursday night football. Jets, Patriots.
And then
That's
I got
funny.
the Giants on Monday night on December 1st, so that probably wouldn't be it. But
Tom Brady statue before the August 8th preseason game.
That makes sense.
It's kind of odd.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
All right, 2 other preseason games tonight outside of Commanders and Patriots. As I always kind of caution people, I promise I don't care about the games themselves tonight, but it's just a window into talking about these teams. Lions, Falcons, 7 o'clock kick. Detroit loses offensive coordinator Ben Johnson. That's the Ben Johnson alert. They also lost their defensive coordinator as a head coach. Now they've got their disciples moving on from Dan Campbell in Chicago and in New York with the Jets, respectively, with Aaron Glenn. But if you look at it, I see a team still that has as much talent as anybody in the conference, not named Philadelphia. I'm banking on a monster comeback season from Aiden Hutchinson. I think he could win Comeback Player of the Year and DPOY in one fell swoop. I think he could go get 15, 16, 17 sacks this year. Would not surprise me. Supposedly completely healthy. So Detroit, not a Super Bowl winner for me, but certainly a contender. I think they make the playoffs. I think they win a playoff game. They'll end up missing Ben Johnson when push comes to shove, but I'm still high on them. Atlanta's even more interesting because Michael Penix has been up and down in camp. They still have Kirk Cousins on their roster who wanted a trade. Penix is effectively a rookie. They finally upgraded their pass rush. They've been the worst pass rushing team for about 4 years running now. Can't get sacks, bad defensively. I think they'll be better on defense. They drafted 2 edge rushers early. Actually, had made one of the most ridiculous draft day trades I've seen in a long
That's
time.
what I was about to say.
To go up and take one of those edge rushers and gave up like 9 drafts worth of players. But I like Atlanta to be better than they were last year. And if Penix is any good, they might be able to steal the division from Tampa.
Yeah, I agree. I think the group that you have to circle, rather, is that pass rush. You drafted Jalon Walker at 15th, and then you traded back up into round 1 for James Pierce. Like, those guys have to have an impact. Me and you were talking about it because we were together the day after the Falcons game. Raheem Morris, like, low-key was just super unimpressive last year as a head coach in terms of, like, understanding the intricacies and the details of the job. Didn't think the clock management was very good. I hated the decision to wait that long to bench Kirk Cousins after he was just god-awful for about a month to 6-week stretch. But, yeah, Atlanta's going to be interesting in terms of, what they can be. To touch on Detroit here real quick, I think it was Doug Key, or Sam Monson, rather, that mentioned it. I think they're going to be like the Eagles from a couple of years ago when they lost Steichen and they lost Jonathan Gannon to Indianapolis and Arizona. I just think that, the impact of those two coordinators being gone, I think we're underscoring it a little bit. And it feels like, to me, maybe Jared Goff is in for some sort of regression here, too.
Browns-Panthers tonight, 7 o'clock East kick. You realize Shedeur Sanders is supposed to play this entire game?
Wait. So I thought it was just because I see the bid on social media. Everyone feels so bad for Shedeur that he's got to play.
He has become. I mean, I can't with the discussions about this guy.
Yeah, it's
and I'm not going to be negatively toward him. It's unfair in every direction.
Yes.
It's become toxic. It's like a Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese thing where everyone's got to make it. It's about politics. It's about race. It's it's like Duggan. It's ridiculous. Yeah. I hate that discourse in that sport about those two players. And the Shedeur Sanders thing, I don't understand how we got here.
Yeah.
But if you are anti-Shedeur Sanders, it's like, well, this, the idea is if he plays poorly, I told you so.
Right.
And if you are pro-Shedeur Sanders, he's being set up to fail, and they're screwing him over. Here's what I know.
Yeah.
Football players want to play football, man.
Point blank.
He can go out against backups, including, as the night goes on, a lot of guys that will not ever make an NFL team, and play football. And if he plays well, he helps himself. I guarantee, Shedeur Sanders is thrilled that he gets to play an entire preseason game tonight. The idea that he'd rather wait and maybe have more starters out there or whatever, ridiculous. He's 4th on their depth chart. 2 guys are hurt. Another guy is not available, or they're not playing him, I guess. So you get to play essentially more than any other player is going to play probably in the next 2 weeks, some of them over 3 weeks. This is a godsend for him. Go out and ball, and you could get first-team reps next week.
That's the way that I think everyone should be looking at it. Like, for him to be listed as the 4th-string guy on their first unofficial, and then he's also starting the preseason opener, it just normally doesn't play out that way.
It's insane.
It just doesn't play out that way. So he's got a massive opportunity. The one thing that I think people are, to play devil's advocate here, what people are complaining about is, you're putting him out there with a bad group of skill guys, and how does that impact how he looks? Well, it's the same group of nubby skill guys that he's been working with all training camp at this point, dating back to the offseason program. He's the 4th-team quarterback, so he's working with 3rd and 4th-team wide receivers. It should be the dudes that play tonight if Cleveland's smart. Someone tweeted that the Browns should trade for Tanner McKee. So that was
Well, he's better than anybody they got on the roster.
Yeah.
So I don't hate that. All right, there you go. Your 2 games outside of the one we care about locally tonight. Travis on Twitter, I love this tweet from him. He sent this to you and I. He said, let me help you guys out with the statues. He says, Joe Gibbs, which that one's easy. I'd go Joe Gibbs, by the way, with like that pose where he would have his thumb under his chin and like his pointer finger pressed against his lip, holding himself up like, one arm under the other. So you got him rocking that R burgundy hat with the like sweater. Then he's got John Riggins with a player dragging off him, so the Dolphins Super Bowl game. He says Darryl Green running, which I'm cool with. And then he says go Hogs and the Fun Bunch celebrating. So he's going, like, I kind of like that idea. Make it more about the team's history of all of the Hogs together, like in formation maybe, or the Fun Bunch jumping up and doing their high five celly. Less about players, more about the groups that are synonymous with Redskins football over the years. We have found out this segment, we already told you, the 30 players that will not be participating. So now that we know that, let's give our players to watch in this game. Linnell, you give me a couple on the way out here.
Yeah, Josh Connolly, now that I know he's playing, definitely somebody that I have circled. Seeing him in real live game action is going to be huge. I've kind of made some headlines by saying he was underwhelming to me during the first portions of camp. if you listen to both Mike Giardi and Doug Key, they said the same thing about Will Campbell. So
What headlines did you make by? Where were these headlines? I didn't see these.
Yeah, they're all over social media here at
Was that in the New York Post or Daily Mail? Where was this?
Anywhere you can find it.
Okay.
I was getting darts thrown at me.
Were
by
you
the fan
catching some
base.
shrapnel?
I was. You know, I hate that word, by the way, because I can't say it. Can you say it with me real quick?
Well, let me hear you say it.
Shrapnel.
You just said it.
That's it?
Shrapnel.
Shrapnel. I was
Yeah,
catching shrapnel, GP.
You're crushing it.
For my take on Josh Connolly, I'm excited to see him go up against some professional pass rushers tonight.
Well, here's the key. If you never want anybody to say anything negative about you, just don't be on the radio. That's
Pretty
the
much.
start.
That's
the
the
second
sauce.
thing is
Yeah.
just never give an opinion. That's the other thing. And then the third thing is just never say anything bad about their favorite teams. They don't like that very much.
No, they don't.
Jalen Lane, I started the show saying I wanted to watch him. He will be playing. I'm excited. I'm going to add a guy to my list. Ben Sinnott. Now or never, buddy.
Yeah.
Let's make a play or two, my guy. 2 tight ends are sitting. It's you, Colson Yankoff, and Cole Turner and Lawrence Cager. Like, go out there and make some plays. Defensively, I liked your call earlier on Tyler Owens.
Yeah.
I'm going to throw another name out there that I think has a chance to actually sneaky make the roster. This guy, Carlin Vigors.
Yeah, that's one of my guys, too, yeah.
Yeah, college free agent, Louisiana Monroe. He's actually really good size, about 6'2", 200 pounds. They like him. I keep hearing more and more from people when I'm out there, like, watch this guy, keep an eye on him. That's a name to monitor. If he was to have a PBU or a pick tonight, could really help his cause. How ready are you for football, brother?
Man, I'm fired up. It feels like the day before Christmas. Now, this doesn't have the same feel as the season opener, obviously, but I get geeked up. I'm sorry. Look, you know what else I was thinking about, too? And this isn't for me because I'm broke, but people are going to start gambling on these games tonight. I was down in the gym yesterday before overtime, and the janitor comes in and says, "Yo, bro, what do I put my money on for tonight, bro?" And I said, "It's preseason, brother."
Slow your roll.
But then I proceeded to give him picks, which is the worst part.
I hope
about
they
all of
hit.
this.
Yeah. Your boy's going to put together a little FanDuel parlay as soon as
Okay.
we get off the air here. Need some anytime touchdowns.
Let's
for
go.
Some dudes that are on the third team. Why not? Lanella was fun.
Yes, sir.
Look
doing
forward
it,
to
brother.
kicking it back in studio soon when my stomach allows me to be
When
more
you
than
stop Lanelling, yeah.
10 feet away from the bathroom to go do a radio show. You guys just got a little too much information. For Darius, Ryan, and Handsome Wes, Grant and Linnell saying so long. We will kick it again Monday at 2 o'clock. Speaking of handsome, I don't even have to be in the studio to smell that cologne. Nick Ashew comes your way next and takes you up to Nationals baseball tonight on The Fan. Enjoy yourselves. Great evening of DC Sports ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.